6. Over the course of the evening, Colonel Nelson of the 112th began to withdraw his regiment to a new defensive line west of the Our. His outfit had fought brilliantly and had denied the Germans the use of the Ourens bridges for 2 full days when they badly needed them. Finally, at 1800, orders came from division to withdraw if necessary. Nelson skillfully coordinated a plan with his staff and ordered what was left of his companies to withdraw to Weiswampach. Communications were sketchy, but by and large, his battered formations got the word and slipped west into the dark night. West of Sievenig, Lieutenant Ralph Carson and K Company moved single file through the heavily wooded Ardennes. We were tired even at the outset. As the march wore on, Larson divested himself of 3 heavy blankets he was carrying. On and on they went, basically asleep on their feet. For a few hours, Lieutenant Larson's platoon got lost, but they eventually hooked up with a company near Weiswampach. They also welcomed back one of their own, Private First Class Buck Bloomer, who had been missing since going out on a contact patrol the previous evening. Somewhere west of Harspelt, along the Ural Road, Corporal William Kelly, the wayward artillery observer, decided to emerge from his hiding place. He had been lying motionless all day, even as German soldiers and vehicles moved west on the road. Now, in the inky darkness, he got up and slipped past an enemy tank and truck. He made it into a stand of nearby woods. I heard German voices on my left, then on my right, and miraculously, I didn't encounter any head-on. Eventually, I sensed that it was no man's land. I crossed streams, the Uar River, and went up and down cliffs, heading directly for artillery flashes. By following the flashes, he found his battery. In groups small and large, the 112th withdrew. Along the way, they destroyed the Ural bridges, further hindering the German advance. At Weiswampach, Colonel Nelson went about the formidable task of organizing a new defensive line. The temptation among the exhausted soldiers who had made it this far was to relax. Nelson was miffed that he had not been challenged by any sentries during his own retreat to Weiswampach. This alarmed me greatly, for there was nothing between ourselves and the enemy. He circulated around, kicking butts, disseminating orders, motivating people to get back into combat mode. I went to a nearby bistro where I saw a light and found about 30 soldiers drinking free beer passed out by the Luxembourgers. In 10 seconds, I had the place cleared and the soldiers moving out to man the outposts. As midnight approached, Colonel Nelson, along with many of his officers and NCOs, succeeded in setting up a makeshift defensive line in and around Weiswampach. The 112th was bent, but not broken. In the process, Nelson's soldiers had done a superb job. They had denied the Germans a valuable northern route to Bastogne. As Nelson and his people experienced a sleepless night of crisis management, another regiment-sized unit was many miles away, driving north through western Luxembourg. Company Command B, CCB, of the 10th Armored Division was a mechanized strike force consisting of Sherman tanks, half-tracks, self-propelled guns, and myriad other vehicles. The commander of CCB, Colonel William Roberts, was an experienced armor officer who had seen combat in World War I. Roberts' command was split into 3 battalion-sized teams. Team Cherry, under Lieutenant Colonel Henry Cherry, was in the lead. Team O'Hara, under Lieutenant Colonel Jim O'Hara, was right behind Cherry, and Team Desabry, under 26-year-old Major William Desabry, brought up the rear. Each team had 300 to 500 men and at least a company of tanks. The night before, at their billet in Ramling, France, CCB had received a movement order from division. Roberts and his troops had been on the road since this afternoon. The convoy snaked along for miles, passing beautiful old trees that engineers were wiring up for demolition as roadblocks in case the Germans got that far. There were dozens of vehicles of every type, deuce and a half-ton trucks, 3/4-ton trucks, jeeps, half-tracks full of infantry, half-tracks towing anti-tank guns, half-tracks mounting anti-aircraft guns or radios or machine guns, Sherman tanks, armored recovery vehicles, trailers, and self-propelled guns. At this point, no one, not even the commanders, knew where they were going. Some of the men were hoping that this was the beginning of an R&R stint, or maybe even the end of the war. Others had heard about the German offensive and assumed, correctly, that they were going north to counterattack. Many of them had noticed that blackout restrictions had been lifted. Drivers were allowed to use their headlights, something the 10th Armored Division had not done since leaving the States several months before. Clearly, someone wanted them somewhere as quickly as possible. Onward they drove in the night, bantering and bickering among themselves, speculating and spreading rumors. In the accordion manner so typical of large convoys, the vehicles stopped and started, averaging about 10 or 15 miles per hour. At one brief stop somewhere in Luxembourg, Private First Class Spurgeon Van Hoos, a 19-year-old half-track radio man, noticed a few civilians lining the road. A woman walked up to the half-track and dispensed coffee and trinkets to the soldiers. She gave us a little red, white, and blue ribbon, a little piece of ribbon about 4 inches long. She said it'd bring us good luck. Figuring he had nothing to lose, Van Hoos opened his wallet and put the ribbon inside. The vehicle started rolling again, and the woman faded into the distance. Van Hoos settled back into his uncomfortable little seat behind the driver and wondered again just where in hell they were going. Not long after, the clock struck midnight. 5. Monday, December 18th. 1. 90 miles west of Bastogne, inside an old French army barracks building at Mourmelon, Corporal Arlo Butcher was in his bunk, sleeping soundly. He and thousands of other men of the 101st Airborne Division were enjoying a well-earned rest after 72 days of continuous combat in Holland. They slept on straw-filled mattresses, in crude buildings with stucco walls and concrete floors, but for the first time in many months, the men were enjoying indoor plumbing and power. The division was drawing new equipment, welcoming replacements, and training for future airborne operations. The paratroopers and glider soldiers of this outfit knew little or nothing about the intense drama unfolding to their east, but that was about to change. Corporal Butcher was a member of Battery F, 81st Airborne Anti-Aircraft Artillery Battalion. He had been through combat in Holland, and he was still decompressing. Now, in the darkness of early morning, he was awakened by a lot of noise in the building next door. Jeeps and trucks were running all over the place. He exchanged knowing glances with his buddies in adjacent bunks. We all knew something was in the wind. They were right. The phone call had come from the 18th Airborne Corps at 20:30 the evening before. The division was being alerted for movement to Belgium. The Screamin' Eagles of the 101st Airborne Division were to pack up and be ready to go by 1400 that afternoon. Throughout the barracks complex, officers, NCOs, and guards were busy waking their soldiers. Private Cleto Leone was on charge of quarters duty, similar to night watch, for his squad. He got the order to wake up his comrades, and he breathlessly dashed inside the barracks. "Everybody up! Everybody up! We're moving out!" The reaction from his squad mates was decidedly negative. I was deluged with a barrage of boots, mess kits, everything imaginable. I was lucky to get out of there alive. In another barracks that housed a squad from A Company, 506th Parachute Infantry, the door flew open, the lights came on, and a sergeant strode into the room. "All right, you guys, let's hit it. Let's go, hubba hubba one time. Off your ass and on your feet. We're moving out, now." A swirl of damp, cold December air followed the sergeant into the room, chilling everyone to the bone. In a nearby bunk, Private Donald Burgett could hardly believe his ears. He rolled over and peered at his sergeant, wondering if he had lost his mind. Unfortunately, he was all too serious. "The Germans have broken through our lines someplace," he said. "It's up to us to stop them before they go all the way to the Channel." Private Burgett cursed and swung his feet onto the cold concrete floor. He could actually see his breath in this frigid barracks. He was bitter and he was angry. At whom or what exactly, he did not know. Maybe it was just the idea of going back into combat with so little mental preparation. He had jumped at Normandy and Holland. He had been wounded in Normandy. Before and since then, he had had too many close calls to count. Somehow, he was still alive. He was only 19 years old, yet he was intimately familiar with death. Still bitter, but resigned, Burgett got up, dressed, and started packing for combat. All around him, in this barracks and in dozens of others throughout Montmelon, the rest of the 101st Airborne did the same. As the darkness of night gave way to a rain-soaked, foggy dawn, this was the situation in the Bastogne corridor. In the north, the 112th Infantry was in a makeshift defensive line around Weiswampach, but its southern flank was wide open. In the south, Lieutenant Colonel James Earl Rudder's 109th Infantry was holding off, under intense pressure, the 352nd Volksgrenadier and 5th Parachute Divisions east of Diekirch. Rudder's E and F companies were surrounded and on the verge of annihilation. In the center of the 28th Division, a serious crisis was brewing. The 116th and 2nd Panzer Divisions, along with Panzer Lehr and the 26th Volksgrenadier Divisions, had mauled Colonel Hurley Fuller's 110th Infantry. He was now a fugitive. His valorous regiment was shattered, largely reduced to small, wandering groups. The Germans now controlled Heinerscheid, Erspelt, Roila, Marnock, Munshausen, Holstham, Weilar, Hochscheid, and Clairvaux. Only Hosingen and Constham were still under some sort of American command and control. The middle of the 28th Division front, the direct route to Bastogne, had been ripped open, and the Germans were pouring through this gaping hole. The 28th Division still controlled Wiltz, but the Germans were getting closer to the town by the hour. The 9th Armored Division's Combat Command Reserve, CCR, was busily setting up roadblocks at Antonio Schaff and Feisch, two vital crossroads about 12 miles east of Bastogne. Another CCR task force was in place 2 miles to the west at Moinet. Some help was on the way. Colonel William Roberts and Combat Command B, CCB, were making their way north, although Roberts was still not entirely sure where he and his men were going. Finally, to the west, the 101st Airborne Division was gearing up, getting ready to enter the battle. The race for Bastogne was on. 2. Osingen was now a field of ruins. German artillery had battered the town into rubble. House-to-house fighting had brought even more destruction. All night long, the fight had raged in uneven spurts. The American defenders were slowly being constricted into an ever tighter perimeter, mostly in the southern and western portions of town. 2 of the Shermans had been destroyed, probably by Panzerfausts. Among the Americans, ammo and food were low, while exhaustion was high. Major Harold Milton, the 3rd Battalion commander, had radioed Captain Frederick Feicher during the night and told him to infiltrate out of Osingen, but the captain told him that that would be impossible. The Germans simply had too much stuff around Osingen. No group of any size could make it out. Milton, who was fighting for his own survival a few miles away at Constham, told Feicher to hang on as best he could. At one point during this ordeal, the major had actually promised to send a relief force to Osingen, but both officers knew that was not possible now. Osingen was miles behind enemy lines. Only Feicher and Captain William Jarrett, the engineer commander, could decide how much longer they could hold out. In a barn in western Osingen, Corporal George Stevenson and several other engineers were huddled around a .50 caliber machine gun, peering into the morning mist. In the distance, they could see several German horse-drawn supply wagons. Stevenson's squad did not have much ammo left, but they knew that this was a perfect target. The gunner opened fire. The gun bucked around, but poured out several hundred rounds right into the wagon, setting them afire. "I heard them Germans cussing and cutting them horses loose from the wagons," Stevenson recalled. Captain Jarrett, watching from elsewhere in town, called it a grand sight. Unfortunately, the Americans could not follow up with anything heavier or more effective. They were down to a couple of smoke shells and little else for their mortars. They had no artillery. Their tanks were cornered. They had little left to fight with other than their own personal weapons, and most soldiers were down to their last clip or two. At the Hotel Schmitz, Captain Fiker was meeting with his officers, trying to decide whether resistance could continue. They sadly and reluctantly concluded that they must surrender. They radioed Captain Jarrett, and he reluctantly agreed. Together, they decided that before surrendering, they would destroy everything of use to the Germans. The engineers would provide TNT for demolition. All engineer trucks and road equipment was burned, Jeep tires were shot and cut, Lieutenant Thomas Flynn recalled. The vehicles and garage were set on fire. Bulk rations, mail, and other paper were soaked with gasoline and burned. Field ranges and supplies were destroyed. The men demolished their own weapons, and the weapons in the tanks were rendered useless. In the meantime, Captain Fiker and Jarrett raised a white flag and ventured into the German lines. Once the Germans saw the white flag, they immediately stopped shooting. Inside the command post, someone got on the radio and told Major Milton of the surrender. "We've blown up everything there is except the radio. It goes next. I don't mind dying. I don't mind taking a beating, but we'll never give up." Just outside of town, Fiker and Jarrett spent about an hour parleying with the enemy. The Germans searched them. Captain Jarrett had wrapped his dentures in a handkerchief that he kept in his pocket. For some reason, the Germans took the teeth from him. We were then marched into town at gunpoint and given orders to have the men come out of the buildings in a column of threes with hands on helmets. During the parley, word of the surrender had spread among the garrison. Now German soldiers were all over the place, rounding up their American prisoners. Private Edward Gasper, the young rifleman, heard them and prepared to give up. "I slammed my rifle, broke the stock, threw the parts away." He came out of his building with his hands up. "They took the watch off my hand and a pack of cigarettes and K-rations." Elsewhere, on a hill overlooking much of Osingen, Sergeant James Arbella, the 60mm mortar section leader, was just now learning of the surrender. He could see men emerging from buildings with hands on heads, being lined up. He and his soldiers went into town to find out what was up. He saw an old buddy from another platoon and asked him, "What the hell's going on?" "The old man's giving the word to surrender." "How come I didn't get the word?" Arbella asked. "You know how the ball bounces?" "Some people never see it bounce," his old friend replied. Sergeant Arbella nodded his head in agreement. From the start of this debacle, he had had very little communication with Captain Fiker, nor much in the way of orders, so this was fitting. Arbella went to the garage where he kept his jeeps and tried to burn them, but failed. He gathered his mortar soldiers and prepared to surrender. As he did so, he ran into a small group of 8 Army Rangers. These men had been there for several days, even before the battle. They were either genuine Rangers from a Ranger battalion, or they were 28th Division soldiers who were engaging in a special training program to become Rangers. No one was ever sure. Arbella had struck up a friendship with their leader. Now the Ranger leader asked the sergeant if the surrender order was true. Arbella told him that it was. "We ain't giving up," the Ranger declared. The little group of Rangers followed their leader out of western Osingen to unknown points beyond. Sergeant Arbella watched them with admiration. "He took his men and went the other way, away from the Germans. I never heard nor seen them after that." When the Rangers were out of sight, Arbella gathered his men and joined the swelling ranks of American soldiers who were lined up on Osingen's main street. The mood was very tense. The Germans had suffered badly in taking Osingen, and they were in no mood to be charitable to the Americans. "They were slapping the shit out of us," Lieutenant Bernie Porter remembered. Porter was very worried about something he had done during the battle. A German medic had shot at him, and he had fired back, hitting the medic. Now Porter was very worried that the Germans would want to find the man responsible for shooting the medic. One German officer even asked, "Who shot my medic?" Lieutenant Porter and everyone else kept quiet. Even as the German soldiers hollered, slapped, and lined their American captives up, Two enemy machine gun teams were setting up MG-42s, pointing them ominously at the American POWs. One machine gun was atop a trailer and the other on the ground. It was about 25 yards away from us, Private Gasper recalled. Gasper could not keep his eyes off the guns. He figured that all of them were about to be mowed down, killed in cold blood on this rubble-strewn street. Sure enough, one of the machine gunners opened fire. The burst killed 2 Americans and wounded 2 others. But this was an accident, not a massacre. The German captain cursed the man and made a move to strike him with his pistol, Captain Jarrett later wrote. If not for the enemy officer, there would have been a pile of dead GIs there, Gasper opined. Instead, the Germans separated the 8 American officers from their 300 enlisted men and marched all of them to a church near the Uwa River. All along the way, German soldiers gaped in surprise at the small group that had held elements of 3 divisions at bay for more than 2 days. A German staff officer expressed shock that this motley force had held for so long. The German Corps commander, General der Panzertruppen Freiherr von Lüttwitz, later wrote, "A special mention must be made of the defenders of Osingen. We were able to break the resistance in Osingen only after the 78th Grenadier Regiment of the 26th VGD had arrived on 17 September. This was a regiment badly needed elsewhere. For Lüttwitz, the resistance at Osingen was altogether more stubborn than I had expected." The Americans suffered 7 killed and 12 wounded at Osingen. The Germans lost over 300 killed. The Americans knew this because, after they were captured, they put to work burying the broken, lifeless bodies of their adversaries. The soldiers of K Company, 110th Infantry, B Company, 103rd Engineers, B Company, 707th Tank Battalion, as well as the mysterious Rangers, had collectively made a stubborn, gallant stand. As instructed, they held out as long as possible and bought precious time for Bastogne. Miles to the north, east of Harsbelt, Sergeant Frank Olson was at his wits' end. For nearly 3 days now, his platoon-sized force from A Company, 112th Infantry, had been in an abandoned house holding out against 10 times their number. Now Olson knew that he could not hang on much longer. He was hoping to hold on until nightfall, split his men into groups of 2, and escape. He knew that his platoon had been sacrificed, or perhaps abandoned, but he had no idea of how isolated he and his men truly were. The rest of the 112th Infantry was all the way on the other side of the Uwa River, more than 10 miles away at Weiswampach. Sergeant Olson did not know it, but the regiment was even now in the middle of a fighting retreat to Huldong, and soon to be attached to the 106th Division, effectively out of the fight for the Bastogne corridor. He just knew that he was on his own. Presently, the Germans brought up 3 tanks with plenty of infantry and unleashed yet another attack. Olson and his men shot at the infantry until they had no ammo left. The tanks kept coming until they were within 50 yards of the house. They stopped and lowered their guns at the American-held building. Instead of shooting, they remained in place. An uncanny quiet descended over the area. Sergeant Olson was peering out of a window, watching the tanks. A staff car drove up and stopped, and a German officer stepped out. It looked like he'd come out of the movies, shined boots and a crisp, clean uniform. In English, the German officer asked to speak to the American commander. Sergeant Olson was a mess. He had a beard, and his clothes were filthy. As he left the house, his legs felt like rubber. They were actually shaking beneath him. He walked up to the enemy officer and saluted. The German returned the salute. 10 minutes. I'll give you 10 minutes. Put your guns down, come out like good boys. We'll give you a home until the war ends." Olson said that he would think it over and went back to the house. Inside, he looked around at each of his men. They were looking at the floor. Olson pondered his hopeless situation. He had tried hard to live up to his orders. Now he had nothing left to fight with. Should he order his men to fix bayonets and make one last suicidal stand? Outside, the German officer was counting down the minutes. Olsen could feel tears, bitter tears, streaming down his cheeks. In frustration, he picked up several glasses and threw them against an oven. The glasses broke with a shattering sound. There was nothing left to do but surrender, and Olsen knew it. A bayonet charge would accomplish nothing other than to end the lives of his remaining soldiers. By surrendering, at least some of his men would make it home. The German officer was still counting. Time was running out. Olsen looked around the room and said, finally, "Put your hands on your heads and get out." Slowly they filed out of the house. The Germans stripped them of their watches and rings and tried to line them up in 2 columns. 50 feet away, Sergeant Olsen noticed an enemy machine gun pointing right at them. All of a sudden, the machine gun started firing, and the 3 men on my right dropped dead. They had been shot in cold blood. Olsen and a German officer narrowly missed being killed. The shooting stopped. The German officer was furious, not because of the dead men, but because the shooting was so close to him. I thought he was about to shoot one of his own men. Everyone settled down, and the Germans marched their GI captives east, deeper into Germany. As Sergeant Olsen trudged along, he felt a piece of paper in his pocket. What's this? He wondered. When the Germans were not looking, he reached into the pocket and looked at the paper. It was Corporal Green's telegram, the one that Olsen had received on the evening of December 15th. Olsen read it. The telegram announced the birth of a son. Olsen studied it for a few moments and then put it back in his pocket. With all the excitement of the last couple days, he had never had time to give Green his telegram, nor could he do so now. Green was dead. He never knew that he had a son. 3. At Constance, the Germans were getting ready for a new attack. The day before, they had come in waves, only to be driven off. For hours now, they had been throwing artillery and mortars at the town. Lieutenant Colonel Daniel Strickler, Fuller's erstwhile second-in-command, had been there, mostly at the 2-story home that served as Milton's CP, for 2 days. He and Major Milton did not have much left to defend the town and 3rd Battalion headquarters. There were about 80 headquarters troops, 20 men from M Company, Lieutenant Bert Seaman and a platoon's worth of escapees from L Company, a quad 50mm anti-aircraft gun, a 40mm Bofors gun, 3 M8 armored cars, and a few Shermans. Somehow, this ragtag force had held on through the evening. All night, the enemy pounded us incessantly with heavy fire, Strickler said. Tanks came against us, screaming Mimis shrieked through the air. Flares and rockets of all colors were seen constantly as the Germans signaled each other. German searchlights only added to the spectacle. A block away from the CP, an American tank was burning, right at the spot where a German tank shell had destroyed it. The ammo inside the Sherman kept cooling off, leading to an unnerving series of explosions. The owners of the home were constantly in and out. Someone would go to the cellar. Others would disappear to seemingly safe corners. Sometimes, with dejected and inquiring looks, they would slink near our operations room. Worried about their safety, Strickler had issued an order telling these folks and anyone else remaining in Constance to leave. Most had resisted or ignored the order. Lieutenant Colonel Strickler knew General Hasso von Manteuffel's whole battle plan now. He had obtained it from a captured German officer. He knew how badly they needed Bastogne. Strickler also knew that the 110th Infantry had been effectively destroyed. He understood that his fledgling Constance force was the only serious obstacle between the Germans and division headquarters at Wiltz. Knowing the strength of the enemy forces against us now, we could not be hopeful of holding out for very long. But we were determined to make them pay for every foot of ground we gave up, and hoped that other American units would come to our aid. Now, in the daylight, the volume of enemy artillery fire grew to a crescendo. The very air seemed to be compressed by shot and shell. Strickler watched as German shells rained in and around the CP. The outhouse in the courtyard took a direct hit from something big. Another shell slammed into the CP itself, shattering windows and sending plaster flying. Artillery rounds peppered the surrounding buildings, setting some of them on fire. Somewhere in the distance, Strickler could hear the rumbling of tanks. From the perspective of his attic window, he could see that the Germans were attacking from the same direction as before. Attack after attack was repulsed, but on and on they came. Many of these attackers had recently been at Osingen, but that town's surrender had freed them to fight here in Constance. Strickler went downstairs and called General Norman Dutch Coda at Wiltz. I informed him of the situation, asking that the main road from Constance to Wiltz be kept open. Coda had no such power. The Germans had already cut the road several times. Wiltz itself was under attack. Coda was surprised that Strickler's force was still holding out at Constance. The general authorized a withdrawal, told Strickler to use his best judgment, wished him luck, and hung up. Strickler lowered the phone from his ear, gently placing it back in its cradle. He pondered his next move. Outside, the shooting was louder and closer. A bitter house-to-house fight was unfolding. The 3rd Battalion had fought a very good fight here. It was clearly time to get out. But how? At nearly the same moment, Sergeant Charles Johnson from Battery B, 109th Field Artillery, was about 10 miles to the north, a few miles west of Clairvaux, outside of a little town called Donnage, shaking himself awake. He had spent the night in a foxhole. He and Battery B, like so many artillery units in the Bastogne corridor, had been frantically displacing, setting up, firing, and displacing again, rather than be overrun by the onrushing Germans. Sergeant Johnson had picked up a new lieutenant as his forward observer, and a new radioman, too. They were working with G Company, 110th Infantry, the only intact company left in the regiment. Now Johnson got up, stretched, and wondered what the situation was. They were in a little pasture. He walked over to Captain George Prestridge, the G Company CO, and offered his observation services. "I wish you would find out for me what is going on out there," the captain said, as he sipped a cup of coffee. "It would be a big help." Johnson took his radioman and jeep and drove into Donnage. We decided that the steeple of a church was the best observation post in the vicinity. They parked their jeep nearby and set out on foot for the church. They found that the church was surrounded by a solid stone wall. Inside the walls were numerous gravestones. Johnson went into the graveyard and looked for an entrance to the church. As he did so, he almost bumped into a woman who was walking among the gravestones. She was an attractive brunette of about 35, neatly dressed in what I would call a traveling suit. To Johnson, she was out of context in a combat zone. She looked like she should be in an English garden or some other pleasant place. She asked him if he needed help. When he told her that he wanted to go up into the church steeple, she unhesitatingly led me through the yard, through the church door, sanctuary, and up some narrow steps to the top of the steeple. Sergeant Johnson thanked her and told her that a German attack was imminent. She hurried off with a worried expression. Johnson opened the steeple window, raised his binoculars to his eyes, and studied the ridgeline just east of Donnage. There, plain as day, were several large German tanks, engines idling, clearly preparing to attack. Johnson sent the radioman back to G Company and tried to call down artillery fire on the tanks. A few minutes later, he looked at the G Company foxholes and saw the company bugging out. In response to the radioman's warning, Captain Prestridge was ordering a withdrawal. As the tanks opened fire with machine guns, Sergeant Johnson wrote, our infantry began to hustle for the next village, Lolage, and the cover it would provide. Seeing the speed of the advancing enemy, I began to think of my plight and decided to abandon the church steeple, hoping to join my own troops. Johnson destroyed the radio by chucking it out of the church steeple. It hit the ground with a metallic crash. He hot-footed down the narrow steps and out into the yard, and was pleased to see that the radioman was there, waiting in the jeep. They made it into Lalange with G Company. At Lalange, Johnson found another good observation spot in a two-story house and, with another radio, called down effective fire on the advancing Germans. I could hear some of the shells hitting armor and some Germans yelling as smoke and dirt and other debris rose skyward. The momentum of the German attack waned. Sergeant Johnson did not know it, but the enemy had little interest in Lalange. Instead, they were flanking to the north on the two-lane N18 highway, pushing for a roundabout crossroads called Antonio's Hof. On the N18, 2nd Panzer Division vehicles snaked in a column over the eastern horizon, all the way to Clairvaux. The streets of that town were still choked with German vehicle traffic, rolling west as fast as possible. At the castle, the Americans were still holding out. All night long, they had heard German tanks driving past them. Early that morning, a lone American tank, probably from Sergeant Donald Fink's platoon, had taken up position next to the castle. With lightning speed, the Germans battered the tank, knocking off its main gun. The crew escaped and melted away, somewhere into Clairvaux. In the meantime, the GIs in the castle were making life miserable for German soldiers in Clairvaux. Anyone who moved under the all-seeing gaze of the castle's apertures risked getting shot. Even as Mark IVs and Panthers rolled past the castle, German infantry launched an all-out attack on the little fortress. Standing in windows and apertures, the Americans blazed away with everything they had left. They sent in swarms of infantrymen, Sergeant Frank Kushner recalled. We killed quite a few of them, and then they would withdraw. German bodies lay in the streets and near the castle walls. Still, the enemy kept coming. Staff Sergeant Bob Kalish was in his room on the top floor of the castle, firing his carbine at the many targets some 40 yards below. We killed a bunch of them that tried to storm the castle. I don't know how many there was. It was a hopeless situation because the Americans were surrounded and had no hope of relief. In addition, their ammo was running out. At last, the Germans wheeled up several self-propelled guns. Instead of wasting their ammo on the sturdy castle walls, they fired their 88mm shells into the vulnerable roof, setting numerous fires. As the fires spread throughout the castle, plumes of smoke belched into the air and through the castle hallways. A burning communications half-track, destroyed in the courtyard by the Americans lest it fall into enemy hands, only added to the conflagration. A German tank rammed the large doors at the entrance to the courtyard and started pummeling the castle from close range. In the basement, the civilians could hear the ruckus above them. They groaned and cried. Some of them begged the Americans to surrender before everyone got killed. Upstairs, Captain John Aiken, the commander, was contemplating that very possibility. The baby-faced captain was the regimental communications officer. Now he found himself pondering the fate of more than 100 people. Aiken huddled with Captain Lloyd Mackey, his second-in-command, and many of the NCOs, including Sergeant Kushner. Kushner could see how frightened the two young captains were. They were scared to death. They didn't know what to do. Together, they discussed the grim situation. Mackey said, "We can't afford to surrender. We've just got to fight to the last man until we're all gone." There was a rumble of disagreement from the NCOs. Captain Aiken clearly did not like that idea either. His last communication with Division had been at 1000, a few hours earlier. He knew that he was authorized to withdraw, but at this point, that was not an option. He had two choices: surrender or annihilation. He could not throw the lives of his men away on a futile last stand. They deserved a chance to survive this war, and surrender would give them that. Moreover, Aiken knew that if he fought to the end, the civilians in the basement would probably die. He could not live with that. Ever so reluctantly, he gave the order to surrender. Mackey seemed to agree. Perhaps his statement had been just false bravado. At 1300, someone poked a white flag through a window. Aiken and the other Americans stood tensely behind the door, waiting to go out. All of them were worried that the Germans would exact reprisals for their many dead. "Who's going to go out first?" someone asked. In an act of true bravery, Sergeant Kushner volunteered. "Well, if nobody'll go out, I'll go out first," he said. He took a German prisoner, with the idea of using him as a shield of sorts. "I'll go out behind him," he told the other Americans. "And if he steps aside and you hear them fire, then you know they're going to shoot us all." He nodded at the German, and off they went out the door, right into the waiting enemy muzzles. At that moment, Sergeant Kushner was thinking of his family back home, especially his girlfriend. He wondered if he would ever see any of them again. The German soldier stepped off to the right, and several armed enemy soldiers converged on Kushner. "Raus! Get out!" They stood him against the castle wall, but did not shoot. The rest poured into the castle. They herded the American soldiers outside and lined them up. In the basement, they liberated their comrades and rousted the civilians. "Everybody out! The house is on fire!" they screamed. Jean Servet, the 16-year-old local boy, was helping a wounded American radio man. The soldier had been hit in the cheek and had lost a lot of blood. Servet put his arm around him and led him out of the castle. At the courtyard gate, they stepped over the body of a German soldier. Others in front of them and behind them did the same. With much hollering and screaming, the Germans were lining the Americans up and searching them. They went through and took whatever they had, cigarettes, watches, and everything, Kushner remembered. Boots, overcoats, and whatever else. He lost a watch, a ring, and some money. The German soldiers looked like teenagers. With a fanatical look about them, they stood motionless a couple of feet away, covering the Americans with their burp guns. Sergeant Kushner glanced at the German who was guarding him and thought, "Boy, I hope this kid don't have a twitching finger." He noticed his former prisoner having a conversation with the colonel who seemed to be in charge. Kushner wondered what they were talking about. He knew that the man standing next to him, Sergeant Kalish, spoke some German. "Bob, can you understand what they're saying?" he asked. Kalish listened as close as he could, but caught only snippets. "I think they're saying that we befriended him and his patrol and kept him segregated and also protected him while we were being bombarded by their shells." Both of them let out a sigh of relief. They were glad they had treated their enemy prisoners well. If they hadn't, who knows what would have happened. Kalish also heard several other Germans asking their sergeants, "What are we going to do with these guys? How are we going to feed them? Where do we take them?" The German colonel quieted everyone down and addressed his American prisoners in English. "You men are now prisoners of the Third Reich. Originally, my intent was to shoot you for all my dead soldiers. But this sergeant tells me that his treatment in your captivity was good." He ordered the guards to move everyone out. The Germans put the civilians in the nearby Hotel Koner, interrogated them, and let most of them go. Jean Servet helped clean up the town and slipped away when no one was looking, although the Gestapo arrested him 2 weeks later. The Germans marched their American prisoners out of town, eastward, on the long road to incarceration. American resistance in Clairvaux was finally over. 8 miles to the southwest, at Eschweiler, the soldiers of the 28th Division Mechanized Reconnaissance Troop were dealing with a major German attack. Private George Mergenthaler, the wealthy Princeton graduate, and his fellow GIs were close friends with the civilians here. They had lived with them, eaten with them, gone to church with them, and generally become part of the community. All morning, the Germans had thrown shells at Eschweiler, even as they probed it with infantry patrols and armor. Several buildings were now on fire, including the barn where the troops kept all of its maintenance equipment. The Americans could see the Germans in the distance, flanking the town, surrounding it. Now, at 1300, Captain Louis Meisenhelter, the troop commander, could sense that the Germans were about to overrun the town. He had only 60 men to oppose them. He knew that if he did not get his people out of there immediately, the Germans would sweep them away like dust beneath a broom. He ordered his men to board the 6 remaining reconnaissance jeeps and leave town via a small road that led to Wiltz. Private Mergenthaler shook hands with his many local friends and climbed into his customary machine gun position in the back of a jeep. Father Boatswain, the local priest, and many other people were weeping as they watched Mergenthaler and their other American friends leave town. Cautiously, the 6 vehicles moved out in a column, down a hill, around a slight bend in the road, and right into a German ambush. All of the road around the curve was completely zeroed in, Private Cletus Lafond recalled. They hit us with everything they had, including small arms, mortar, rifle, machine gun, and tank fire. A mortar shell fell on the hood of the Jeep ahead of us, and the assistant driver fell out. The Germans were in the woods, on either side of the road. Spent bullets were bouncing along the road and ricocheting off the Jeeps. Private Lafond took off and made it to the shelter of the woods. The driver of the lead Jeep stepped on the gas in an attempt to run the gauntlet. Staff Sergeant Richard Cheesley, riding in the back, fell off the Jeep and into a ditch. As quickly as he could, he got up, ran after the Jeep, and jumped aboard. We headed down a hill to the crossroads at the bottom. Here we were faced with a large column of German tanks. They had little choice but to give up. Meanwhile, the other Jeeps were back at the bend, halted and under fire. A German soldier crawled close enough to unleash a burst of burp gun fire. The Americans bent over in their seats, ducking their heads. In the middle of the column, Private Mergenthaler, Merg to his buddies, stood up, got on the machine gun that was mounted in the back of his Jeep, and began looking for the German soldier. In an adjacent Jeep, Private Joe Vasashek heard someone yell, "There's the son of the bitch down in the ditch! Get him!" Vasashek spotted him and squeezed the trigger of his M1 Garand. The bullet smashed into the German soldier's hand. He ducked down and crawled closer to Private Mergenthaler's Jeep. Mergenthaler's machine gun was jammed, and he was frantically working the bolt. "Make a run for it!" he yelled at Vasashek. Mergenthaler squeezed off a quick burst, but the gun jammed again. Vasashek and several others ran for the woods. The German soldier was very close to Private Mergenthaler now. With the burp gun cradled in the crook of his injured arm, the German aimed at Mergenthaler and fired. The bullets tore into Mergenthaler's torso. His lifeless body slumped over the jammed machine gun. By now, the other Americans had scattered into the woods. A few made it to American lines. Most were captured. The Germans buried Mergenthaler's body in a shallow grave just outside of town. The people of Eschweiler never forgot him. Even as Mergenthaler lived his last moments, Lieutenant Colonel Strickler was still in Constham, coordinating a withdrawal. A fog was descending over the troubled town, shielding the German attackers. They had captured much of Constham. The clanking sound of German armor filled the air. For Strickler, there really was no time to lose now. We would be gobbled up unless we left to fight again somewhere else. He and Major Milton crawled out of their embattled CP. "Our next move is to Kautenbach, 2 miles to the rear," Strickler told the major. "Break contact, withdraw the troops cross-country, and meet me there." Milton nodded his understanding. He and several of his staff officers were huddling behind the cover of a stone wall, finalizing the withdrawal plans. Strickler took the battalion intelligence officer, a rifleman, and his driver with him. They got into his Jeep and left Constham, under fire all the way. Strickler did not even know if the Germans were in Kautenbach, but he had little choice but to find out firsthand. When we arrived in Kautenbach, no one was in sight. It was eerie to ride through a ghost town. Worried that a tank might poke its muzzle from a corner somewhere, they dismounted and searched through an abandoned American aid station. The medics had clearly left in a hurry. Food was still on plates. Unmarked maps lined the walls. Blood-spattered litters were lying in random rows. Pens, pencils, and papers were strewn atop a couple of desks. Someone had even left his spectacles. A few minutes later, Major Milton and the remnants of his 3rd Battalion arrived in Kautenbach. Strickler placed them on a hillside defensive position west of Kautenbach and drove on to Wiltz, again under fire, in hopes of getting information from the division staff. Wiltz was a beautiful town that was bisected by a river of the same name. Part of the town was on the heights above the river and part below it. Initially, General Koda had his headquarters in a stately building in the upper portion of Wiltz, But with the town under constant artillery fire, and now some ground attacks too, he had moved his CP into a cellar in the lower section of town. Strickler's jeep had no sooner skidded to a halt when he jumped off and strode into the cellar. I found consternation. Division was preparing for an attack from 3 directions. General Coda wanted us, 3rd Battalion, to try to hold out until morning in the vicinity of Nochet, a small town about 3 miles from Kattenbach. Strickler left the CP and went to Nochet, where he prepared to spend yet another sleepless, stressful night dealing with recurring German attacks. General Coda was scrambling to defend Wiltz. For the past 24 hours, he had commandeered every man he could. His headquarters commandant, Lieutenant Colonel Thomas Hoban, had gathered most of the division rear echelon personnel and organized them into a provisional battalion. These men were the division's last line of defense. They were finance people, signalmen, cooks, drivers, cartographers, medics, quartermasters, and even the division band. These were specialists, not combat soldiers. Some of them did not even know how to load their rifles. One trombone player watched as a bandmate received a carbine and several clips of ammo from an armorer. The musician looked at the clips and asked the armorer, "What are they for?" Fortunately, these rear echelon types had been augmented with some reinforcements. 6 Shermans and 5 assault guns from the 707th Tank Battalion had managed to find Wiltz. There were 6 anti-tank guns from the 630th Tank Destroyer Battalion deployed in roadblock positions outside of Wiltz. There were several Quad 50s and 40mm Bofors guns from the 447th Anti-Aircraft Artillery Battalion, plus a few M8 armored cars from the remnants of the division reconnaissance group. Most of the 687th Field Artillery Battalion had managed to displace from Borscade the previous evening and were now dug in at Roulingon, south of Wiltz. Their howitzers could cover the whole Wiltz perimeter. The bulwark of Coda's defense was the 44th Engineer Combat Battalion, under the command of Lieutenant Colonel Clarion Cheltseth. This unit belonged to General Middleton's 8th Corps engineer. Knowing how badly Coda needed troops, Middleton had sent him the 44th the day before. Companies A and C of the 44th were now in place, prepared to fight as infantry at roadblock positions east of Wiltz. In addition to these organized units, Coda had some 110th Infantry stragglers who had been steadily trickling into the perimeter. By now, at 1400, the general had deployed most of these hodgepodge forces into a semicircular perimeter, blocking the roads into Wiltz. He knew that CCB of the 10th Armored Division was on the move. At this point, General Coda thought that CCB was coming to Wiltz. Colonel Roberts, after all, was an old friend. Surely he would come to the rescue, so it was just a matter of holding on at Wiltz until CCB arrived. A natural combat leader, General Coda circulated among the men, talking with them, explaining their mission, bucking up morale, and even teaching them how to use their weapons. He came across one weary-looking soldier whom everyone called Panama. Coda was concerned that Panama might not be aware of the gravity of the situation. "Look, son," he said to him, "the Germans will appear any minute. You want to be alert." "I'm alert, General," Panama replied. "I want to live as long as anybody." Panama turned to his buddies. "Hear that, you guys? My pal, the General, says be alert." Coda and everyone else enjoyed a good chuckle. Soon after this, grenadiers, tanks, and self-propelled guns from Panzer Lehr unleashed an attack on the forward positions northeast of Wiltz. In a farmhouse at the edge of the American perimeter, Sergeant Bob Radikich heard them coming. He and several other soldiers, probably engineers, were watching the road. They had their rifles and a couple of bazookas. Radikich had experienced quite a bit in the last 24 hours. The day before, he had fought German tanks at Roila. He had begun this day in Clairvaux, clashing with German soldiers before making his way to Wiltz. He was so tired and hungry he could hardly think, but now the sound of the enemy tanks prompted a surge of adrenaline through his veins. He peered into the fog, trying to catch a glimpse of the tanks. The waiting and the listening to the tanks got everyone on edge. The waiting was driving me out of my mind, for I knew they would mount a frontal assault. Then we spotted them coming down the road out of the fog. There were 3 Mark IVs and some accompanying infantry. Bradikich and the other GIs opened fire with everything we had. The bazookas fired, but the shells bounced off the armor on the tanks. We were firing at the infantry, and we were getting an awful lot of them. The tanks were blasting the farmhouse with their main guns. Each time, the house shook, but it did not crumble. Sergeant Bradikich took to firing at the Mark IV muzzles in hope of exploding their shells in their breeches before the tank gunners could fire. This was ingenious, but unlikely to work. A bazooka shell smashed into one German tank, disabling it. The crew abandoned the tank and escaped into the fog. For a few moments, there was a lull, but then the Germans came back with more tanks and infantry. The tanks came at the Americans full speed, shooting as they went, blowing soldiers into pieces. They rolled down the road, past the farmhouse, outflanking Sergeant Bradikich's little group. This started a mass retreat. They were butchering us, and we had no defense against these tanks. It was a terrible sight to see. This was not an orderly withdrawal. Running as fast as they could, American soldiers streamed west down the road, past the tanks. The Mark IVs sprayed them with machine guns, sawing some men in half. The German grenadiers tried to catch up and join in on the spoils. Sergeant Bradikich spotted a retreating American truck and ran for it. He made it to the truck and tried to climb aboard. Someone in the back reached down, grabbed him, and hoisted him inside. The truck escaped to the west, far to the rear. Mentally and physically exhausted, Bradikich slumped down and cried. For him, the Bastogne corridor fight was mercifully over. For a few hours, the Germans tore a gaping hole through the lines of A Company, 44th Engineers. Captain Thomas Johnson's B Company was at Wiltz in reserve in case such a crisis developed. Johnson rounded up his men and marched them northeast, right into the path of the advancing Panzer Lehr troops. Members of Company A were straggling back, wounded, shocked, and frightened. Total confusion existed, and it took a little time to reorganize what remained of Company A with Company B. We were about 2 or 3 miles from Wiltz. Johnson found a couple of tanks and 2 3-inch anti-tank guns. He set up his defenses at the edge of a little cluster of houses with a wooded hill to his right. He expected a major attack at any moment, but it did not happen. The Germans did not yet have enough troops in place or a coordinated plan for a full push on Wiltz. Instead, they battered the town with artillery and put pressure on the perimeter with small attacks and patrols. 4. Antoniushof was a lot like Chancellorsville. It was little more than a lonely crossroads with an adjacent 3-story structure that, frankly, looked out of place. Antoniushof was not a destination. It was a place that people traversed on the way to somewhere else. That was never more true than on this day. The main road from Clairvaux ended, in perpendicular fashion, at this crossroads. In order to turn south and roll on to Bastogne, the Germans had to have Antoniushof. General Middleton understood this quite well. The night before, when he learned that the Germans had captured Clairvaux, he immediately ordered CCR to set up one roadblock at Antoniushof and another one 3 miles to the south, near Allerborn. The general knew that Clairvaux's fall amounted to the destruction of the 110th Infantry. This meant that there was a large hole in the middle of the 28th Division front, along the direct route to Bastogne. Middleton knew that until the paratroopers and the 10th Armored Division teams arrived in Bastogne, CCR would be all that stood between the Germans and the vital town. The road junctions at Antoniushof and Allerborn had to be held long enough for the reinforcements to set up in and around Bastogne. Thus, CCR represented Middleton's last hope of hanging on to these road junctions long enough to save Bastogne. With such a daunting task in front of him, Colonel Duke Gilbreth, CCR's commander, had little choice but to split up his command. He had already lost B Company, 2nd Tank Battalion, in the fighting at Clairvaux, Royle, and Heinescheid, so his resources were somewhat limited. He ordered Task Force Rose under Captain Lyle Rose to defend Antoniushof. The task force consisted of A Company, 2nd Tank Battalion, Rose's own C Company, 52nd Armored Infantry Battalion, plus a platoon of engineers from C Company, 9th Armored Engineers. At the Feist Crossroads, half a mile east of Allerborn, Gilbreth placed Task Force Harper under Lieutenant Colonel Ralph Harper, consisting of the remnants of Harper's 2nd Tank Battalion and B Company, 52nd Armored Infantry Battalion. At Antoniushof, Rose fanned his tanks out into the field surrounding the roundabout crossroads. There was very little cover there. The terrain was mostly flat, with intermittent patches of woods. Rose's infantrymen dismounted from their half-tracks and dug in 300 yards in front of the tanks. That morning, 3 German tanks had emerged from the woods just north of the Clairvaux Road and exchanged shots with Rose's tanks. The Americans had destroyed one of the enemy tanks, and the other 2 retreated back into the woods. These Germans belonged to the 2nd Panzer's Reconnaissance Battalion and were probably the same enemy tanks that Sergeant Charles Johnson, the artillery observer, had seen from his perch in the church steeple of Donnage. By midday, German columns were forming on the road from Clairvaux, but they were still out of range for Task Force Rose. The Germans then laid a smoke screen directly across Rose's front, obscuring their movements as they closed to within 800 yards of the crossroads. As the smoke lifted, the volume of enemy artillery fire increased. The shells buffeted the American infantrymen in their holes and menaced the tankers inside their Shermans. American artillery fire from the self-propelled guns of the 73rd Armored Field Artillery Battalion south of Allerborn answered in kind. The Germans were massing the better part of 2 tank battalions to throw at Antoniushof. These Mark IVs and Mark Vs had rolled through Clairvaux the night before. Now they were 800 yards away from the crossroads, spreading out all over the plain, opening fire. The shells slammed into the infantry positions with devastating accuracy. Rather than be blown to pieces, the infantry soldiers left their holes and took cover behind the Shermans. But the tankers had problems of their own. They were trading shots with the German tanks. High-velocity shells from both sides whizzed through the crisp winter air. Most of the shots missed, but a few struck home. 3 Mark IVs got hit and stopped shooting. An American tank got knocked out and had to be abandoned. Another Sherman had its main gun destroyed. Still another Sherman was maneuvering around, looking for a good shot, when it threw a track. The treads came loose from the bogie wheels. The crew had to abandon the tank. The Americans were holding their own, but the German strength was overwhelming. The Germans soon pushed large numbers of tanks and troops across the road, north of Task Force Rose, and attacked. This meant that the task force was now surrounded on 3 sides. Slowly but surely, the noose was closing. Colonel Gilbreth, from his command post 6 miles away in Lonville, was listening to radio reports from Task Force Rose, so Gilbreth understood the gravity of the situation at Antoniushof. He picked up the phone and called Middleton's headquarters at the Belgian barracks in Bastogne and dictated a message to the operator. "Task Force Rose is as good as surrounded," Gilbreth said. "Have counted 16 German tanks there. In actuality, the Germans probably had more than twice that number. TF is being hit from 3 sides. Recommend that they fight their way out to the Allerborn roadblock." Minutes later, someone handed the message to General Middleton. He read it with a heavy heart because he knew that he could not authorize a withdrawal from Antoniushof. Time was simply too short now. The Germans would have to pay, in time and in blood, for every gain they made. Task Force Rose had to remain in place. The Germans overran the task force and seized the Antoniushof crossroads. 7 American tanks were destroyed or abandoned. Captain Rose managed to escape cross-country to Uffalise with 5 tanks and the assault gun platoon. They ran into an ambush, but some made it into Bastogne. Other task force survivors drifted south or west, away from the advancing 2nd Panzer Division. Everyone else was either dead or taken prisoner. The Germans reorganized their assault columns and headed south in the direction of Allerborn. Task Force Rose had delayed the Germans for 7 crucial daylight hours. Nothing more could have been asked of them. Amazingly, there were still small pockets of American soldiers operating miles behind the German lines. For instance, Corporal Cecil Hannaford's 3rd Platoon of A Company, 110th Infantry, was still in its original roadblock position at Colborne. For 3 full days now, Hannaford and the others had heard sounds of fighting all around them. But here, in this spot, everything had remained peaceful. The commanding officer was a brand new, youthful lieutenant who would do nothing without orders from higher headquarters. The problem now was that higher headquarters no longer existed. So here the 3rd Platoon still sat, a tiny island in the eye of a large hurricane. Corporal Hannaford looked to the west and saw, through a layer of clouds, slivers of the sun setting. He was amazed at how short these days were in the Ardennes this time of year. Then he heard engine sounds coming from the east. His heartbeat quickened. The vehicles had to be German. Were they finally going to destroy 3rd Platoon? The Americans had placed mines on the road. The soldiers, spread out in their fighting holes on either side of the road, pointed their weapons east in the direction of the engine noise. Sure enough, in the distance, they saw a command car with 3 trucks trailing behind it. Hannaford and the others prepared to open fire. When they got in range, the sergeant said, "Fire!" Everybody fired on this convoy. They stopped, and the Germans jumped out of the truck, and over the hill they went. They left all those vehicles there. We knew that they'd found us, and that they'd probably be back. The platoon was fortunate in 2 respects. First, it had an experienced platoon sergeant who was not shy about telling the lieutenant what must be done. Second, they were in contact with the 2nd Battalion, 112th Infantry, which had outposts just over the next hill. The sergeant made it very clear to the lieutenant that the time had finally come to leave Colborne. They hooked up with the 112th, waited for darkness, and then retreated to the northwest. In so doing, they joined Colonel Guston Nelson's fighting retreat. He successfully extracted his regiment from Weiswambach and eventually fell back to Huldong and then farther west. The 112th Infantry had done its part in defending Bastogne. It was now part of the fight for the northern shoulder of the Bulge. Many miles to the west, on the road north of Martelange, Private First Class Don Adder was riding in a communications half-truck, feeling apprehensive, cold, and dirty. All day long, his unit, Headquarters Company, 20th Armored Infantry Battalion, Team Desabris, had been on this road. A light rain was falling now, but it seemed like a heavy rain because the weather was so chilly. Adder was a communications specialist who hailed from Washington, D.C. Like so many others throughout the column that stretched for miles ahead, he wondered where they were going. Mud was everywhere. It had fallen off the tires and tracks of the vehicles in front of us so that there was at least a foot of it on top of the road's hard surface. All of these vehicles plowing through this mud sent up a fine spray until every part of us was covered with mud. The mud was speckled all over his helmet, his fatigue jacket, and his face, too. Adder heaved a sigh of resignation and hoped that wherever they were going, it would be warm and dry. A couple of miles ahead, Staff Sergeant Rufus Lewis felt the same way. He was a computer in the Fire Direction Center of the 420th Armored Field Artillery Battalion. His job was to calculate the distance from the battalion's M7 Priest 105mm self-propelled guns to their targets. The son of a jeweler in Spartanburg, South Carolina, he had attended Clemson University for a year and a half before leaving school in 1942 at the age of 20 to join the Army. Now he was sitting in the passenger seat of a half-truck, feeling chilled to the bone. The half-truck afforded precious little protection from the whipping rain and mud. At times it was sleeting. It was right miserable. Sergeant Lewis shivered and scrunched lower in his seat in a vain attempt to get warm. He sat still and wished they would hurry up and get to wherever they were going. Actually, they were only about 10 miles from their destination, Bastogne. Roberts had originally thought he was going to Wiltz to help his old friend Dutch Coda. But by this time, Colonel Roberts and many of his officers had been in touch with liaison officers from 8th Corps who gave them orders for Bastogne. Now Colonel Roberts knew that CCB would reach Bastogne within the hour. He wanted to be sure that he knew what to tell his team commanders when they arrived in Bastogne, so he decided to go to 8th Corps headquarters before CCB reached the town. He arrived at the Belgian barracks at 1600 and immediately met with General Middleton. He told the general that CCB would soon arrive. Middleton was clearly tired, but he briefed Roberts in his usual calm manner. The 28th Infantry Division and the 9th Armored Division, CCR, are ahead of us, but badly cut up. The situation is fluid. How many teams can you make up, Robbie? 3, Roberts replied. Middleton nodded and turned to a map that was hanging on the wall. Okay, CCB will move without delay in 3 teams to the following positions to counter enemy threats. 1 team to the southeast of Ardennes, 1 team to the vicinity of WWII, and 1 team to the vicinity of Neuville. Move with the utmost speed. Hold these positions at all costs. The gravity of the situation was sinking in to Roberts. Sir, there will be stragglers. I want the authority to use these men. Middleton readily assented and then sent Colonel Roberts on his way. Roberts left the barracks, got in his jeep, and drove a mile south of Bastogne to meet his columns. As he waited for them, he was wrestling with some serious misgivings. Like most armor officers, he believed that tanks were the most effective when used as one concentrated force. That, of course, was more appropriate for an offensive mission, not a defensive one that this situation called for. Roberts understood that, but he was worried that his teams were too spread out. I did not think it was a good employment of my force because they were dispersed over a great many miles, but I knew the general knew the situation better than I. Indeed, Middleton did have a better grasp of the situation. He knew that CCB had to be split up to guard each of the major road networks that led into Bastogne from the east, the north, and the south. This was the only way that CCB could stop the potent German mechanized forces that were nearing town by the hour. SLA Marshall later correctly wrote, Middleton's decision was the initial tactical step which led finally to the saving of Bastogne. In time, Roberts also agreed with Middleton. Not long after Roberts left the Belgian barracks, another welcome visitor soon arrived. Brigadier General Anthony McAuliffe was the acting commander of the 101st Airborne Division. The actual CO, Major General Maxwell Taylor, was back in Washington, D.C. for official meetings and to spend Christmas with his family, his critics unfairly claimed. The diminutive McAuliffe was the division artillery commander, and in Taylor's absence, he had seniority. The 101st Airborne Division was still several hours away from Bastogne, but like Roberts, McAuliffe forged ahead of his unit's column. All day long, he had been under the assumption that the 101st would be deployed to the north, at Werbermont. But at a crossroads west of Bastogne, he and his operations officer, Lieutenant Colonel Harry Kinnard, decided, by sheer good instincts, to pay a visit to Middleton. They hoped that he could give them more information on what was at this point a murky situation. As they entered Bastogne, their driver had trouble negotiating their command cars through streets jammed with retreating vehicles, soldiers, and bewildered, frightened civilians. Sir, unless these people are having a premature case of jitters, I'd say the Germans must be barreling this way fast, Kinnard remarked. We'll soon find out, McAuliffe replied. At last, they made it to the Belgian barracks. Middleton welcomed them, briefed them on the situation, and told them that the 101st was earmarked for Bastogne. By now, Middleton had consulted with his immediate superiors, Lieutenant General Courtney Hodges at 1st Army and General Omar Bradley at 12th Army Group, and they told him that the 101st Airborne was to be attached to 8th Corps at Bastogne. Hearing this news, McAuliffe and Kinnard were relieved that they had detoured for this visit with Middleton. The conference lasted about half an hour, and then Middleton dismissed them. The 2 airborne officers left 8th Corps headquarters and began a hasty reconnaissance of Bastogne. At that point, they were basically doing the job of the entire division staff. They were not even in communication with the division convoy. Lieutenant Colonel Kinnard briefly thought of the panic-stricken scenes he had witnessed an hour earlier in the streets of Bastogne. It all made more sense now. Too much sense. On a wooded hill somewhere west of Esselborn, Colonel Hurley Fuller was holding out, cornered with 40 other men. Since escaping from the Clairvallée the night before, Fuller had wandered all over the area. At first, he had tried to reorganize the remnants of his regiment, but to no avail. Then he had attempted to make a stand with 50 men from the 630th Tank Destroyer Battalion, only to be encircled by German infantrymen, prompting another perilous escape. Since organizing this new group of fugitives, Fuller had been looking for any way to avoid the swarms of German troops that were overrunning the area. A few hours earlier, he had ordered these men to dig in atop this hill. Now, after darkness, German panzer grenadiers, supported by tanks, were attempting to take the hill. The Americans were inflicting casualties on the German attackers, but they were running low on ammunition, and they were trapped. "We lost 12 or 15 men, mostly from tank fire," Fuller wrote. He ordered an ammo check. A check of ammunition revealed that it was virtually exhausted. I ordered the group to break up into 5-man patrols and attempt to infiltrate west. Fuller and 4 others started walking west. They covered about a mile and were moving through some woods when they heard German voices. Silently, they took cover. The 50-year-old Fuller was in the throes of complete exhaustion. For more than 3 days, he had hardly slept. In the last 24 hours, he had had little to eat. He was cold. His bones ached. He wondered how much more of this he could take. The Germans were all around them now and getting closer by the second. An enemy soldier spotted one of the Americans and leveled his rifle at him. "Kamerad!" the American screamed. Fuller and the other 3 Yanks tried to run away, but the Germans caught them. The colonel felt a terrific blow to the head and fell unconscious. When I came to, I felt a burning sensation in my stomach where I had been bayoneted slightly. The wound was not deep, but that, coupled with the blow I had received to my head, made me quite weak and nauseated. Fuller looked around and saw German soldiers standing guard over him and the 4 other soldiers. "Tell the SOBs nothing but name, rank, and serial number," the colonel whispered. A German officer who was standing behind him smashed his pistol into Fuller's head and told him to shut up. Fuller now felt even more nauseous. The German guard yanked him to his feet, kicked him several times, and told him to march. By now it dawned on the enemy that Fuller was the CO of the 110th Infantry. They took him to 2nd Panzer Division headquarters at Bockholz and interrogated him. True to form, Fuller told them nothing. The contentious Texan had done everything he could to fulfill his hopeless mission in the Ardennes. Now the agony of captivity lay ahead of him. He scowled at his captors. Inside, he felt almost like weeping. In his heart, he knew he would never command troops again. His regiment was shattered. Even as Fuller became a prisoner, the Germans were about to attack Task Force Harper at the Feisch Crossroads. Since overwhelming Task Force Rose at Antoniushof, the 2nd Panzer Division had been moving south, carefully preparing to take this section of road that was only 10 miles from Bastogne. The crossroads was basically a T-junction. Anyone turning right at Feisch would drive half a mile to the west, past Allerborn, and then on to Bastogne. The Germans aimed to do exactly that. Task Force Harper's tanks and half-tracks were deployed on either side of the junction and east of it, too. Many of the crews were dismounted, keeping watch near their tanks in the darkness. West of the junction, Harper got some unexpected help. A couple of days earlier, Colonel Theodore Seeley, the man who had commanded the 110th Infantry before Fuller, had left the hospital and returned. With Fuller on the run, Coda had placed Seeley back in command of whatever remained of the outfit. Seeley and several staff officers had spent the day at Allerborn, salvaging remnants of the regiment. In all, they had about 260 men. Some were in Allerborn, others were in foxholes west of the Feisch Crossroads. Colonel Seeley placed his CP in a sturdy, 2-story stone house adjacent to the Bastogne Road. One of Seeley's castaways was none other than the resilient Lieutenant Glenn Venata, the executive officer of D Company. He had made it to Wiltz the night before and spent the evening there. This morning, he had made it to Allerborn and, much to his delight, had found himself reunited with Captain Andrew Carter, his CO, plus several other D Company men. Now Venata and the others were outside of Seeley's CP, listening to the rumble of armor in the distance. Occasional flares punctuated the darkness. Then, as if by signal, bedlam broke loose when one of the jeeps at the crossroads was hit and set afire. The Germans started shelling our positions at the crossroads, and also where we were around Allerborn. American artillery, probably from the 73rd and 58th Armored Field Artillery Battalions at WWII, answered in kind. Machine gun fire opened up from the direction of the crossroads, and many tracers streaked through the air. Under cover of this fire, the Germans closed in for an intimate attack. The enemy began infiltrating, and there was no warning to the battalion, an eyewitness later wrote. Enemy tanks fired into several vehicles, setting them afire. The burning vehicles lighted the area, revealing the positions of other vehicles. The CP received a direct hit. German tanks picked off Shermans, trucks, and half-tracks at will. Harper's Jeep driver jumped aboard one tank, only to discover that it was German. He quickly jumped off. A gunner in one American tank spotted a Panther 50 yards away and drew a bead on it. The only trouble was that so many retreating soldiers were clinging to his Sherman that the gunner could not get a shot off. The tank commander pushed several of them off the tank, allowing the gunner to snap off a shot and destroy the Panther. Such successes were few, though. The Germans were annihilating Task Force Harper. Some American vehicles got away, but most were not so fortunate. Harper himself was killed while trying to escape with a small cluster of half-tracks. Dismounted tank crewmen and armored infantrymen retreated west from Faisch into the night, avoiding the Germans any way they could. As with Task Force Rose earlier today, Task Force Harper had sacrificed itself to buy time to allow others to get in place at Bastogne. Now the enemy began a steady advance west from the T-junction, in the direction of Allerborn. Sergeant Charles Johnson, the artillery observer, was standing outside Colonel Seeley's headquarters building. Since retreating from Donnage to Lullange this morning, Johnson had experienced a frustrating day of more withdrawals. His lieutenant had proven himself to be a coward. The man had actually sabotaged their radio in order to have an excuse to flee. Johnson was angry at him, but also felt a little sorry for him. Finally, they had ended up at Allerborn. The lieutenant was now inside the CP, and Johnson was waiting out here for him. Johnson had heard the tank battle, but the shooting was getting closer. Small arms fire was coming down the road. Sergeant Johnson was standing next to a tree, wondering what was going on, when a man emerged from the CP and approached him. The sergeant immediately recognized that it was Colonel Seeley. I was elated at being so near a man of such rank. For a few minutes, the two men stood together wordlessly, listening to the shooting. Seeley was trying to get a feel for the situation. Johnson was wondering what was on the colonel's mind. A tracer round zipped over their heads. Seeley turned to Sergeant Johnson. He really laid that one in there, didn't he? Pretty close, Sergeant Johnson agreed. Colonel Seeley nodded, turned away, and went back inside his CP. Johnson found out from a sentry that Seeley had placed his lieutenant under arrest for dereliction of duty. For the life of him, Johnson could not figure out how the colonel knew of his lieutenant's cowardice, but he was glad that the man was getting what he deserved. Thus unencumbered, Johnson started walking west on the road, looking for his battery. He made it to WWII, and from there he hooked up with some American troops. His Bastogne battle was over. As Johnson left Allerborn, the Germans arrived. Their tanks were rolling west along the Bastogne highway, heading straight for Colonel Seeley's CP. Someone burst inside the house and said, "There's a Kraut tank on the highway." Colonel Seeley had a cigarette dangling from his mouth. He squinted at the man, much like Humphrey Bogart in the memory of one officer, and said, "Are you sure it's a Jerry?" "It must be," the man replied. "It's shooting at our men, and it came from out in front, Colonel." Seeley left the CP, went out to the road, put his ear to the ground, and listened carefully. He could tell that the approaching tank was a Sherman, but it was coming very slowly, and I figured it was driven by a Boche who was not familiar with how to drive a Sherman. The Germans had apparently captured this American tank and were using it as their lead tank. Behind the Sherman, there were several Mark IVs. Colonel Seeley hurried inside the house and told everyone to scatter and go to Magaret, if possible. For a few moments, there was silence as everyone got ready to leave and listened to the tanks outside. The colonel was putting on his coat and folding his maps. The only light inside the house came from candles. The Sherman stopped outside the front door, turned its turret toward the house, and fired. The round went through the left side of the house and did little damage, except for plaster dust and debris, as the gunner was using AP, armor piercing, Chief Warrant Officer Ralph Johnson later wrote. For Johnson, this was déjà vu. The night before, he had escaped from the Clairvallée under similar circumstances. Tonight, he was dealing with the exact same scenario at this makeshift regimental headquarters. We all made a mad scramble down the hall toward the back of the house. It was a chaotic free-for-all as the soldiers stumbled over one another, trying to make it to the rear of the house. Some were crawling, some were running. The enemy-controlled Sherman unleashed a volley of machine gun bullets. A Mark IV took up station somewhere beyond the back door and added its own machine gun fire. Colonel Seeley, Lieutenant Colonel Robert Ewing, the CO of the 109th Field Artillery Battalion, and Sergeant James Hanna were at the tail of the retreating mob. Worried that the Sherman was about to snap off a shot, they went down in the cellar. To our dismay, when we got there, we found that the only exit was a front door, Seeley said. They went to the door and saw the Sherman right outside. There was also an abandoned Task Force Harper Jeep. The tank fired into the building above us. They ducked against a wall for cover. It was very foggy now, so they hoped that perhaps they could make a break for it, past the tank and into the night. They crouched in the doorway, waiting for their chance. The Sherman did move on, but it was followed by 11 Mark IVs. Each pumped around into the house. Behind the tanks were half-tracks loaded with infantrymen. 2 Germans dismounted and inspected the Jeep. One of the Germans happened to shine his flashlight at the doorway, catching the 3 Americans. We were immediately separated and put into different half-tracks. In a matter of a few hours, the Germans had captured 2 commanders of the 110th Infantry. Ironically, this created some confusion for them. With Fuller in custody, they figured that they already had the CO of the 110th, so they decided that Seeley must be the CO of the 111th, a regiment that was once part of the 28th Division, but not anymore. Seeley did nothing to disabuse them of this mistaken notion. Even as Seeley and the 2 other soldiers got captured, the rest of the command group was scrambling out of the rear of the house. Chief Warrant Officer Johnson ran to the kitchen window and jumped out into a manure pile. Feeling my way around in the dark, I found Captain Gerald Harwell and 1 or 2 others, and we ran directly back of the house to safety in the night. Lieutenant Venata slithered on his belly out of the back door of the house, dodging machine gun bullets all the way. Just ahead of him, Lieutenant Harry Mason, a platoon leader in D Company, took off on the run, down along the road. The tank firing along the back of the house paused momentarily. Lieutenant Venata took advantage of the moment, running as fast as he could in the same direction as Mason. Both of them made it out, Mason to WWII and Venata all the way to Bastogne. In the big picture, that was a small consolation, though. When the Germans overran Allerborn, they effectively destroyed whatever remained of the 110th Infantry, not to mention Task Force Harper. Both of these valiant units had fulfilled suicide missions so that other American units might live. Nonetheless, the 2nd Panzer Division was inexorably rolling west toward WWII, a mere 6 miles from Bastogne. 5. At WWII, Colonel Gilbreth, commander of the CCR, was in a gloomy mood. With the routing of task forces Rose and Harper, he had lost 2/3 of his command. He still had 1 more combat team, Task Force Booth, deployed a mile to the north on high ground east of Moinet, but he had no communications with them. For all Gilbreth knew, Task Force Booth was also gone. Lonville was teeming with straggling men and vehicles from CCR and the 28th Division. Some were wandering aimlessly past the town church with its unique onion-like dome, more characteristic of Russia than Belgium. Others were setting up new fighting positions in houses or in vehicles at the edges of town. The rest were just relaxing, glad to be out of the line of fire for the moment. On either side of Lonville, self-propelled guns from the 73rd and 58th Armored Field Artillery Battalions were firing at unseen targets miles away. As far as Gilbreth was concerned, these shattered remnants were all that remained between the Germans and Bastogne. For now, he resolved to stay in place and hold off the enemy as long as he could. Actually, the situation was not as grim as Gilbreth thought. At Moinet, Task Force Booth was still intact in roadblock positions. The task force consisted of the headquarters company of the 52nd Armored Infantry Battalion, 2 platoons from A Company, 52nd Armored Infantry, a platoon of tank destroyers from the 811th Tank Destroyer Battalion, and a platoon of light tanks from D Company, 2nd Tank Battalion. The commander, Lieutenant Colonel Robert Booth, was the CO of the 52nd Armored Infantry Battalion. He was a 1935 graduate of West Point. A fine soldier, Booth was liked and respected by the men under his command. Now Booth's infantrymen were dug in east of Little Moinet, on either side of the road. Behind them were the tanks and tank destroyers, also flanking the road. In the recollection of Major Eugene Watts, Booth's operations officer, they were under moderate artillery and small arms fire, but otherwise the situation was stable there. Watts was a 26-year-old Citadel graduate from Union, South Carolina. As a youth, he had been interested in attending Furman University, but his Southern Baptist family was so conservative that when his grandmother found out that Furman students were allowed to dance, the family forbade him from attending the school. Instead, he went to Citadel and became a soldier. With no way to communicate by radio or phone with Colonel Gilbreth, Major Watts had been sending out runners for several hours, but none of them ever came back, nor did any of them reach Lonville. Some stragglers from the 2nd Tank Battalion started coming through Task Force Booth's lines. They were real shook up, in the memory of one soldier. They spoke of legions of German tanks and told tales of what had happened to them at Antoniushafen and Feisch. In the distance, there were faint sounds of enemy armor, some of which seemed to come from behind them, but little else was happening. Clearly the Germans were out there somewhere, but at least that night they were not coming through Moinet. Task Force Booth remained in place, waiting and watching. Instead of smashing straight into Lonville from the east, the Germans chose to flank it. The 2nd Panzer Division, fresh from its triumph at Allerborn, turned off the Bastogne highway at Chifontaine and rumbled northwest toward Borcy and Neuville. These were the tanks that Task Force Booth heard to their rear. The division commander, Colonel Meinrad von Lauschert, did not want his tanks involved in a close-quarters fight in a big town like Bastogne. His primary orders, from Army and Corps, were to reach the Meuse. Lauschert, then, was taking a shortcut to Neuville. If he could capture that little town, he could pivot north to the Meuse, or even south into Bastogne, as circumstances dictated. At the same time, Panzer Lehr was also in position to strike Lonville. The division had spent the day fighting on the fringes of Wiltz before ascending to the high ground west of that town. Along the way, they had gotten mixed up with 2 advancing regiments of the 26th Volksgrenadier Division. This slowed them down, but did not stop them. Now the lead companies of Panzer Lehr's 902nd Panzer Grenadier Regiment, plus 15 tanks, were in Niederwampak, a hamlet half a mile south of Lonville. The commander of Panzer Lehr, Lieutenant General Fritz Bayerlein, was an old campaigner who had been in charge of this outfit since Normandy. He had seen his division annihilated at Normandy, only to be reconstituted in preparation for this offensive. Here at Niederwampak, Bayerlein stopped his half-track to pore over his maps and consider his best route of advance to Bastogne. Essentially, he had 2 choices. He could push south to the N34, a paved highway that led through Marville and into Bastogne. Or he could go due west on a muddy, unpaved country road through Benauchamp, past Lonville, and into Magaret, where he could then get on the paved N12 road 3 miles from Bastogne. Bayerlein had spoken with local farmers who assured him that the dirt road was usable. Armed with this knowledge, he chose to take the dirt road because it was the most direct route to Bastogne, and he figured that the Americans would not defend such a minor route. He folded up his maps and ordered his companies forward into the foggy night. By the time that Bayerlein made this decision, Team Cherry, CCB, was in the process of arriving in Bastogne and driving east to Lonville. Colonel Roberts met with Lieutenant Colonel Henry Cherry and gave him his orders. Now the lead vehicles of Team Cherry were driving east on the N12 road. First Lieutenant Edward Hayduke was in command of this advance guard. Hayduke's column drove through Nef and Magaret. At any minute, he expected to run into CCR. At 19:20, when Hayduke's convoy approached Lonville, he noticed the presence of stragglers and saw a line of vehicles packing the road into town. In fact, the streets of Lonville were filled with the vehicles of CCR. Rather than get his vehicles mixed up with those of CCR, Hayduke ordered a halt just west of Lonville. He contacted CCR by radio, and they requested that Lieutenant Colonel Cherry come to see them. An hour later, Cherry and his S3 officer strode into Colonel Gilbreth's CP. Gilbreth, who had felt so gloomy and hopeless only minutes before, snapped out of his funk. He greeted them like long-lost brothers, slapped the S3 officer on the back, and said, "You couldn't look any better to me if you were Jesus Christ himself." Gilbreth's staff laughed. Cherry and his officer chuckled self-consciously. The merriment soon faded as neither group got what they wanted from the other. Gilbreth and his people were hoping that Team Cherry would relieve them and set up a new defensive line east of Lonville, but Cherry, of course, had no such orders. Cherry was hoping that Gilbreth could provide much-needed information on the situation there, but the CCR commander had little to offer, beyond an assurance that his unit would try to hold at all costs. After a short meeting, Cherry left and returned to his column. Tank crews and armored infantrymen were topping off their fuel tanks with 5-gallon jerry cans. Cherry told Lieutenant Hayduke to recon the area and occupy an advanced position. In the meantime, the main body of Team Cherry would set up 1,000 yards west of Lonville. Cherry was out of communication with Colonel Roberts, who had set up headquarters in the Hôtel Lebrun, a solid wood and stone 2-story building in Bastogne's main square. Cherry decided to visit Roberts and brief him on the Lonville situation. He set out in his Jeep and drove west on the Bastogne road. Up and down the expanse of that road, his men waited in their vehicles. This was typical army stuff. They had driven here as fast as possible, with little pause for sleep or sustenance. Now that they were finally here, they were sitting around and waiting. Most took advantage of the lull to catch some sleep. One of the few who did not was Lieutenant Carl Moot, a forward observer from the 420th Armored Field Artillery Battalion. Moot was attached to one of Team Cherry's tank platoons. He functioned as a Sherman tank commander and had a 3-man crew. Now Moot was inside the turret of his Sherman, looking at his maps under the beam of a flashlight. He was surprised and dismayed to discover that his maps did not include Lonville, or, indeed, much of the area where he would have to call down fire. He called battalion headquarters, which was now in place just east of Bastogne, and told them of his problem. They already knew about it and told me that the battalion had gotten the wrong maps. Moot cursed inwardly. The voice on the other end of the radio promised to send him some new maps by jeep as soon as possible. Lieutenant Moot, like the other men around him, settled in and waited. 5 miles to the west, at a little crossroads just south of Bastogne, Corporal Mike Heyman, a reconnaissance section leader in Team Cherry, was riding shotgun in his jeep. As a section leader, he was in charge of 2 jeeps. For several hours now, they had been functioning in a role like that of herding dogs, policing up vehicles, pointing people in the right direction, retrieving strays, and generally getting Team Cherry where it needed to be. Now, at this crossroads, Heyman could see a long line of stationary American vehicles, apparently waiting for some guidance. He made contact with them and realized that he was looking at an important segment of Team Cherry under the charge of Captain William Ryerson, the CO of C Company, 20th Armored Infantry Battalion. Ryerson was not sure which way led to WWII, and Corporal Heyman was only too happy to show him. After a happy exchange of greetings and welcomes, Heyman wrote, the column moved out behind our jeep. Heyman's section guided them through Bastogne and onto the correct route to WWII. With his job done, Heyman returned to Bastogne. Ryerson's column drove through Neff and Magueret and kept going east, in the direction of WWII. Colonel Roberts' other two teams were also entering Bastogne and moving toward their objectives. As they proceeded, they ran into a growing number of soldiers fleeing from the east. Some were from CCR, but the majority seemed to come from the 28th Division. These men had been through 3 days of absolute hell. Their overarching thoughts were of food, warmth, and safety, not necessarily in that order. Many of them streamed through the forward elements of Team O'Hara, southwest of Ardennes. They rode in vehicles, one soldier remembered, but their columns and knowledge of the enemy were wildly confused. Bastogne itself was crowded with retreating men and vehicles. Trucks, jeeps, and trailers jammed the streets, making it difficult for CCB to move. Team Desabris was attempting to negotiate its way through the crowds. The column halted while commanders sorted out the situation or spoke to their men. Staff Sergeant Bill Kirby, the acting leader of his 81mm mortar platoon, dismounted and participated in a leaders' meeting by the side of the road. Captain Gordon Geiger, his CO, pulled out a map and told them everything he knew. "We're going to set up our defenses here," he said, jabbing a finger into the map, "at Noville. We'll try to stop the Germans cold right there." This was the first time that Kirby had heard of the German offensive. Kirby returned to his half-truck and told his mortar people where they were going. Before the war, the Detroit native had hoped to become a professional golfer. He had actually worked as an assistant club pro, giving lessons and refining his game, but the draft call had come in 1942. Now he was in charge of 20 other soldiers because his immediate superior, the platoon sergeant, was back in Metz, receiving a battlefield commission. Sergeant Kirby gaped at the scores of retreating men and vehicles he saw all over Bastogne. He wondered who they were and where they were going. With plenty of time to kill, he hopped off his half-truck and struck up a conversation with one man who was riding on a tank. "What's going on?" he asked. "I don't know what's going on, but we're just getting out of here," the soldier replied. Away went the tank. Sergeant Kirby returned to his half-track, shaking his head in bewilderment. Whatever was up there, it must be bad, he thought. As Kirby and the other members of Team Desabris waited in the streets of Bastogne, their commander was in the Hotel Lebrun receiving his orders from Colonel Roberts. "Roberts told me to go to Noville, seize the town, and defend it," Major William Desabris recalled. He did not know if there were Germans or Americans there. The two officers stood in front of a map. Roberts was showing Desabris which road led to Noville and explaining why he was sending Desabris' team to that little town 7 miles north of Bastogne. At 26, Desabris was younger than some of his men. Rail thin at 6'4" and 160 pounds, he was the son of a career soldier. He qualified as something of a family rebel because he had elected to go to Georgetown University instead of West Point. He graduated in 1941 with an ROTC commission. Although he had been in the Army for only 4 years, he had ascended the ranks quickly by proving himself to be a fine combat leader. He enjoyed serving under Colonel Roberts, a man for whom he had great respect, to the point where he was like a second father. As Major Desabris studied Noville on the map, he understood at once that his team was about to go into a vulnerable spot. He turned away from the map and looked at Colonel Roberts. "If this situation gets to the point where I think it's necessary to withdraw, can I do that on my own, or will I need permission from you, sir?" Roberts temporized a moment, but then said firmly, "You know, Des, you will probably get nervous tomorrow morning and want to withdraw, so you had better wait for any withdrawal order from me." "Yes, sir," Major Desabris replied. The two men shook hands, and the major left Hotel Lebrun. He found an 8th Corps military policeman to guide him to Nouville. Then Team Desabry mounted up and moved slowly north. 15 miles to the west, Colonel Thomas Sherburne, the new artillery commander of the 101st Airborne Division, thanks to General McAuliffe's ascension to division commander, was in his command car at a crossroads, contemplating the quickest way to Werbermont. He had not been in communication with McAuliffe. So far as he knew, the division was headed for Werbermont. Straight ahead, Colonel Sherburne could see the rear of the 82nd Airborne Division's column at a dead stop. It was 2000 now, and Sherburne knew that the 101st had to keep moving as rapidly as possible. He had no desire to stack up the entire 101st Airborne Division in a traffic jam behind the 82nd. He wondered if it might be best to veer east through Bastogne. He got out of the car and asked a military police sergeant if any previous 101st Airborne vehicles had gone into Bastogne. The sergeant told him that a few hours before, General McAuliffe's party had gone that way. This information clinched Colonel Sherburne's course of action. He told the MP to route all 101st traffic east through Bastogne. On the sheer chance of Sherburne's decision and McAuliffe's a few hours earlier, the 101st Airborne was heading for Bastogne. For many miles west of Sherburne, 380 vehicles carrying the entire division were stretched, with their lights on, along the road, moving in stops and starts. Most of the men were traveling in open flatbed trailers that were pulled by trucks of every description. These trailers reminded the men of cattle cars. The airborne soldiers were accustomed to jumping into combat, not riding there. They had been on the road for more than 6 hours now, most of them exposed to whipping winds and an intermittent, chilly rain. In one trailer, Private Ewell Martin, a rifleman in the 506th Parachute Infantry, felt the telltale call of nature. He and his buddies had enjoyed a bottle of champagne during this drive. Now, Martin was paying the price for imbibing. He and the others were packed into this cattle trailer so tightly that there was no way to move to the back of the truck, where they were keeping the 5-gallon can that served as a latrine. By the time it was passed to Martin, it was full. Farther along in the column, Corporal Arlo Butcher, the anti-aircraft man, was fighting exhaustion. "I was so tired I couldn't stand any longer, so I crawled out of the trailer and sat on the back of the semi-truck." His buddy, Private First Class Wayne McCaffrey, held him against the truck's spare tire. "I slept 1.5 hours while we were moving." About 2 hours after Shelburne's decision, the head of the column arrived at Mont-Saint-Étienne, a small town 3 miles west of Bastogne. To their dismay, the drivers saw that 50 large trucks were blocking the road. A heavy maintenance company from the 28th Division was parked on both sides of the narrow 2-lane road, preventing anyone from passing. The captain in charge of this company refused to move his trucks. Lieutenant Colonel Kinnard had actually dealt with this man a few hours earlier. The captain had told Kinnard that this was his area and he could not leave. Kinnard had gone into Bastogne to get a movement order from General Middleton himself, but he had yet to return. Now the entire 101st Airborne convoy was halted along the road, prompting a massive traffic jam at Mont-Saint-Étienne. The troopers hopped off their trailers and stretched, getting the circulation in their legs and arms going again. They waited by the side of the road and eyed the 28th Division trucks curiously. Officers were trying to reason with the 28th Division captain, but with no luck. Brigadier General Gerald Higgins, McAuliffe's second-in-command, arrived on the scene and went to work on the captain. Higgins was a no-nonsense 35-year-old Irish-American man from Idaho. He did not suffer fools with much equanimity. "Our division is coming up here to fight, Captain, and we must use this road to bring them in." Private Donald Burgett, a veteran rifleman in A Company, 506th Parachute Infantry, was standing nearby, listening to the conversation. "Get the goddamn things out of the road," Higgins roared. "That's an order." Still, the stubborn captain refused. He claimed he was missing some men and thought the best way to intercept them would be to block the entire road and not allow anyone to pass in either direction until he had located them, Burgett related. He and the other paratroopers had no patience for this argument. Higgins was getting angrier by the minute, and according to Burgett, the general was formidable when angered. Private Burgett noticed that all around him, troopers were reaching for their fighting knives, edging closer to the captain, preparing to kill him if necessary. If he had died on the spot, no one would have missed him, although I'm sure the men in his command would have been greatly relieved. The paratroopers were some of the best soldiers in the U.S. Army. They were trained to kill face-to-face if necessary. They knew they were needed in Bastogne, and they were eager to get there. They had little time for this captain. To them, he was insignificant, a bug to be crushed. By now, General Higgins had exhausted his own patience. He drew his pistol and threatened to blow the captain's head off. This time, he saw the wisdom of prompt obedience, Captain Francis Sampson, a chaplain, recalled. The general immediately started walking up and down the line of trucks, ordering the drivers to move them off the road. Amazingly, the 28th Division captain could not resist walking alongside Higgins, loudly protesting his orders, yapping like a mongrel dog, in the memory of Burgett. Fortunately for everyone, the road was cleared. The troopers got back into their trailers, and the 101st resumed its drive into Bastogne. Only now, they started running into the stragglers that had so plagued CCB. Private Burgett eyed them with a mixture of sympathy and revulsion. They shambled along in shock and fear, blocking the road completely, eyes staring straight ahead, mumbling to themselves. I had never before, or since, seen such absolute terror in men. The men in Burgett's trailer called to them and asked questions. What's going on up there? How many Krauts are there? How close are they? Do they have tanks? Most shuffled past without replying. The few who did respond said, You're going up, we're going back. You'll all be killed, you'll all be killed. Nearby, Private First Class Bob Dunning, another 506th trooper, watched one young soldier jogging along and slogging along, no weapons or anything, and he was actually crying. Dunning, Burgett, and the other 101st Airborne soldiers were witnessing the results of the 3-day stand that the 28th Division and CCR had made east of Bastogne. Many of those who were now streaming past their trailers had bought them just enough time to get here. To do this, they had paid a heavy price. For example, the 110th Infantry suffered 2,750 casualties out of an original complement of approximately 3,200 soldiers. In that context, these stragglers were the lucky ones. Most of their comrades were miles to the east, lying dead where they had fought to the end, or being marched into Germany as prisoners of war. Although the 101st had reached Bastogne, it would still need most of the night to get in place around the town. Most of the men bivouacked outside of Bastogne for the night. In the meantime, CCB was the first line of defense. At 2200, Team Desabry was on the paved N15 highway, carefully approaching Noville. Major Desabry had placed his reconnaissance elements, mostly jeeps, in the lead. They made it into Noville without incident. There were no Germans there. The town was deserted. A thick fog had descended over the town. Desabry's staff hastily set up in a little schoolhouse that was located catty-corner from the town church. The church was astride the main crossroads that made Noville valuable. 3 roads converged here. One led south into Bastogne and north to Uvalise, one east to Bourcy, another one northwest to Vaux. Desabry immediately ordered Captain Omar Bud Billett, commander of B Company, 20th Armored Division, to place outpost roadblocks 800 yards outside of Noville, astride the 3 roads. Each roadblock consisted of 2 Sherman tanks and 2 infantry squads. They were to stop any advance in our direction, Desabry wrote. Report contact and withdraw to prepared defenses in the main position in Noville. Engineers went to each roadblock, dug holes, and waited for the word to plant their mines. As yet, Desabry did not want them to do so, because he knew that American stragglers would probably be walking on these roads. As Desabry indicated, he placed the rest of his command in a perimeter defense around the town, with tanks covering all avenues of approach suitable for enemy armor. Infantry protected the armor and filled in the gaps. At the southwestern edge of Noville, Sergeant Kirby's mortar platoon, for the first time in the war, removed their mortars from their half-tracks and dug them in. Closer to the CP, Private Adder's communications squad parked their half-track a few houses down from Desabry's headquarters in case the major needed it. Adder was exhausted from the trip up here. He went inside an adjacent house, into the cellar, and curled up to sleep atop a pile of turnips. I was so tired that the lumps didn't keep me from going to sleep. In the schoolhouse CP, Sergeant Larry Stein was exploring the building. The staff was setting up radios, maps, and telephones on the first floor, in a small room where Belgian children had once learned arithmetic and reading. Years ago, Stein had actually been a school kid on this side of the Atlantic. He was born and raised in Eschwege, Germany, the son of a prosperous middle-class Jewish businessman. When the Nazis came to power, life had gotten very difficult for the Stein family. They had faced terrible discrimination. In Larry's case, Nazi youths harassed him each day as he made his way to and from school. After years passed and things got worse, the Steins decided to leave Germany. They jumped the border into Holland, but German guards caught Stein's sister. The German government allowed her to purchase a passport, but only in exchange for all the family's assets. Even then, they made sure to stamp a large, red J for Jew on the passport. Eventually, the Steins made their way to New York City, where Larry got drafted after the onset of the war. The Army had transformed Stein from an alienated immigrant youth to a bona fide American soldier. In fact, he felt that the Army had taught him much about American life and culture, even the American sense of humor. He had, in his view, become a true American in the Army. At 20 years of age, he was now a naturalized American citizen. The 20th Armored Infantry was, in a sense, his new home. He had made himself valuable as an intelligence specialist, interrogating prisoners, gathering information from locals, and routinely risking his neck on patrols. Now he was amazed to find evidence of a previous American military presence here in Nouville. The whole upstairs had been occupied, apparently, by Air Force people who had left all their stuff here. Beautiful flight jackets, lots of chocolate bars. I didn't take any. I was okay the way I was. He took a last look around and went back downstairs. As was his usual practice, he hovered close to Desibris, waiting to be sent out on a mission. For now, the Major was too busy setting up his defenses. Outside, the fog was getting even thicker. It was very difficult to see more than 10 or 20 yards ahead. In houses, barns, and freshly dug foxholes around Nouville, the soldiers of Team Desibris waited and watched as best they could. All of them knew now that the Germans were out there somewhere, beyond the fog, in the dark, forbidding night. Would they come here to Nouville? None of them knew yet. By the final minutes of this Monday evening, the fate of Bastogne hung in the balance. The Germans were in position to take the town. In the north, reconnaissance elements from the 116th Panzer Division were on the verge of cutting the Uffalise Road. The vanguard of the 2nd Panzer Division was crawling northeast through Bourcy, bearing down on Team Desibris at Nouville. To the south, General Bayerlein and the lead battalion of Panzer Lehr were just entering Magaret, a mere 3 miles from Bastogne. He was about to find himself in good position for a thrust into the city. These formidable mechanized forces were augmented by the 26th Volksgrenadier Division and a slew of supporting artillery, supply, and transportation units. To oppose them, the Americans had 1.5 divisions. The 101st Airborne was here, but not yet in position east of town. The 705th Tank Destroyer Battalion, Middleton's last Corps Reserve, had just begun a road march from Kohlscheid. They would not be there for many hours. Team O'Hara was in place south of Warda, blocking the N34 highway that led to Marville and Bastogne. A couple of miles to the north, Team Cherry was strung out on the N12, east of Magaret, all the way to Lonville. Cherry himself was at the Hotel Lebrun, reporting the Lonville situation to Roberts. In and around Lonville, Colonel Gilbreth and the remnants of CCR were in a holding pattern, waiting for a withdrawal order or a German onslaught, whichever came first. Gilbreth's one intact element, Task Force Booth, was a mile to the north, vaguely aware of German movements, but completely out of touch with Gilbreth's headquarters. At the northern edge of the fledgling American perimeter, Team Desibris was firmly in place at Nouville. The stragglers who proliferated the area were, at this point, more of a hindrance than a help. The Germans had planned to take Bastogne a day or two sooner than tonight. The bravery of the 28th Division and CCR had kept them from succeeding. Bastogne could still be valuable to the Germans, however. If they could take it in the next 24 to 36 hours, they would be in a position to drive north and west with large, mobile formations. Bastogne would then function as a vital road net and supply hub for them. This would significantly strengthen the northern shoulder of their offensive, where even now a diverse array of American units, including the 112th Infantry, were fighting ferociously. The stronger the German advance in the north, the better their chances of breaching the Meuse and fulfilling the strategic purpose of this offensive, Antwerp and the strangling of two Allied armies. Thus, the stakes were high as December 18th came to a close. The Americans could not rely on air power to save them. The weather was too cloudy, rainy, and foggy for that. This clash of wills would be decided by individual soldiers amid adverse, even desperate circumstances. 6. Tuesday, December 19th. 1. As the clock struck midnight, General Fritz Bayerlein and the lead elements of the Panzer-Lehr Division were in Magueret. The route from Niederwampak to Magueret had been anything but ideal. What started out as a small paved road had degenerated into little more than a muddy farm track. Some tanks and half-tracks had gotten bogged down, forcing the general to leave them behind. Even now, some of the crews were still back in the mud, cursing, trying to extract their vehicles, and getting filthy in the process. Most of Bayerlein's force of 15 Mark V's and a battalion of Panzer Grenadiers were intact, though. Once in Magueret, they brushed aside a small roadblock maintained by the 158th Engineer Combat Battalion and overwhelmed some artillerymen from the 73rd Armored Field Artillery Battalion to establish control of the town. The question for Bayerlein was what to do next. Should he push west into Bastogne or consolidate here and wait for the rest of his division? Before making such a decision, he wanted all the information he could get on the area and its American defenders. During the move up there, he and his men had heard the telltale sound of American armor, but they could not pinpoint the location of the enemy tanks. General Bayerlein struck up a conversation with a local man, Emile Frère, and mentioned the tank sounds he had heard. Frère nodded knowingly and told the German general that a couple of hours earlier he had seen 50 American tanks plus 40 other vehicles rolling east toward Lonville. According to Frère, a general had been in command of this column. Frère was, of course, unknowingly referring to Team Cherry, although he was greatly overestimating its strength. Whether intentionally or not is still unclear. Nonetheless, Frère's observations made perfect sense to Bayerlein. He knew that American armor was operating on the Lonville Road, and he fully expected a counterattack from a U.S. armored division. Bayerlein felt that he could not afford to have such a powerful enemy strike force to his rear, so for now he decided to sit tight in Magueret. In so doing, he forfeited a major opportunity to get into Bastogne because at that moment there was very little to stop him from getting there. Of course, if he had pressed on to Bastogne, his battalion-sized force might well have been cut off and destroyed by the 101st Airborne Division as it arrived in town. East of Magueret, on the N12, his men set up a roadblock consisting of a minefield, 3 tanks, and some supporting infantry. To the west, they fanned out in defensive positions on either side of the highway. 2 miles west of Magueret, at the same time, Lieutenant Colonel Henry Cherry was in his jeep, driving on the N12, intending to link up with Captain William Ryerson's column. A few minutes before, Cherry had met with Colonel William Roberts in Bastogne. Cherry had briefed the colonel on the situation his team was facing. He told him that Combat Command Reserve, CCR, would probably retreat at any minute. Roberts and Cherry both felt that it was pointless to hold Lonville if CCR left. Roberts told Cherry to cover CCR's expected retreat and keep the Germans out of Bastogne. Now Cherry rejoined his headquarters team at Neuf and spoke to a wounded reconnaissance soldier who told him that his vehicle had been shot up near Magueret. An artilleryman from the 73rd Armored Field Artillery Battalion chimed in. A German patrol in Magueret had destroyed his schoolhouse fire direction center. Someone else had apparently spotted tanks in the town. An hour or two earlier, Cherry himself had been shot at in Magueret while he was on the way to meet with Colonel Roberts. At the time, Cherry had thought the fire came from trigger-happy Americans. After hearing these reports, an unsettling possibility was becoming apparent. The Germans were probably in Magueret. If so, they were about to cut off most of Team Cherry. The only other possibility was that the tanks were Captain Ryerson's. Cherry decided to radio the captain and find out. A mile east of Magueret, Private First Class Spurgeon Van Hoos, a teenage radioman in Ryerson's company, was dozing in his half-track, half listening to the steady buzz of chatter that emanated from his radio set. He had long since learned to tune out everything that was not important. Van Hoos's half-track was in the middle of Ryerson's column, moving slowly east. The night was foggy and dark, raw and cold, with the slightest hint of a drizzle. As usual, Private First Class Van Hoos had no idea where they were going. Now he heard Cherry's voice on the radio, and that was unusual. Ordinarily, he heard only the company radio traffic, not the whole battalion. Cherry was talking to Captain Ryerson, asking him if he had left tanks back in Magueret. "Negative," Ryerson replied. "Well, there's probably 3 or 4 German tanks back there," Cherry said. "Send a patrol in there to check it out." Captain Ryerson said he would, and the conversation ended. The column came to a stop. Van Hoos remained at his radio set, more alert now, but still wondering what would happen next. Back at Neuf, Cherry now knew that the Germans were in Magueret. His team was cut off on the WWII N12 road. On that very road, in a Sherman tank, Lieutenant Carl Moot, the forward observer from the 420th Armored Field Artillery Battalion, was also listening to the radio chatter. For most of the night, he had been stewing about the inability of headquarters to get him some decent maps. Now, when he heard that the Germans were in Magueret, he understood why no one had brought him the maps. "I drew in some coordinate lines past the edge of one map and located the approximate location for WWII on them, so that I would have some kind of coordinates to call in if and when I wanted to adjust some artillery fire." Lieutenant Moot finished his task, turned off his little flashlight, and peered outside his tank. There on the road were several American vehicles, moving west, side-slipping the stationary Team Cherry tanks and half-tracks. Moot did not know it, but these vehicles belonged to CCR. Just before midnight, Colonel Gilbreth had decided to retreat from WWII to Bastogne. The colonel planned to move his headquarters troops first, while his infantry and tanks covered their withdrawal. The lead half-tracks, which Moot saw, contained the message center, the executive officer, and other headquarters types. The trouble for Gilbreth was that in the darkness, the confusion, and the desperation of the moment, he could not coordinate his withdrawal. Anyone who could hop into a vehicle was trying to get out of WWII. Thus, there was no semblance of order to the retreat. Some vehicles made it as far as Magueret, where the Germans picked them off. Others took small roads to Bastogne, and then on to Neufchâteau. However, with the Germans in control of Magueret, most could not get very far. They were soon enmeshed in a dangerous traffic snarl with Team Cherry on the narrow N12. Vehicles of both units were bottled up on the road. Colonel Gilbreth knew that he could not allow this to continue. One of his artillery officers, who had been in North Africa and who had seen his share of retreats, advised him that this could quickly turn into a disaster. The colonel agreed. He ordered a halt until daylight. The order did not solve the traffic problem, but it kept it from getting worse. At the eastern approaches to Magueret, a lone U.S. half-track, packed with 2 squads of infantry soldiers, was warily rolling west on the N12 highway. These were the brave men whom Captain Ryerson had tapped to check out the situation in Magueret. They knew there had been numerous reports of German tanks and troops in and around the town. Several hundred yards east of Magueret, a half-track driver braked to a halt and edged his vehicle off the road. The infantry soldiers dismounted, spread into patrol formation, and moved out. At the edge of town, they saw the 3 German tanks that Bayerlin had deployed in a roadblock position an hour or 2 before. Now they heard what sounded like a tank coming from behind them. Terrified that they were about to be cornered by a Mark V, the men hugged the ground and kept the road under observation. For a few moments, they sweated it out as the engine noises grew closer. To their immense relief, the vehicle was a CCR tank destroyer. They halted the vehicle, discussed the situation with the crewmen, and decided that they had fulfilled their mission. Fortified with the firepower of the tank destroyer, they returned to Captain Ryerson, who was waiting in his own half-track a mile to the east, and told him what they had seen in Maguire. The captain knew that where there were enemy tanks, there were sure to be more. Sure enough, he understood, the enemy was in Maguire in strength. He was cut off, and he would have to fight his way through them. Back at Bastogne, in the Belgian barracks, General Troy Middleton and his 8th Corps staff were preparing to leave town while they still could. Many of the supporting units, signals, cooks, quartermasters, and the like, had already left the day before for the new command post at Neufchâteau, 17 miles to the southwest. Tonight it was time for everyone else to go. Middleton hated to leave, but General Courtney Hodges, his immediate superior, had issued him a direct order, and he knew Hodges was right. The 8th Corps staff had stayed long enough to brief the incoming Combat Command B, CCB, and airborne reinforcements the previous evening. They all knew that Bastogne was now their fight. Right now, a group of staff officers was gathered in an office, making plans for an exodus. Among them was Major Malcolm Wilkie of the G2 section. Exactly 3 nights earlier, he had predicted, albeit belatedly, the very offensive that was now underway. Since then, he had spent most of his time in the G2 office, working around the clock. Wilkie, like everyone else, was battling exhaustion. Just an hour before, he had been napping, only to be awakened with the news that they were leaving. Now Wilkie listened as Lieutenant Colonel Haig, the assistant G2, outlined the plan. "We'll go out in a column on the road to Neufchâteau. Colonel Andrew Reeves, the G2, will stay with the general until he leaves. Major Wilkie will lead the column in a command car. I will bring up the rear in a jeep. If we run into any enemy patrols, the first 2 vehicles will have no choice but to barrel ahead as hard as they can for Neufchâteau. The rest of us may have a chance to turn around and get back to Bastogne." There was nothing more to say. They loaded up and took off. Major Wilkie, with pistol in hand, sat in the passenger seat of the lead car. There was no snow on the ground at this time, but it was so foggy that we could hardly see 6 feet ahead. We crept forward at the very slowest pace. They made it to Neufchâteau, unloaded their map boards and other equipment, and settled in. Wilkie flopped down on an old straw mattress for some much-needed sleep. His participation in the Bastogne battle was over. Fittingly, General Middleton was the last 8th Corps headquarters soldier to leave Bastogne. Even as Wilkie and the staff were en route to Neufchâteau, Middleton was still at the Belgian barracks, soon to be the headquarters of the 101st Airborne Division, dispensing some last-minute advice to General Anthony McAuliffe. "Now, Tony, you're going to be surrounded here before long. But don't worry, help is on the way from Patton. You've got fine men. There's a lot of artillery backing you up. It can put plenty of fire on any point around Bastogne. I'd prefer not to leave this place, but Hodges told me I have to go. We'll be in contact with you all the time." With that, the general climbed into his command car and drove to Neufchâteau as part of a 2-vehicle convoy. As Middleton left Bastogne, he was probably no more than 2 miles away from Bayerline and the Germans. 2. Lieutenant Colonel Julian Ewell was only 29 years old, not all that far removed from his cadet days at West Point, yet he was in command of the 501st Parachute Infantry Regiment. He had once studied at Duke University to be a chemical engineer, but had opted for the soldier's life instead. Perhaps, as the son of a soldier, the army was in his blood. He had started as a battalion commander in Normandy before being promoted into the regimental commander slot. He was emblematic of a rising generation of young military professionals who had proven themselves in combat command. Cool, dry-humored, and ramrod straight in his bearing, he oozed confidence. Now, 2 hours after midnight, He, his staff, and his battalion commanders were packed into a small Belgian house that was temporarily serving as the regimental command post. Ewell, in his distinctive twang, was telling them what little he knew about the situation. A few hours earlier, Lieutenant Colonel Ewell had arrived in Bastogne amid the mass confusion of many retreating soldiers. When Ewell had tried to talk to them, most had said simply, "We've been wiped out," and walked away. After enough of this, he figured it was useless to waste any more time on them. He then met with General McAuliffe and pressed him for some kind of specific mission. Working with limited information, McAuliffe told him to take and hold the road junction east of Lawville. Presently, in the shadows of this Belgian house, Ewell passed the word of this mission along to his officers and watched their facial expressions tighten. Some of them, agape with unwelcome surprise, were practically on the ground. They knew very little about what kinds of enemy forces might be in front of them. Some of their men were not even properly armed or equipped yet. Lieutenant Colonel Ewell knew the terrain a little bit because he had walked it several weeks before, but most of them had not seen it in daylight. They had all been in tight spots in Normandy and Holland, but this figured to be even worse. Youthful though he was, Ewell sensed the tension. He looked around the room, let out a rueful chuckle, and said, "Craps, what a mess, huh?" Just that quickly, the tension dissipated. Some of the officers laughed. Others nodded their heads in agreement. Ewell finished his briefing. "The situation is bound to clarify some in the morning daylight. In the meantime, the enemy are sure to be just about as confused as we are." The meeting broke up, and Ewell checked his watch. They were to move out in less than 4 hours, at 0600. He spotted the regimental chaplain, Captain Francis Sampson, and said, "How about putting in a petition to your boss for clear weather? We're going to need some air support." The two men shared a chuckle over a cup of tea. Prayers or not, there would be no good weather and no air cover, only a clash of wills. An inky blackness, augmented by fog, hung over Little Noville. It was hard to see more than 10 or 15 feet in the distance. Out there in the dark void beyond town, Major William Desibry's OP soldiers were experiencing terror and uncertainty in fits and starts. They sensed that the Germans were out there somewhere and that they would soon want Noville. The question was when, not if. Every few minutes, it seemed, a vehicle would rumble toward one of the OPs. Some brave soul would halt the vehicle, usually a half-track or a jeep, and find himself looking at retreating U.S. soldiers from CCR, the engineer battalions, or the 28th Division. Invariably, they said the Germans were close behind. The Team Desibry Sentinels would tell them to go back into town and find a defensive position. Some of the stragglers came in on foot. These haggard-looking men shuffled past the roadblocks and, generally, into the cellars of Noville. By 0430, the parade of stragglers trickled into nothing, ratcheting up the tension even more. Everyone understood that the next OP visitors would probably be speaking German, not English. Back in Noville, Private First Class Jack Garrity was feeling a bit disoriented. He actually thought he was in Germany. He did not know the name of this town, but it looked about the same as any other that he had seen in Europe. It had a church, a school building, some houses, some barns, and a road junction. Garrity was a young Irish Catholic from Philadelphia. He had attended the University of Pennsylvania as part of the Army Specialized Training Program, ASTP, before ending up as a rifleman in the 20th Armored Infantry Battalion. A week from tonight, he would turn 22, if he lived that long. Right now, Private First Class Garrity was trying to get into an old stone farmhouse. He pounded on the house's wooden door. A man upstairs poked his head through the window. Garrity saw the man and shouted, "Raus! Get out!" The man came downstairs and opened the door. Garrity and a couple of his buddies brushed past him into the dark house. They lit candles and warmed themselves next to a stove. When they had sufficiently warmed up, they stationed themselves at various points in the house, looking north and east into the night. Garrity looked in the direction of the Bourcy Road. He could swear he heard the sounds of vehicles and voices. 800 yards away from Garrity, at the WWII, Sergeant Leon Gant and his squad of infantry soldiers were crouched behind a small embankment that overlooked the road. Several half-tracks were on the road, driving straight toward them. Were these more stragglers, or were they Germans? The night was so dark that no one could tell. A sentry yelled, "Halt!" Still, the half-tracks kept coming. The man yelled 3 more times, until finally the lead half-track slid to a halt a few yards away. The driver was heard to mutter an exclamation in German, a soldier recalled. The Americans pitched several grenades into the vehicle. One after the other, the grenades exploded, tearing into the German soldiers, riddling them with fragments. Their screams pierced the night air. Behind them, the other enemy personnel carriers disgorged their soldiers. They took cover in ditches on either side of the road and opened fire at the American-held embankment. Gant's people shot back and threw their remaining grenades at the Germans. The firefight crackled for about 20 minutes. Gant glanced behind his position. He was hoping and expecting that the 2 Sherman tanks that were assigned to cover his roadblock would open fire. They were back there, about 100 yards away. To Gant's great disappointment, their guns remained silent. Knowing he was badly outnumbered and the Germans would soon overwhelm him, Gant gave the word to withdraw. His job, after all, was to spot the enemy and fall back to Noville. At some point during the retreat, a round smashed into his mouth. He and his men made it back to the tanks. The Germans climbed back into their half-tracks and drove away. They were more members of a 2nd Panzer Division reconnaissance element who had fulfilled their mission of finding the Americans. Sergeant Gant was having a difficult time talking, but he was so enraged at the tankers for not firing that he confronted their commander, a Lieutenant Johnson. The lieutenant was apologetic. He claimed that his crews could not see any targets in the darkness, and rather than risk hitting Gant's men, they decided to hold their fire. Gant, dripping blood from his wounded mouth, understood, but he was still not pleased. Perhaps to placate him, Johnson fired 2 shots in the direction of the retreating Germans, but he did not hit anything. The Germans answered with a few inaccurate rounds. Having done their job, Gant and Johnson decided to pull back into Noville and report to Major Desabry. At almost that same moment, the Major was standing next to the church, right at the main crossroads, listening to the distant sound of Gant's firefight to the east. The Major was peering helplessly down the Borsey Road, wondering what was happening. When the shooting died down, he correctly surmised that his OP was on the way back. Now Desabry heard the foreboding sound of vehicles out there in the darkness, moving north. Sounds at night are much louder and seem much nearer than they are. This was obviously a big outfit with lots of tanks, because the German tanks had a way of clinking with their suspension system. We didn't know whether they were going to go around us, attack us, or what. As Desabry listened, one thought kept flashing through his mind. Oh, brother, there is really something out there. On the Ouffelise Road, several hundred yards to the north of where the Major was standing, Sergeant Major Jones, Major was his first name, not his rank, was crouched along the road, in the forwardmost position of his OP, clutching a Browning automatic rifle, BAR, listening to the engine noises grow louder by the second. He knew that these sounds could only come from tanks. He and his men had heard the noise from Gant's battle and figured that they would be next on the firing line. But an hour before that, a couple of American tanks had come through, so Jones wondered if perhaps these tanks could be American. Now Jones could just make out the silhouette of a tank some 75 yards away. He yelled, "Halt!" and fired a burst from his BAR. Still the tank kept coming until it was about 50 yards away. Jones heard the tank crewmen speaking English, yet one of them opened up on him with a .50 caliber machine gun. The sergeant flattened himself in his foxhole. The .50 caliber bullets snapped inches above his back. Someone yelled, "Cease fire! They're friendly troops!" For a minute or two, everything was quiet. Sergeant Jones did not know what was going on. He still did not know whether the tank was American or German. He did not even know who ordered a ceasefire. 100 yards behind Jones, an American Sherman tank crew identified the tank on the road as German and opened fire. Instead of hitting the tank, the shell exploded about 15 yards from Sergeant Jones, jostling him but otherwise not wounding him. Jones saw the road-bound tank fire 6 times, destroying both American tanks on his roadblock. He heard the screams of the American tank crewmen. In the tanks, one of the Americans was dead, and many others were severely wounded. One soldier had his leg blown off. The leg of another one was shattered, perhaps beyond repair. Now the first enemy tank was joined by others. They poured machine gun fire on Sergeant Jones's foxhole and those of his men along the road. From somewhere closer to Noville, American half-track crewmen blazed away with their own .50 calibers. A bazooka team tried to sneak up on the Germans, but could not get in position for a shot. The two sides contented themselves with firing at each other from a distance. The 2 burning Sherman tanks were blocking the road, making it difficult for the German tanks to get past them and into Noville. The Americans were buying time for withdrawal back into Noville, similar to what Sergeant Gant's team was doing at that same time. Chastened and filled with foreboding, Sergeant Jones gathered up his men and slipped back into town. Behind them, the German tanks remained on the road, shrouded in the foggy darkness, looking for targets. To the north and the east, the better part of the 2nd Panzer Division was massing for an attack on Noville. At almost the same moment, 12 tanks and 2 companies of Panzer Grenadiers were moving west on the N12, approaching Neuf. This was the vanguard of Bayerlein's Panzer Lehr. After sitting tight in Magueret for several hours, the general had, at last, ordered this push for Bastogne. Right now, they were taking some fire from the north side of the road, but still they kept moving. The infantrymen advanced alongside the tanks, taking cover when necessary. The tanks gingerly rolled along the paved road. The Germans could see the first houses of Neuf, hugging the south side of the road. Just east of these buildings, near a junction that bordered the eastern edge of Neuf, Private Bernard Mitchen was crouching in a ditch, holding a bazooka over his right shoulder. He belonged to a small roadblock detachment from the 35th Engineer Combat Battalion. Private Mitchen could not see very far in the darkness and fog, but he heard the lead tank. Suddenly, it was right there, 10 yards in front of him. Mitchen aimed and fired. The bazooka shell penetrated the armor of the German tank and produced a devastating explosion. Flames shot in every direction. Mitchen was so close to the fire that it burned him badly. His eyebrows were singed and his clothes were smoldering. A machine gun opened up, searching for him against the flicker of the flames. He hurled a couple of grenades in the direction of the machine gun. His grenades seemed to silence this gun, but there were many others spewing bullets in every direction. Somehow medics got to Private Mitchen and took him, along with several other wounded GIs, back to Bastogne. The Germans were pouring so much firepower on the road that they were on the verge of overrunning the junction. Corporal Mike Heyman, the Team Cherry reconnaissance section leader, was pinned down in a farmyard adjacent to the junction. The Germans were spraying the whole area with main gun rounds from their tanks, small arms, and, much to Heyman's order, plenty of rounds captured from American .50 caliber machine guns. Heyman was absolutely terrified of being hit by a .50 caliber bullet. I dreaded the thought of ever facing it. It wouldn't leave a wound in the simple sense. It would carry away whatever part of the anatomy it encountered. Corporal Heyman worried, in particular, that a .50 caliber slug would smash into his knee, destroying it beyond any hope of repair. He tried to snap off a few rifle shots, but there was simply too much enemy fire. A German tank blasted his Jeep, wrecking it and angering Heyman because there were photographs of his girlfriend in the Jeep. He could do little besides lie there and stew about it. Up on the road, German soldiers were on their hands and knees, disarming American mines. Slowly but surely, enemy vehicles edged around them and into Neuf, but their advance was slow because crews were quite wary of encountering more bazooka men like Private Mitchen. Bayerlein was as cautious as his men. He could have continued driving west, ever closer to Bastogne, but as before, he elected to pause. To the south of the N12 road, a company of Panzer Grenadiers moved west across open ground toward the chateau where Lieutenant Colonel Cherry had set up his headquarters. This beautiful, solidly built three-story building was about 300 yards south of Nef. The chateau itself was surrounded by mature trees, some of which stretched taller than the building. To the north, there were open fields and a pond. The chateau had once housed an 8th Corps signals outfit. The day before, when they left, they had scrawled a message on a wall for the Germans. "We'll be back, the Yanks." A few hours earlier, when Cherry and his headquarters group had taken control of the deserted building, a couple of them read the message and said, "We'll be back? Hell, we're here to stay." Now they were forced to make good on their promise. The Germans were a couple hundred yards away, shooting at the little castle, waiting for the order to assault it. Cherry and his people prepared to fight for their lives. To the west, on the N12, Corporal Heyman and a few other reconnaissance men were escaping from the Germans. Heyman and the others were heading for Bastogne, planning to brief Colonel Roberts on the perilous situation at Nef. Along the way, we encountered a column of Angels, the forward elements of the 501st Parachute Infantry Regiment. At precisely 0600, Lieutenant Colonel Ewell's 1st Battalion had begun its eastward movement. At first, they had gone the wrong way and were bound for Marville, but Ewell had caught the mistake and now had them going in the right direction, on the N12, a mile outside of Nef. Corporal Heyman and his buddies told the paratroopers everything they knew about the situation and then made their way back to Bastogne. Meanwhile, General Bayerlein, after an hour's sojourn, ordered his tanks to resume their westward advance at 0800. They sprang to life and rumbled west on the N12, out of Nef. They were now less than 2 miles from Bastogne. The sun was beginning to peek over the eastern horizon. The temperature was rising steadily. It was already in the upper 40s. The air was moist with precipitation and mist. Clumps of fog clung to low ground and hills alike. 1,000 yards west of Bayerlein's lead tanks, the first of the airborne troopers were spread out along the road, marching east. Private First Class Robert Wickham, a member of the 1st Battalion, 501st Parachute Infantry Intelligence Section, was near the front of the column. "It was so foggy you couldn't see 100 feet, he later wrote. He was amazed to see 2 jeeps from the reconnaissance platoon whiz past him and roar ahead into the fog. Hell, if those guys are going out like that, Private First Class Wickham thought, the Germans can't be as close as we were led to believe. Up ahead, the jeeps rounded a bend in the road and ran right into General Bayerlein's 1st tank. The enemy Panzer shattered the first jeep with a well-placed shot. The other jeep turned around and sped back around the curve, past Wickham and the other dismounted soldiers, faster than it had passed us just a moment before. Wickham was carrying a bazooka that he had bummed from a retreating 28th Division soldier who told him that he had destroyed at least 1 tank with it. Now, Private First Class Wickham saw the lead German tank cautiously edging forward, rounding the curve. Wickham was lying prone, aiming at the tank. He realized that he had never even fired a bazooka before, and he mentioned his inexperience to his loader. As it turned out, the loader had much more experience, so he took the bazooka and fired. There was no question at all who should give it a try, Wickham said. Wham! The shell hit about 2 feet in front of the tank. The tank was undamaged, but Wickham and the other man were relieved to see it stop. Grateful to be alive, they displaced and dug in at a safer distance. Having found the enemy, the 1st Battalion, 501st, now spread out, mostly on sloping hills north of the road. Both sides probed around, firing back and forth, looking for a weakness. In the parlance of military professionals, it was a classic meeting engagement. Both sides were taking casualties. Father Sampson, the chaplain, heard that a wounded man needed a priest. The man was lying just off the road near the lead German tank. Sampson, T5 Leon Jedziniak, a medic, and another soldier tried to make it to the wounded soldier. Father Sampson saw a German soldier atop the tank, pointing a machine gun in his direction. He let go at us. The soldier leading us had the upper bone in his arm shattered by a bullet. We all three took a dive to the ditch by the railroad track. The paratrooper with the shattered arm crawled away. Sampson and Jedzinyak managed to crawl to the stricken man who had asked for a priest. We were pinned down by crossfire. I lay down beside the wounded man, heard his confession, and anointed him. He uttered no word of complaint, but expressed his thanks. Jedzinyak, who was examining the man's wounds, looked at Sampson and shook his head. The man was apparently not going to make it. Even so, Father Sampson and the medic dragged him out of there under intense machine gun fire all the way and got him to the rear. I never heard whether he lived or not, Father Sampson said later. 90 yards behind the spot where Sampson anointed the wounded soldier, Private First Class John Trowbridge, a machine gunner from Valparaiso, Indiana, was squatting in a ditch when he noticed Lieutenant Colonel Ewell's Jeep brake to a halt 10 feet away. Trowbridge had no idea what was going on. He knew only that there were plenty of bullets flying back and forth, sweeping up and down the road. Trowbridge had never been this close to Ewell before, and he was impressed. His calm, cool composure had a reassuring effect on those near him. Ewell was talking into his radio, telling someone on the other end to hold right where you are and develop the situation. That person was Major Ray Bottomley, the CO of the 1st Battalion. Bottomley did exactly what Ewell told him to do. His battalion was in the process of fighting the Germans to a stalemate west of Nef, almost within sight of Bastogne. The 501st had arrived at exactly the right time, in exactly the right place. 3. Several miles over the eastern horizon, at WWII, a small group of American officers was standing in a circle discussing their grim situation. Their commander, Lieutenant Colonel Robert Booth, was trying to decide what to do next. All night long, his task force had remained in place at WWII. They had heard scores of German vehicles moving behind them. Booth's patrols only confirmed that large numbers of enemy troops and vehicles were to the rear, headed northwest. They belonged to Meinrad von Lauschert's 2nd Panzer, which had spent the night pushing for Noville, where they were now in position to launch a major attack on Team Desibry. Lieutenant Colonel Booth faced two unpalatable options. They could stay here, fight any Germans he encountered, and hope to be relieved by counterattacking U.S. forces. Or he could retreat into Bastogne. If he stayed, he risked being surrounded and annihilated. If he retreated to Bastogne, he would almost certainly run into the 2nd Panzer Division somewhere along the way. Major Eugene Watts, the Citadel graduate who was serving as Booth's operations officer, firmly believed that they should stay in place. We had Germans everywhere. We didn't know where we were going. We had plenty of ammunition and food, and we had tanks and artillery. To go out behind us, not knowing what was between us and Bastogne, it was almost inevitable we were going to get ambushed. I tried to point it out, but Colonel Booth was itchy, and he didn't like it there. Much to Watts's chagrin, Booth decided to retreat to Bastogne. He ordered everyone to mount up and get ready to move out. Booth circulated up and down the column, talking to his soldiers, getting them ready for the ordeal ahead. At the very front of the convoy, he approached Private First Class Carlton Wiley, a jeep driver in his intelligence and reconnaissance platoon. Wiley was from Bangor, Maine, and he had the New England accent to prove it. He was sitting in the driver's seat of his jeep when Booth appeared at his side. "Hey, Private Wiley, do you think you can lead us out of here?" Wiley nodded. "I'll do my best, sir." Booth nodded, smiled, and moved on. A few minutes later, he gave the word to move out. Led by Wiley's jeep, the column snaked its way east out of Monet and then north onto a narrow, muddy country road that led to Bourcy. Here and there, they came under fire as enemy machine gunners spotted them. Tank destroyers from the 811th Tank Destroyer Battalion, along with some light tanks, shot back and protected the flanks of the more vulnerable half-tracks and jeeps. When they reached Bourcy, they clashed with 3 German armored cars and a platoon or 2 of infantry soldiers. The tanks quickly blew up the 2 armored cars, while everyone else dealt with the infantry. During the firefight, Corporal Elmer Oakes, a 20-year-old rifleman from Saltville, Virginia, spotted a German soldier. Oakes raised his rifle and fired. It went off, and the guy fell. The bullet went right through his eye and tore the back of his head off when it came out. Oakes was so frightened he was shaking. He felt completely nauseated at what he had just done. When the shooting died down, Oakes went over and looked at the dead German he had shot. The young Virginian turned away, bent over, and threw up. As Oakes vomited up his breakfast, Lieutenant Colonel Booth now decided to move the column northwest toward Bourg. He walked up and down the line, passing along the information. He saw a moving half-track that belonged to one of his commanders and attempted to hop on the running board, but slipped. The wheels of the half-track rolled right over one of his legs, breaking it. His soldiers helped him into a jeep while medics gave him first aid. The convoy moved out and wound its way into Ardennes, a little hamlet located about a mile and a half northeast of Nouville. They made a left turn and began heading west, down a steep hill. They saw about a dozen German half-tracks in the distance. Task Force Booth had plenty of firepower to deal with them. Tank fire and .50 caliber machine guns tore into the German vehicles and their accompanying infantry. "I think we probably got 15 or 20 of them, maybe more," Major Watts recalled. At that moment, Watts felt elated, but the feeling soon passed. All of a sudden, they were taking heavy fire from every direction. German tanks and self-propelled guns, firing from flanking positions around Ardennes, had them cornered. Enemy shells laced into the light tanks and half-tracks, setting them ablaze, tearing people apart inside. For the enemy, it was like a shooting gallery. Their tank crews simply shot one target after the other, usually scoring hits. Machine gun and mortar fire added to the horror. Task Force Booth had blundered into one of the 2nd Panzer Division's assembly areas. The Americans, desperate for survival, fled their vehicles and fought back as best they could. Corporal Oakes grabbed a bazooka and saw a German tank about 50 yards away. These damned enemy tanks scared the hell out of him. Just the tracks would put the chills in you. Now he was fighting for his life, and he had no time to dwell on his fear. The road had high banks on either side, so Oakes took cover behind a bank and made sure the bazooka was loaded. Back in the States, he had learned how to use this weapon, but he had never fired one in combat. A soldier sitting next to him said, "Put it on your shoulder. Pull the trigger when you're ready." Oakes rose up slowly, aimed at the tank, and fired. The bazooka shell hit the tank, and it looked like it bounced off. I dropped the bazooka and took off. Many others were doing the same, trying to make it to a patch of woods just beyond Ardennes. Private First Class Wiley drove his jeep off the road and into the woods, under intense fire all the way. Not far away from Wiley, Corporal Ray Stoker, another New Englander, abandoned the half-track he had been driving only a few minutes earlier. His job was to haul ammunition for self-propelled artillery pieces, and he had no desire to be in his half-track if the Germans sent all that ammo sky-high. He and his buddy, a man from Chicago, found a pile of hay and hid underneath it. They lay there watching their abandoned half-track. Stoker kept thinking about the German flag he had captured as a souvenir a few weeks ago. He sure hated to lose the thing. He turned to his buddy and said, "I left my flag in there." The other soldier was a large, beefy man, inevitably nicknamed Tiny. He looked at Stoker. "I don't give a damn. We're not going back for it." An instant later, a German shell tore into the half-track, blowing it up, sending flames licking into the air, ending any debate about the flag. Stoker and Tiny got up and ran out of there. They hooked up with a group of Task Force Booth soldiers and looked for an escape route. In the process, they saw Lieutenant Colonel Booth in his jeep. They offered to help him, but he refused, telling them to get out as best they could and not worry about him. Many of the Americans made it into the woods only to be trapped by the enemy. The Germans would run machine guns across the top of the pine trees and then yell for us to come out, Lieutenant Frank Richwine recalled. He realized that there was no way to escape. Richwine was actually from the 1st Battalion, 110th Infantry. 2 days earlier, he had barely escaped from Ersbelt and had, in the meantime, joined up with Task Force Booth. Lieutenant Richwine and another officer from his outfit, Lieutenant Raymond Bokar, conferred with a major from Task Force Booth about whether to surrender. The major wanted to surrender. Richwine and Bokar reluctantly assented. Bokar dropped his rifle, waved a white handkerchief, emerged from the woods, met a German half-track, and then turned around and signaled for us to come out. Private First Class Wiley destroyed his Jeep and then his personal weapon. I knocked the hell out of my Tommy gun, busted it all up, and buried it so they didn't get that. With his hands on his head, he too emerged from the woods. Like many others, he was angry at the officers for surrendering. Task Force Booth had ceased to exist. Practically our entire column was wiped out, and casualty rates were terrifically high, Major Watts said. We lost all the tanks. We lost everything except me and my men. Watts and 225 other men, including Stoker, Tiny, and Oakes, eventually made it to Bastogne, where they participated bravely in the siege. Booth, hobbled by his broken leg, could not get away. He hid in a Belgian barn, but the Germans found him and captured him. Southeast of Bastogne, Team O'Hara had enjoyed a relatively quiet night and morning. Lieutenant Colonel Jim O'Hara's troops, tanks, and self-propelled guns were deployed astride and abreast of the N34 highway, not far from Marville. The tranquility notwithstanding, Lieutenant Colonel O'Hara was worried. The area was very foggy, and he knew so little about the proximity of enemy forces that he almost felt blind. Right now, he summoned T5 Sergeant Tom Holmes, the leader of his intelligence and reconnaissance platoon, to his little farmhouse CP outside of Marville. Holmes was from Detroit. Before the war, he had worked for Plymouth as a tool and die maker. At age 26, and with a wife waiting back home, he was a little older and more mature than most of the soldiers under his command. O'Hara was only 32, so the two men, age-wise, were almost like peers. Now in the CP, Lieutenant Colonel O'Hara told T. Sergeant Holmes to take his 5 reconnaissance jeeps plus 1 M8 armored car and drive east on the N34 to Bras and beyond in an effort to find out what was out there. O'Hara was sorry to admit that he could not tell Holmes much about what to expect. He did not even have a map for him. "Hey, just go out and find him," O'Hara said. "See where they're at, but whatever you do, don't become engaged." As O'Hara spoke, he was smiling, and that was typical. For some reason, he grinned at everything, whether it was funny or serious, earning him the nickname Smiling Jim. Some of the men found this habit disquieting, others amusing. Sergeant Holmes was too focused on the dangers of this mission to care all that much about the colonel's predilections. He left the CP and got his jeeps on the road. On and on they drove, into the mist, their tires sliding a bit on the wet road. They reached Bras, found nothing, and kept going, all the way to a spot somewhere west of Wiltz. Holmes halted his jeeps, took out his binoculars, and looked around. He blinked in surprise as the image of German soldiers filled his lenses. There were so many Germans that Holmes thought they had taken over Wiltz. They had not. They were crossing a bridge very rapidly. We figured we'd report that back. Sergeant Holmes attempted to radio O'Hara, but could not get through. So I had to send 1 jeep back, and I guess he made it with the information. The 4 other jeeps quickly turned around and leapfrogged west, with 1 jeep covering the next while it advanced. After what he had seen, Holmes was surprised that the Germans were not on this road yet. He sensed their presence, though. They were probably not more than a mile and a half in from that road on secondary roads. Holmes's reconnaissance platoon made it back to Bras. He told his men to set up a roadblock position just north of the N34. They were in the process of doing this when they noticed a Volkswagen reconnaissance car come out of the fog on the main road. "Because we had been busy, it surprised all of us," Holmes said. "We're looking at them, they're looking at us, nobody's doing a thing." The Volkswagen got as close as 75 yards before someone yelled, "Krauts!" The German vehicle braked to a stop. An American machine gunner tried to open fire, but his gun jammed. Other soldiers dismounted and fired at the Volkswagen with their small arms. The bullets riddled the German jeep, shredding the 3 occupants. Then the Americans saw 2 Mark IV tanks and an armored personnel carrier trailing behind the destroyed Volkswagen. Behind them, but shrouded in fog, were many other vehicles. This was the leading element of a Panzer Lehr formation. Holmes, knowing they could not hope to stop this powerful force, and mindful of his orders to avoid an engagement, ordered his platoon to retreat. They made it safely back to Marville and set up about a quarter-mile east of O'Hara's command post. As they did so, Lieutenant Ted Hamer, a forward observer from the 420th Armored Field Artillery Battalion, called down devastating fire on the Panzer-Lehr column, slowing it for now. A mile and a half to the west, at nearly the exact same moment, two of O'Hara's officers, Captain Edward Carrigo, his S-2, and Captain John Devereaux, his B Company CO, were riding in a jeep, entering Ardennes. Devereaux was driving. Carrigo was in the passenger seat. The two men were reconning the area for O'Hara. Captain Carrigo had plenty of reconnaissance experience. Back in the States, he had assembled the intelligence and reconnaissance platoon, handpicking men like Sergeant Holmes and training them. For a time, he had led the platoon before being promoted to S2. As the two officers entered Ardennes from the east, the fog was so thick that they could see only 50 yards in the distance. Many frightened-looking residents of Ardennes emerged from cellars and doorways and clustered around the jeep. All morning, people had been coming into Ardennes, telling them that the Germans were very close. Some had even claimed that they were as close as Benochamp, a mile away. They were right. Speaking in a gaggle of voices, many of the civilians said, "The Germans are all around here." Captain Devereaux was also a member of the famous Barrymore family. Before the war, he had been a Broadway actor, so drama was in his blood. He climbed onto the hood of his jeep and addressed the civilians in French. "Do not be afraid. We Americans are here to stay. Go to your cellars and stay there, but do not be afraid." In response, he got a big reception. Many of the people actually cheered. Satisfied that he had calmed these folks down, he wedged back into the driver's seat and drove off. He and Carrigo drove through Ardennes and to the east. The fog lifted. 200 yards in the distance, they saw a vehicle of some sort. For a few seconds, the two captains peered at it, trying to determine whether it was an American half-track or a German scout car. Carrigo figured it out first. "Oh, God, those are Krauts." Devereaux threw the jeep into reverse. There was a flash from the enemy scout car. Something hit the jeep and bounced off, right where the wire catcher met the front bumper. Devereaux stepped on the gas pedal and drove back through Ardennes to the same spot where moments before he had addressed the townspeople. Many of them were still milling around, talking about the confident young American officer they had just seen. Captain Devereaux slowed his jeep long enough to warn them, in a much less reassuring tone than before. "The Germans are coming! Get back to your cellars!" Devereaux gunned the engine and left town. The civilians scattered for cover, no doubt disillusioned by Devereaux's mixed messages. Devereaux and Carrigo made it back to O'Hara's CP and told him what had happened in Ardennes. Smiling Jim was not happy with Devereaux for attempting to reassure the civilians without knowing more about the situation. "You've got no business doing things like that," he said. Captain Devereaux bit his tongue. He had never much liked O'Hara, mainly because he knew his persistent smile made it hard to know if he was serious or joking. This time, though, he knew O'Hara was serious. Beneath the veneer of anger, O'Hara was not that displeased. To be sure, Devereaux's dramatic streak was annoying. But thanks to him, Carrigo, and Sergeant Holmes, the colonel now knew that the team was being moved in on from two directions by Panzer-Lehr. The whole team was in place to oppose them. The next move belonged to the Germans. West of Lonville, Colonel Gilbreth and the remnants of CCR were retreating, hoping to make it to Bastogne. Gilbreth had tried the night before, only to see his command plunge into chaos. This morning, the retreat was more orderly, at least for a while. There were all kinds of vehicles, from jeeps and R&R cars to half-tracks and medium tanks, Lieutenant Carl Moot, the forward observer from the 420th Armored Field Artillery, recalled. Moot watched them with detached interest. This column toward the rear was jammed up, bumper to bumper, moving very slowly. Some of the soldiers going by asked us what we were going to do, and we told them we had come up to help stop the Germans. They said we were crazy, that there were thousands of Germans behind them. Most of these CCR soldiers had no idea that the Germans were in Magaret and Neuf. The head of the column ran into enemy roadblocks at Magaret and were stopped cold. To make matters worse, the CCR vehicles were getting mixed up with the vehicles of Team Cherry, which were languishing on the same road. The result was a massive traffic jam and a juicy target. By sheer happenstance, self-propelled guns, tanks, and infantry from 3 German divisions, 2nd Panzer to the north, Panzer Lehr in the north, east, and south, plus 26th Volksgrenadier to the south, appeared on either side of the N12 road. The enemy tank and gun crews could not have asked for a more advantageous situation. They were deployed on high ground, most of them about a half-mile off the road to the north and the south. Plain as day, on the road, hundreds of American vehicles were bunched up. The Germans opened up with mortars, artillery, rockets, and machine gun fire. Then came the anti-tank and tank fire. Up and down the column, vehicles exploded, sending flames and steel shards into the air. Ammo trailers got hit, cooking off their deadly cargo. German shells punctured the thin skins of trucks and half-tracks, creating strange, high-velocity metallic sounds of trauma from the destroyed vehicles. The Americans shot back as best they could, but they were outgunned and outflanked. One of the deadliest spots in this awful kill sack was just west of WWII at St. Michael's Grotto. The grotto was a Catholic shrine, literally cut into the side of a rocky span that dominated the southern side of the road. The grotto consisted of a cross, an altar, various candles, and numerous statues. A metal gate restricted access to this shrine. There was also a dominant rocky ridge on the other side of the road, and it was honeycombed with religious statues and the Stations of the Cross. American vehicles were down on the road, caught in this stone canyon. In one of those vehicles, Captain Edwin Rensmeyer was cringing as each German fell found a target. Just a few days before, the young intelligence officer had been sitting quietly in the Clairvallée, writing letters to his family. After being forced out of the hotel on the evening of December 17th, he had been on the run with other soldiers from the 110th Infantry. This morning, in hopes of getting into Bastogne, he had hitched a ride with CCR, feeling elated at his apparent luck. Now he felt anything but lucky. Every time there was a shot, it did one of two things. It knocked out another vehicle of some sort, or, if it were a bit high, it caromed off the high rock cliffs on our left. The screech those shells made when they hit the white rock cliffs was enough to curdle your blood. Not far away from Rensmeyer, Chief Warrant Officer Ralph Johnson was sitting in the back of a CCR half-truck, hoping with all his might that no enemy shells would hit this vehicle. The night before, he had escaped Allerborn when the Germans overran Colonel Ted Seeley's CP, only to end up in this terrifying situation. No matter how great a faith one might have, nothing was going to stop the carnage. As Johnson watched in horror, the Germans picked off vehicles in front and behind his. The lead vehicle and the last vehicle were hit and set on fire, thus blocking the road. Then, systematically, the German gunners knocked out most of the other armored vehicles. Some of the drivers jackknifed their self-propelled mounts over their ammunition caissons in an attempt to get into firing positions. Trucks were burning and ammunition was exploding. Dying and wounded were strewn all over the road. It was utter chaos. The stench of burning hair and flesh wafted through the winter air, mixing with the smell of burning cordite and diesel fuel. The noise of the guns, the explosions, and the screaming of men defied belief. Johnson, Rensmeyer, and dozens of others abandoned their vehicles and headed for Bastogne on foot. They made it. Many others did not. West of the grotto, Sergeant Wayne Witchert was in a truck that, for the moment, was protected by a patch of fog. Witchert was a squad leader in C Company, 55th Armored Engineer Battalion, a unit that was attached to CCR. He and his men could hear the shooting up and down the N12, but they had no idea what was happening. The night before, an officer had told Sergeant Witchert to be prepared to blow up a bridge half a mile away. Since then, he and his men had heard nothing. Now, in hopes of finding out some information, he dismounted from his truck and took up station under an evergreen tree. For a few minutes, he examined the road and a stand of woods in the distance, but the fog was too thick to see much. Now he heard the crack of a self-propelled gun and, a nanosecond later, an explosion in the tree a few feet above him. Then the world went black. Sometime later, he regained consciousness when he felt something tickling his neck. Witchert thought that perhaps he had fallen asleep and that some German soldier had slipped up on me and was tickling the back of my neck to wake me up and stick me with a bayonet. I kept my eyes closed for quite a while, afraid to open them. Finally, he chanced to look. The tickling was not coming from a German soldier. Instead, his left arm was broken, twisted around behind him, tickling his neck with clammy, shaking fingers. The tree had been completely blown from its base. The sound of small arms and artillery fire enveloped the whole area. A medic came to Witchert and gave him some sulfa pills and morphine. A few minutes later, 2 of his men found him and dragged him back to the road. The distal end of my fractured humerus bone was sticking out of my jacket. As my men ran between 2 trees, the bone hooked onto a tree. His useless left hand flopped up and slapped him in the face. The pain was immense, but it snapped him out of his stupor. When they made it to the road, his men told him to get medical attention and then left. Sergeant Witchert stood up and tried to stand on the running board of a half-track as it drove west, trying to escape the pervasive enemy fire. For obvious reasons, he could not hold on, and he fell into the mud. He wandered up and down the column, hoping to find a medic or a stationary vehicle, under fire all the time. At last, he found a radio half-track. I opened the back door of the half-track and asked if I could get in because I was exhausted. The radio operator said sure, so I crawled in and laid down on the floor. Gobs of blood ran from his shredded arm onto the floor of the half-track. The radio operator took one look at the arm and gagged. It was to the Germans' advantage to fire from a distance. After all, they held good ground and had plenty of targets to shoot at. The closer they got to the column, the more vulnerable they would be to American machine guns, Quad 50s, M7 Priests, and riflemen. Thus, they contented themselves with picking off CCR at a distance. This, in addition to the heroic efforts of small groups of tenacious fighters, such as self-propelled artillery crewmen from the 58th Armored Field Artillery and Quad 50 gunners from the 482nd Anti-Aircraft Artillery Battalion, kept the Germans at bay and staved off annihilation for CCR. Lieutenant Moot contributed much in that regard. By sheer luck, the Team Cherry tanks he was riding with were positioned in a defilated spot just left of the road that shielded them from the German fire. The Germans were hitting vehicles 50 yards away, but they apparently did not have a clear field of fire at Moot's tank or the others in this platoon from the 2nd Tank Battalion. Now Moot noticed German soldiers coming over a hilltop just outside of Longvilly. As the American tanks began shooting at them, Lieutenant Moot called back for artillery fire. 4.5 miles to the west, atop a hill located on the outskirts of Bastogne, several M7 self-propelled guns responded to Moot's order. They pumped shell after shell onto the Germans at Longvilly. The shooting was constant, one officer remembered, and the ammo trains were busy resupplying us to keep up with the demand. In spite of the fact that Lieutenant Moot did not have good maps of Longvilly, his shelling was accurate. He watched as the projectiles exploded, sending up little clouds of smoke and dust. Then he detected movement to his right. A wave of German soldiers came over a hill to the east and slightly south. The hilltop was not too close to us, probably 200 yards or more. About 10 or 12 Germans came running as fast as they could toward us. They were carrying only Panzerfausts and were apparently trying to get close enough to knock our tanks out with them. This was a disastrous mistake for them. Those who were fortunate enough to make it through Moot's barrage fell prey to machine gun fire from the American tanks. They fell heavily to the wet ground and lay motionless or writhed in pain. Not one of them made it within 100 yards of the tank platoon. To the west of Moot, Colonel Gilbreth and his headquarters managed to find their way into Bastogne on back roads. They took some soldiers of the 58th Armored Field Artillery with them, along with various stragglers from CCR. Dozens, if not hundreds, of his men straggled into Bastogne on foot. Their vehicles were still back on the N12, burning or sitting useless in an endless traffic jam. Other men were still in their vehicles, taking shelter, fighting back, or just cowering. The colonel himself was thoroughly exhausted, as were his battered survivors. Gilbreth's command had basically ceased to exist. As CCR died a slow, terrifying death, Captain William Ryerson of Team Cherry was attempting to recapture Maguire. When his lead tank was within 300 yards of the town, it rounded a curve and took a direct hit, right through its frontal armor, from a German anti-tank gun. The platoon leader, a Lieutenant Bolton, was killed instantly. Several other crewmen were badly wounded. The burning tank came to a dead stop, blocking the road in a narrow choke point, with embankments on either side. Captain Ryerson ordered his infantrymen to dismount, move forward, and see if the anti-tank gun was alone or if the German defenses were stronger. They were protected by a rise in the ground through which the highway was made, an officer later wrote. But beyond this point, they could not go because of heavy automatic and mortar fire. 2 M7 priests came up and shot at likely targets, slackening the enemy fire. From the east, 2 CCR anti-aircraft half-tracks drove right past Ryerson's vehicles, heedless of any warnings, and rounded the bend into Maguire. The men inside the half-tracks took one look at the burning tank and abandoned their vehicles, adding to the jam. This drew German artillery and mortar fire. Angry shells exploded up and down the road. With the road into Maguire completely blocked and evidence of strong enemy defenses in front of him, Ryerson knew that he was stymied for now. He heard that friendly infantry forces were coming from Bastogne. He did not know which units or in what strength. He only knew that they were supposed to be on the way. Perhaps, when they arrived, he could coordinate some kind of attack into Maguire with them. Most of his men dismounted, dodged shells, and probed around, looking for a different way into town. In one communications half-track, Corporal Spurgeon Van Hoos was still sitting at his radio, but now he was alone. His squad mates were out there somewhere, fighting around Maguire. Van Hoos's job was to stay with the radio, all alone, while shells exploded outside. Part of him would rather have been out there with his buddies, but he did the best he could to concentrate on his job. Now the back door of the half-track opened, and his sergeant sat down heavily on one of the benches. The NCO had a strange look on his face, and Van Hoos asked him what was wrong. He was in a state of shock. He had been standing by a guy, one of the stragglers. The guy got hit directly by an artillery shell, and it blew him all over. The sergeant sat there, trying to pull himself together, staring vacantly, at nothing and everything. 4. At Noville, Major Desabry had spent the last couple of hours moving around his unit's perimeter, checking his defenses and talking with his men. This town was a real challenge to defend because it was situated on low ground with distinct edges to the north and east, plus wooded draws to the west, southwest, and east. There was something good about the terrain, though. Noville was surrounded on every side by large swaths of open ground, creating beautiful fields of fire for Desabry's machine gunners and tankers. This meant that anyone wishing to take Noville had to approach from the open ground or on the roads. Since Team Desabry's initial contact with the enemy a couple of hours earlier, the roadblock OPs had pulled back into town. The Germans had been probing around for an hour or two, skirmishing here and there with the Americans, but the fog was still so thick that it was difficult for the Germans to see where they were going. Desabry's soldiers kept watch, waited for the inevitable attack, and listened to the ominous rumble of tanks and the Teutonic shouts of infantry soldiers outside of Noville, deep inside the mantle of fog. Some houses, barns, and vehicles were on fire, reducing visibility that much more. The flames flickered in weird shadows off the fog, as if it were dusk or early evening. Right now, at 10:10, Major Desabry was standing on the main N15 road at the north end of town, right next to the town cemetery. He was with the crew of a 57mm anti-tank gun and some infantry soldiers, listening to the growing noise of enemy vehicles. At that moment, the fog rose like a curtain in front of a stage. Straight up the road, about 15 yards away, Desabry and the others could see the shapes of these huge German tanks coming down the road. Their Panzer Grenadiers were all around them. On the second floor of the schoolhouse CP, Captain Bud Billett, the B Company commander, glanced out a window and saw, in the distance, more than 30 tanks. They were spread into a skirmish line along a ridge that saddled the Vaux Road. At the Bourcy northern crossroads, mere yards away from Billett and Desibry, there was an M18 Hellcat tank destroyer on post. As the fog lifted, the crew spotted 2 Mark IVs to the left. Inside the M18, Corporal Colby Ricker, the gunner, traversed the turret in that direction. The Mark IVs were incredibly close, certainly within shouting distance. Ricker lined up a broadside shot. The tanks were very nearly the same color as our own, which caused me some concern in making sure they were not our own, being at such close range. When Ricker was certain that these were enemy tanks, he opened fire. 2 shots were fired. When I saw the crew bail out of the first tank, I immediately traversed to the second one and fired. Not knowing whether Ricker had hit the second one, Ricker's tank commander ordered the driver to displace. They turned around and sped through the little town to a southerly position. I doubt that this entire episode consumed more than 1 minute in time. This was standard operating procedure for tank destroyer crews. Their Hellcats were offensive, not defensive weapons. They were thinly armored, very fast, very maneuverable, and very deadly to enemy tanks. It made good sense to snap off a few shots, displace, and then do it again. As Ricker's crew destroyed at least 1 Mark IV, the rest of the Americans in northern Noville opened up on the now visible enemy attackers with everything in their arsenal. Everybody on the northern perimeter of the town, the tanks, the assault guns, the 57mm guns, bazookas, pistols, rifles, you name it, everybody opened fire, Desibry recalled. The tanks on the Vaux Ridge stayed in place and spat shell after shell at the American defenders. Other tanks, like the ones Corporal Ricker shot at, edged all the way to the northern buildings of Noville. German artillery crashed all over town, tearing into roofs or doorways, exploding on the streets, battering the church steeple that served as an obvious observation post. Immediately west of the CP, right where the Vaux and Ouffelise roads came together, Private First Class Jerry Gulkasian, a loader and radio man on a Sherman tank crew, was feeding an armor-piercing shell into the breech of his tank's main gun. He was a native of Dorchester, Massachusetts, who had once been in the ASTP program. Now, in Noville, Gulkasian was crouched on the right side of the turret. The gunner, Private First Class Delmar Hildur, was on the left side. This tank belonged to Captain William Schultz, the commander of B Company, 3rd Tank Battalion. But the captain was not in the tank right now, and that was typical. He was usually on the ground, reconnoitering, giving orders, and taking orders. That made Hildur the nominal commander, but the other 3 crewmen would overrule him if they did not like his orders. For instance, the night before when they arrived in Noville, Hildur had wanted to position their tank beside a haystack, but Gulkasian and the others had thought that this spot, next to a little brick wall that surrounded the CP, was better, so there they were. As Gulkasian and Hildur peered into the distance, they saw 3 enemy tanks on the Vaux Ridge, well within range of the main gun. The 2 men did not really like each other. Gulkasian felt that Hildur had a hero complex, and Hildur wished that Gulkasian would simply do as he ordered. Nevertheless, they worked well together. Moving quickly and smoothly, Gulkasian loaded while Hildur fired 4 rounds at one of the enemy tanks. On the 4th shot, Gulkasian saw their armor-piercing shell ram into the turret of the tank. With that, it stopped moving. Then we just traversed only a little bit. In the meantime, the other 2 tanks turned sideways and gave us their whole broadsides, which, of course, you never do with a tank. With 1 shot, we got the second one. They fired 3 times before hitting the other one. We saw a blast and then stuff go all over the tank. Unseen American machine gunners slaughtered the fleeing enemy tank crewmen. Both of the tanks that had turned sideways were stuck in the mud, a real problem for the Germans at Noville, since their wide treads were not designed to negotiate wet ground. Now, Gulkasian and Hildur spotted an enemy half-track on the Ouffelise road. Gulkasian loaded a high-explosive round into the breech, while Hildur lined up the shot and fired. Gulkasian saw the shell smash right into the half-track. We opened up on them something fierce. They got blasted to smithereens. Through the smoke that boiled up from the enemy personnel carrier, he could see enemy soldiers bailing out or falling out, badly wounded. Not far from Gulkasian's tank, two German tanks charged down the N-15 at well over 20 miles per hour, somehow slipped past the destroyed tanks just north of the Borsy crossroads, and were driving straight at the American positions around the CP. From the veritable spitting distance of 30 yards, a self-propelled gun opened up on the first German tank and destroyed it with 2 shots. The Sherman took care of the other one. The burning, wasted hulls served as an ideal barrier. The road was relatively narrow, and they made a heck of a good roadblock, Major Desabry explained. The Germans were mainly attacking with armor, but some of their infantrymen made it into Noville under the cover of fog or their tanks. A sniper found his way onto the second floor of a house and shot at anyone walking around the streets near the church. Not far from there, Private First Class Jack Garrity, the Irish-American rifleman from Philadelphia, was holed up in a chicken coop just outside the house where he had spent much of the night. In spite of the shooting all over town, Garrity could hear a creek babbling somewhere in the woods just east of Noville. He also heard the shuffling sounds of enemy soldiers on the move. Garrity's buddy was several yards over on the right flank. He had told the man to yell over every few minutes so that Garrity would know he was still there. Garrity heard shots on the right and then nothing from his buddy. He called to the man and still got nothing in response. He crawled over to him. He was unconscious. He was very bloody. He had been hit by rifle fire. I pulled him in the stable. This made no difference. Garrity's buddy died. Elsewhere, a large group of enemy soldiers got caught out in the open ground to the northeast of town. Lieutenant Pete Green, a forward observer from the 420th Armored Field Artillery, saw them and called down withering fire. Machine gun, rifle, and tank fire only added to the carnage. Some were lucky enough to make it over the ridge and out of sight. Others never made it that far. Their dead, traumatized bodies were scattered randomly like leaves. The German attack was fading out, and as if in frustration, the enemy let loose an angry barrage of artillery, tank, and machine gun fire. With the possible exception of cellars, where civilians and GI stragglers hid in sheer terror, there was no safe place to be in Noville. Shells were exploding all over the place. Machine gun bullets zipped up and down the streets, through windows and doors. Across the street from Desabry's CP, First Lieutenant Jack Pryor, the battalion surgeon, was dealing with a growing number of patients in a makeshift aid station. Just a few days earlier, this place had been a tavern. In fact, Dr. Pryor had chosen this building because the barroom afforded plenty of open space for stretchers. He and his platoon-sized unit of some 35 medics cleared out the tables and chairs and arranged their growing number of patients in rows. I had probably half a dozen seriously wounded on this little bar. They were on the floor. We didn't have enough litters. I had a belly wound, I had a chest wound, I can remember a head wound. There was little that Pryor, a young doctor fresh out of medical school at the University of Vermont, could do besides bandage them, stabilize them, and prepare them to be evacuated to a real hospital. He himself was new to this unit. A regular battalion surgeon had come down with a case of pneumonia, and Pryor had replaced him a couple of days before the German offensive. Almost immediately, Pryor had run into a problem. The medical detachment had one remaining officer, Dr. Lee Naftalin, and he believed he should take command. But Naftalin was a dentist, not a physician. He'd been there longer than I had, and he was a captain, Pryor explained. He resented my coming in as a first lieutenant, taking over the detachment. Pryor knew that, according to regulations, dentists had no command functions. Physicians were supposed to be in charge, regardless of rank, but he had trouble convincing Naftalin of this. Finally, Pryor decided to take the issue to Major Desabry. He had done so immediately before the unit left for Bastogne a couple of days earlier. Much to Pryor's delight, Desabry knew the medical regulations. He turned to Naftalin and said, "The lieutenant's right. You can't command." That settled the issue. Since then, Pryor and Naftalin had worked well together and were actually becoming friends. Now the two of them were doing the best they could for the wounded men who were sprawled all over the barroom floor. Outside, there was a terrible racket of constant explosions combined with the zipping, buzzing bee sounds of bullets. Pryor recognized the distinctive ripping sound of German machine guns. Bullets shattered the tavern's front window, spraying glass shards everywhere. Anyone who was standing risked getting hit. Pryor stayed as low as possible. Naftalin and I were crawling around on the floor to take care of the wounded, 'cause you couldn't stand up. There was small arms fire coming into the room. Someone had selected our backyard as the ammo dump, and this did not boost our equanimity. Downstairs in the basement, the elderly couple who owned this tavern were huddled together, crying and sang the rosary. Upstairs in the barroom, the small arms fire was so steady that Dr. Pryor did not dare raise his head more than a couple of feet at a time. What a hell of a way to practice medicine, he thought. Just across the street, in the schoolhouse, Major Desabry was taking stock of his situation. The German attack was slowing down, although Noville was still under persistent fire from enemy artillery and machine guns. Minute by minute, his casualty numbers were growing. He had sent out reconnaissance patrols that never returned. Moreover, in the daylight and with the lifting of the fog, Desabry now understood the true nature of the ground that surrounded Noville. He knew that the Germans could lie back and pound him from the ridges, even as they cut the roads that led into town from the north and south. At this point, Desabry's guys had destroyed at least 10 tanks and had damaged several others. The young major expected that as long as his team had enough ammo and food, it could hold out in Noville. But he knew that with control of the high ground and the roads outside of Noville, the Germans could strangle Team Desabry. "We were out on a limb," he later said. Now Desabry wondered if it might be best to withdraw south to more defensible ground around Foy. At this stage, such a withdrawal was still possible via the southerly route out of Noville. In a few hours, that could change, though. As the idea of withdrawal occurred to him, he could not help but flash back to his conversation with Colonel Roberts the previous day. "You know, Des," the wise old colonel had prophetically said, "you will probably get nervous tomorrow morning and want to withdraw, so you had better wait for any withdrawal order from me." Then again, Major Desabry was not sure if Colonel Roberts had a full appreciation of the situation here at Noville. This morning, CCB had actually sent him an order to reconnoiter as far north as Uffalise, an absolute impossibility under the circumstances. Desabry decided to get in touch with Colonel Roberts, appraise him of the situation, and request permission to withdraw. At CCB headquarters, in the Hotel Lebrun at Bastogne, Roberts received Desabry's message, but he was not sure what to do. Noville was vitally important, but Desabry was looking at the real possibility of being surrounded and destroyed. Roberts trusted the major and knew he would not request to withdraw unless the situation was truly serious. But in order to fulfill its mission, Team Desabry should probably remain in Noville at least until the 101st Airborne Division got in position around Bastogne, and the paratroopers were still in the middle of that process. The colonel decided to discuss this Noville situation with General McAuliffe. Roberts left the Hotel Lebrun and began walking to the Belgian barracks. On the way, he ran into General Gerald Higgins and told him about his dilemma. As the two officers were talking, the 1st Battalion, 506th Parachute Infantry Regiment was marching past them. Colonel Robert Sink, CO of the 506th, and Lieutenant Colonel James Leprade, commander of the 1st Battalion, were at the head of the column. General Higgins waved them over and ordered Sink to send Leprade's 1st Battalion into Noville. Satisfied with these arrangements, Colonel Roberts shook hands with his airborne colleagues and returned to the Hotel Lebrun. Major Desabry was once again requesting permission to withdraw. Roberts got on the telephone with the major and asked the size of the enemy force he was fighting. "I told him a reinforced tank battalion because that was all I could imagine," Desabry recalled. In truth, he was facing most of the 2nd Panzer Division, but he did not know that at the time. Roberts was reluctant to give any sort of stay or else type of order. Instead, he said, "You can use your own judgment about withdrawing, but I'm sending a battalion of paratroopers to reinforce you." At Nouville, on the other end of the line, Désibré's intentions changed completely. Instead of withdrawing, he figured he could stay in Nouville a while longer. But if he did that, he absolutely had to control the ridges outside of town. "Well, if this battalion will come up," he told Roberts, "and if the battalion commander would agree, we would counterattack and drive the Germans off the ridge line and set up our defense up there." Roberts thought this sounded good. He told Désiré that Lieutenant Colonel Leprade and the 1st Battalion were moving on foot, so it would still be several hours before they arrived. They said goodbye and hung up. Major Désiré was still worried about his situation, but he felt better than before. At least help was on the way. The colonel would make sure of it. Perhaps the biggest factor in deciding to stick it out, Désiré later said, was complete faith in Colonel Roberts. "He had been a very close friend and advisor during training days, and I respected him as being a much better judge than myself." After his conversation with Roberts, Major Désiré found himself dealing with a crisis of sorts. In passing along the Major's original request to withdraw, his operator spoke in a loud voice that everyone in the little schoolhouse CP could easily hear. The withdrawal request spread like wildfire around Team Désiré. Hoping that the request was equivalent to an order, soldiers began drifting back from their foxholes into Nouville. Officers and NCOs disavowed the retreat and assured the soldiers that no one was going anywhere. The leaders went around, bullying, cajoling, threatening, and in some cases, begging the men to go back to their positions. In the meantime, Major Désiré sent his intelligence officer, Captain Calgren, into Bastogne to fetch Lieutenant Colonel Leprade. Calgren drove there in a jeep, quickly found Leprade, and zipped back to Nouville within half an hour. They entered the CP at 11:25. Neither Désiré nor Leprade was certain at this point who was supposed to be in overall command, but they took to each other immediately. "He was a wonderful guy," Désiré said. "A big, tall guy, very confident. He brought with him a couple of officers, and I went over the situation with him and showed him the German positions." Leprade agreed with Désiré on the necessity of taking the ridgeline. "So we dreamed up a scheme to put his paratroopers with some tanks and armored infantry, and one outfit would go out to the northeast and get that ridgeline, and 2 other companies would go out to the north and northwest and secure that ridgeline." Leprade's men were just now leaving Bastogne, walking north up the N15, so they would not be there for a while. Also, many of them did not have adequate weapons and ammunition. Désiré dispatched Lieutenant George Rice, his supply officer, to Foy with the mission of scrounging up some weapons and ammunition for the paratroopers. Major Désiré and Lieutenant Colonel Leprade agreed to launch their attack at 1400. With the plans finalized, Désiré took a moment to exhale and relax a little bit. Help was on the way. For now, all his men could do was wait and try to survive. 5. West of Bras, on a patch of high ground that overlooked the Wiltz-Bastogne N34 highway, 5 American tanks were in place. In one light tank, Lieutenant Ted Hamer, a forward observer from the 420th Armored Field Artillery Battalion, was looking through binoculars, hoping to catch a glimpse of the Panzer Lehr vehicles he knew were in and around Bras. All at once, 2 armor-piercing shells tore into the light tank, setting it on fire and wounding Hamer. He and 3 other badly wounded men escaped. The other man did not make it out. Behind Hamer's tank, a Sherman took a direct hit in the left side of its turret, turning the gunner into little more than bloody pulp. Crazed with fear, the driver threw the tank into reverse. The wounded tank bucked and jostled its way down the hill before bogging down hopelessly in the mud. The crew abandoned the tank, even as enemy artillery shells rained down around them. Just ahead on the road, a German Kubelwagen reconnaissance vehicle from Panzer Lehr stopped at the cusp of a small minefield that Team O'Hara engineers had sown. Several enemy soldiers got out of the vehicle and set about the task of disarming the mines. 200 yards to the west, several Team O'Hara half-trucks and tanks opened up on them. Somehow they missed, and the Germans got into the Kubelwagen and escaped. The point elements of the 901st Panzer Grenadier Regiment, Panzer Lehr, had been pushing west, right at Team O'Hara, but this little incident prompted them to turn north toward Ardennes. A few minutes later, the Team O'Hara soldiers noticed groups of infantrymen approaching from the west. These men were clad in unfamiliar green uniforms, and their trousers were bloused in their boots. Some of the armor soldiers almost opened fire, but they soon realized that these infantrymen were friendly paratroopers. They were from I Company, 501st Parachute Infantry Regiment, and they were headed to Ardennes. One of Lieutenant Colonel O'Hara's advanced patrols was just west of that town. Like their comrades to the south, these men at Ardennes did not know that airborne was on the way, and they came close to shooting them, but fortunately they did not. The patrol returned to O'Hara's perimeter, but 3 of his tanks took up station west of Ardennes, covering the town's exits. Apparently no one told the paratroopers what Captain Devereaux and Carrigo had experienced near Ardennes only a couple of hours earlier. In fact, there was probably no communication at all between the troopers and O'Hara's men. Company I and the rest of the 3rd Battalion, 501st Parachute Infantry Regiment, had spent the morning snarled in Bastogne traffic. Thus, they were the last of Colonel Ewell's troops to enter the fight. The rest of the battalion was headed for Mons. Company I's purpose was to secure the southern flank and hold Ardennes. The company entered the town without incident. The village was the usual collection of stone houses and barns. A stream ran straight through Ardennes, and there was a small bridge on the west end of town. Captain Claude Wallace, the CO, set up his CP in a house in western Ardennes. Lieutenant Howard Guillot's 1st Platoon went east on the main road and headed for the eastern edge of town, almost half a mile away. The 2nd Platoon, under Lieutenant Bob Harrison, went to the south, where a church dominated the southern approaches to Ardennes. Both of them were to go out a few hundred yards and dig in, Staff Sergeant Robert Houston recalled. He was a veteran platoon sergeant who had earned a Distinguished Service Cross in Normandy. Our platoon, the 3rd, set up at the crossroads, with a deserted house at the northwest corner for our CP. The company CP was directly across the road that we had just come in on. Sergeant Houston spread his squads throughout positions that covered the crossroads. Everyone was told to dig in and be prepared for whatever the 1st and 2nd platoons found. Many of the town's residents had fled after Captain Devereaux's escapade that morning, but a few were still there, hiding in their cellars. Captain Wallace sent Private First Class Marvin Wolfe and 2 other men on a scouting mission near the church. They reached the town square, not far from the church, took cover, and paused to look around. Just ahead, outside the church, there were swarms of German soldiers and a couple of tanks, too. Wolfe turned his little reconnaissance force around and started back to warn the captain, but it was too late. An entire battalion of infantry from the 901st Panzer Grenadier Regiment, supported by 7 tanks, was entering Ardennes from every side. 75 yards away from the company command post, Lieutenant Leonard Witkin was on the way to one of his machine gun nests. He had just retrieved some shovels and was about to distribute them throughout his platoon. As he was walking, he saw several enemy tanks emerge from a tree line and level their main guns at the CP. A second later, one of the tanks snapped off a shot. It smashed into the stone facade of the command post and buzzed through the house. Private First Class Frank Guzzi, a radio man, was standing inside with the company command group when the shell went right through the living room, wounding several and penetrating a second wall, the barn, killing the 1st Sergeant Carl Sargis and a cow. It was the first shot in a violent, brutal battle. Company I was cornered, fighting a close-quarters battle with a force many times its size. German tanks continued blasting away. Paratroopers ran in and out of the CP, with reports and requests for more weapons and ammunition, Guzzi remembered. Radios were crackling with frantic calls from the platoons, asking for information and fire support. Not far from the embattled CP, Staff Sergeant Erminio Calderon, the ranking NCO in the 2nd Platoon, was in the street with a squad-sized group, totally exposed to the enemy tank fire. Everyone scrambled for cover on the right side of the street, but Calderon headed for a house. A tank shell zipped over his head and exploded somewhere not far away. He looked around and saw a tank muzzle pointing right at him. That SOB had me zeroed in. I did a fast turn and got behind a small outhouse. A shell struck the front. The concussion was immense, like being jostled around the inside of a bass drum. I was badly shaken. I went to another house with a barn attached, and the doors were open. Lieutenant Ray Mulligan and a radio man were in there. He asked them if artillery support was on the way, but they were non-committal. As Calderon conversed with them, he saw a man outside running zigzag away from the same enemy tank. The Germans fired 3 shots at him, missing each time. There was no artillery support of any kind. The troopers fought back with the only anti-tank weapons they had, bazookas. Sergeant Houston was running from a pursuing German tank. He briefly took shelter in a house where several frightened civilians were hiding and continued into a garden where he had previously placed one of his squads. Still, the tank was on the prowl. We fired a bazooka shell, which hit the front of the tank where its armor was heavy, so it wasn't knocked out. The bazooka team maneuvered to the side of the tank, only 5 yards away, and poked their tube through some bushes. The explosion put a hole in the lower part of the tank, and we picked off the crew as they scrambled out. Another tank came up and pushed the one we had knocked out off the road. Across the street, a bazooka man from the 2nd platoon was crawling toward another tank. He almost got beside the tank before he fired his bazooka, Staff Sergeant Calderon recalled. The explosion was so great, he came tumbling down a hill. He got up and yelled, "I got it! I got it!" Not far away, Private Richard Halbaum was crouched behind a log pile, listening to the ominous clanking sound of another German tank on an adjacent street. Before long, the tank came into view. In its turret, a machine gunner was standing exposed at his gun, looking around for targets. Private Halbaum saw a bazooka man a few yards away, squatting by the corner of a house. He yelled, "Tank!" and pointed at the street. A few seconds later, he glanced in the direction of the bazooka man. He was gone, but the weapon was still there. Halbaum took aim with his rifle and shot the enemy machine gunner. In response, the turret swung in his direction. I got up on my haunches to make a dash behind the house after he let the first shot fly. At nearly the same second, the tank's main gunner fired a shot while a new machine gunner let loose a deadly burst. I started my 10 to 12-foot leap. The bullets embedded in the house. The concussion caught me halfway there. It made me like a rag doll flying through the air. My overcoat was hit in a few places by shrapnel, but luckily I wasn't hit. Someone pulled him inside the house. My ears were ringing like 24 phones. We were trapped in the house. As I looked out the window, I saw wall-to-wall crowds. The German infantrymen were everywhere, running around, screaming and shooting. They were overrunning Wardin house by house. To Halbaum, it seemed like there was an entire regiment out there. He and the 7 other men who were in the house with him debated what to do next. As they did so, the Germans overran their house and took them prisoner. They took them outside, lined them up against a hedgerow, and covered them with a .50 caliber machine gun that was mounted on a captured U.S. half-track. Elsewhere, enemy soldiers were on the verge of taking Captain Wallace's CP. The captain got on the company radio net and said, "Every man for himself." He and the small command group tried to escape through an adjoining barn. They hoped to make it across the stream and then south, out of town. They took off at a dead run. Private First Class Guzzi still had a 42-pound radio strapped to his back, so he lagged behind. Up ahead, he could hear small arms fire. He saw the dead body of Private Gullo, a man who had been in the CP only moments before. Guzzi had been trying, unsuccessfully, to call battalion on his radio for nearly an hour. Indeed, the failure of communications equipment was a major reason why I Company was in such serious trouble. They had no way to call for artillery support or any other help from higher headquarters. With his life at stake, Private First Class Guzzi ditched the useless radio. I dropped it on the ground and double-timed it out of there. Just ahead, Sergeant Rick Buck Ketstever was running with Captain Wallace and his executive officer, Lieutenant William Shoemaker. Shoemaker was first, then Ketstever, then Wallace. As the lieutenant turned into a gate, I thought he tripped because he fell to the ground, Ketstever recalled. I was so close to him by then, I fell over him and Captain Wallace fell on top of me. They had both been hit, either by rifle or machine gun fire, and both were dead. I crawled into the creek and started moving up the hill toward Bastogne. Back in Ardennes, close to where the CP had been, Private First Class Wolf was fleeing in confusion. He watched one of his buddies, Private Wilbert Gauthier, stand right in the middle of the street and fire a bazooka round. The rocket hit one tank. To Wolf, it looked destroyed, but another tank opened up with a machine gun. The bullets stitched Gauthier, and he went down in a heap, probably dead before he hit the ground. Wolf made it to the creek and hid. He decided to wait until darkness and then escape to Bastogne. Staff Sergeant Calderon retreated to the doorway of a house across the street from what had been the company headquarters building. He found out the hard way that the Germans now controlled the CP. I saw a German stick his head out of the company CP window. I saw that Kraut put his machine pistol to his shoulder and fire. I saw 5 bullets in the door, starting from where my belly button would be, going up to my head. I was half in and half out of the door. I know he was aiming at me. I stood there, frozen. Fortunately for Calderon, a nearby group of Americans saw the German and shot him. From there, Calderon made it out of the town and saw a group of civilians. He borrowed an overcoat from one of them and tried to blend in with them as they walked west. The Krauts spotted our boots and opened up. I don't know if any of the civilians were hit, but there was a road with high banks. Sergeant Calderon hid there and waited for darkness. Just outside of Ardennes, Private First Class William McMahon and a machine gun crew were on a little hill that overlooked the town. When the shooting started, someone had ordered them to come up there and keep the Germans from flanking I Company. They heard the crackle of small arms fire and high-velocity shells down in Ardennes. They could hear the distinctive squeaking sounds of tank bogey wheels. "That's our tanks," one man wishfully asserted. McMahon knew better. Our tanks wouldn't be coming down the street blowing the hell out of buildings where our guys are hiding. They argued about whether to go down and help or not. Lieutenant Whitkin, who had been fetching shovels for them, appeared and settled the debate. "Anybody that wants to live, follow me," he said. Under cover of the smoke that was pouring from burning buildings, they made it across the main road and out of Ardennes. Along the way, McMahon tore his trousers on some barbed wire and then had to cross the stream. That was the coldest goddamn water I ever felt in my life. McMahon's group made it to a ridge and dug in. There were only 10 of them, and the young machine gunner wondered if that was all that was left of I Company. There were others. Escaping and evading any way they could, 83 out of an original 140 soldiers from I Company made it out of Ardennes and back to Bastogne. Sergeants Houston and Calderon made it out, as did Lieutenant Whitkin. Private Wolf, McMahon, and Guzzi also escaped. The rest of I Company, 57 men in all, were killed or captured. The company destroyed at least 3 enemy tanks and killed untold numbers of German soldiers. Throughout the short, bitter battle for Ardennes, the Team O'Hara tanks did not fire a shot or do anything to help the paratroopers. No one was ever sure why. Colonel Ewell's 501st Parachute Infantry Regiment was fully deployed now. His 2nd Battalion took Bizoury against little resistance and pushed for Magaret in hopes of joining forces with Captain Ryerson. But the 2nd Battalion ran into dug-in positions manned by the 26th Volksgrenadier Division and Panzerlehr. Major Sammy Homan, the battalion CO, told Ewell he could not think about taking Magaret. He needed everyone he had just to defend his front line. The same was true for the 3rd Battalion at Mons. Lieutenant Colonel George Griswold, the CO, hoped to push for Neuf, but he soon found out that German opposition was too strong for that. One platoon from G Company of the 501st did manage to make it to Lieutenant Colonel Henry Cherry's besieged Chateau CP, just south of Neuf. All morning long, Cherry and his headquarters soldiers had been fighting a substantial enemy force of 4 tanks, an armored car, and the better part of 2 companies. The enemy destroyed one of the headquarters tanks and encircled the chateau on 3 sides, Cherry said, covering the 4th, west side by 20mm and MG fire. Some enemy infantrymen worked their way to within 5 yards of the building itself before they were killed. None of the enemy succeeded in entering the chateau. Cherry's men had dismounted several machine guns from vehicles and had placed them in various windows throughout the chateau. They ran from gun to gun, meeting threats wherever they arose. The paratroopers added whatever firepower they could, and they began to take casualties. Our machine gunner was hit just as he set up his gun, Private Walter Davis, a radio man, recalled. He had a bullet in the right shoulder and back. During a lull in the fighting, Davis saw two Americans get into a jeep and attempt to make a dash for Bastogne. They didn't get 50 yards before both were hit by heavy machine gun fire. They groaned and fell off the jeep. We tried to get to them, but could not, due to heavy fire. In any case, they were both dead. Cherry and his stalwarts kept fighting and waited for relief or darkness, whichever came first. 2 miles to the east, at Magueret, General Bayerlein was in a gloomy mood. His troops were holding the town against American pressure coming from the east. This was Ryerson's group. To the German commander, it seemed as though every time his Panzerlehr made any progress toward Bastogne, it ran into tough resistance. He knew now that Ewell's regiment was in the fight, and he had never, in his mind, resolved the issue of the supposed enemy armored division at Longvilly. To Bayerlein, it seemed his flanks were wide open, menaced by multiple U.S. formations with plenty of firepower. I felt that resistance on my flanks would have to be annihilated before I could attack. The movement of the infantry regiment, the 501st, which had come out of Bastogne to attack me, had reacted decisively on my thinking. As far as the general was concerned, his main focus should be extricating his division, not hurling it at Bastogne. Any attack on Bastogne, Bayerlein felt, would require the efforts of multiple divisions, not just his own. Now he noticed a group of American prisoners who came from a medical unit. They had apparently been captured in the woods outside of Magueret. Hoping that they might take care of his own wounded, Bayerlein spoke to them. He was amazed to see that one of the American prisoners was a female nurse. She was a stunning, gorgeous woman. Bayerlein described her as young, blonde, and beautiful. Absorbed in the pursuit of this attractive woman, the general lost whatever remained of his aggressiveness and initiative. She held him spellbound for much of the rest of the day. At Viltz, another general had no time for such distractions. General Norman Dutch Coda knew that the 28th Division could not hold this town for much longer. His hodgepodge forces had managed to hang on through the night, but only because the Germans had not mounted an all-out attack. Coda knew it was only a matter of time until they did so. This morning, he had designated Lieutenant Colonel Daniel Strickler as the commander of all forces in Viltz. This included the tattered remains of the 110th Infantry Regiment. Strickler was now the 3rd regimental commander in as many days. His orders were to hold out as long as possible while the division headquarters group and rear echelons withdrew to Cibray. The longer the 28th Division could hold out here, the fewer Germans would be available to fight around Bastogne. Coda was a courageous man who had proven his mettle many times in combat. With the evacuation of his division headquarters, he knew that the time had come for him to leave Viltz. Personally, he preferred to stay with his men, but that was neither practical nor wise. No purpose would be served if Coda got killed or captured. He could do far more good escaping to lead other fights on another day. He knew that, but he did not like it. Now, in Viltz, with all his arrangements made, Coda jumped in his jeep, nicknamed Fire and Movement, and ordered his driver, Sergeant Robert Milbier, to take off. A couple of miles to the west, at the Café Schumann crossroads, where they were about to turn onto the N15 that led into Bastogne, they saw droves of German soldiers. General Coda ordered Milbier to step on the gas. The jeep sped past the Germans, so close that the Americans could clearly see the surprise on the faces of their adversaries. Several more times on the N15, they ran into small groups of enemy soldiers. Each time, the Germans opened fire, but Milbier skillfully maneuvered past them and kept driving at top speed. When they were about 3 miles from Bastogne, they saw 2 American jeeps on either side of the road. Men were standing in the back of each jeep, pointing .30 caliber machine guns at Fire and Movement. Sergeant Milbier slowed down. Coda was relieved to see that the men in the jeeps were indeed Americans. As it happened, T. Sergeant Tom Holmes, the Detroit native who commanded Team O'Hara's intelligence and reconnaissance platoon, was in charge of this roadblock. Holmes eyed Coda and his jeep suspiciously. He and his men knew that Germans were masquerading as Americans, and they wished to take no chances with this old man. General Coda was unknown to me. I didn't know him from a bale of hay at the time. He was looking very worried and concerned. Sergeant Holmes and one of his gunners questioned Coda intensely on American culture. Who won the pennant last year? What team plays in Brooklyn? Who's dating Rita Hayworth these days? Coda patiently answered, and then posed a question of his own. I'm looking for any of my 28th Division. Can you tell me where any of them are? Sergeant Holmes had no idea. He hardly knew what was happening with his own Team O'Hara, much less the 28th Division. Coda looked anxious. Holmes figured that the poor old man had been through hell, and he felt badly for him. We decided that he was genuine. He went on through. Coda met with O'Hara and then drove into Bastogne, where he was reunited with his old friend Colonel Roberts. After talking with Roberts and General McAuliffe, and thus learning much more about the battle raging around Bastogne, Coda returned to his jeep and went into his new, fledgling headquarters at Cibray. Back in Wiltz, his battered survivors prepared for the final assault. 2.5 miles northwest of Bastogne, one U.S. Jeep and 2 armored cars were driving north on a small paved road. They had just passed Longchamp and were approaching Bastogne. The command vehicle was known as an M20. It was stubby-looking, with a skin of light armor. The vehicle had no turret, nor did it have tracks. Instead, it had 3 tires on either side. Its main weapon was a .50 caliber machine gun in a ring mount near the main hatch. Inside the M20, Lieutenant Colonel Clifford Templeton was concentrating on making it to his objective, and it was not all that far away, 4, maybe 5 miles at the most. He was the commander of the 705th Tank Destroyer Battalion, a powerful unit that was equipped with maneuverable M18 Hellcats, exactly the kind of weapon the Americans badly needed to counter German armor at Bastogne. The last 16 hours had been quite a whirlwind for Templeton and his 705th Tank Destroyer Battalion. The night before, 8th Corps had alerted them for movement to Bastogne. They had left their base at Kohlscheid, Germany, some 60 or 70 miles from Bastogne, at 22:40 hours, and had spent a confusing night trying to find a good route into Bastogne. Along the way, they had seen and heard many buzz bombs in the vicinity of Liège. This morning, Templeton's 705th had attempted to go into Bastogne via Ouffelise and the N15 road, the same one that went through Noville, only to find out from a military policeman that the road was in enemy hands. Templeton had successfully rerouted his battalion west to La Roche, although one of his reconnaissance platoons had mistakenly strayed into Ouffelise, mainly because the MPs failed to divert them. They were engaged in a bitter, close-quarters fight with the Germans. That morning in La Roche, Templeton had seen firsthand the backwash of the chaotic American retreat. Various units were sprawled on both sides of the road. These outfits did not seem to have any plans for their own defense, and the uncertainty of the true situation only added to their bewilderment. With the gravity of the situation dawning on him, the colonel had ordered his battalion into defensive positions in and around La Roche while he tried to find the best way into Bastogne. He set up a roadblock in the northern part of town, while the bulk of the battalion deployed to the south of La Roche. Templeton had learned from a reliable source that 8th Corps headquarters had moved to Neufchâteau, so he decided to go there and see General Middleton. For the journey, he brought along a reconnaissance jeep and an armored car. In Neufchâteau, General Middleton had reiterated his previous order. Templeton was to get his battalion into Bastogne. The colonel had sent Lieutenant Morris Clampert, one of his operations officers, in a jeep to La Roche to convey this order to the battalion and get them moving. About an hour earlier, Templeton and his little group had gone to Bastogne, where General McAuliffe told the colonel to bring your battalion up as quickly as possible. Templeton planned to do so along the very road he was on now. He half expected to meet his battalion just ahead of Bastogne, or perhaps a little beyond. He peered through a slit in his armored car, looking for them, but he saw nothing. The whole area was quiet. Nothing and no one was stirring. In the other armored car, an M8 with a turret and a 37mm gun, T5 Larry Tanber was sitting in the gunner's seat. Like Templeton, he too was scanning the area, looking for threats. It was an eerie silence, with no guns being fired and no artillery shells falling around us. Just ahead, the Jeep was rounding a crook in the road. In the Jeep, one soldier was driving, one was in the passenger seat, and another was standing in the back, manning a .50 caliber machine gun. Just as the Jeep rounded the bend, Tanber heard the industrial ripping sound of German machine guns, combined with the bark of a 75mm gun. Bullets shredded the Jeep. The driver slumped over in the wheel, and Tanber could tell he was dead. The two other men ran from the Jeep and took cover. Just behind Tanber's M8, Lieutenant Colonel Templeton's M20 absorbed several hits from a quacking 40mm anti-aircraft gun. The colonel ordered his crew to destroy their M20, dismount, and take cover. Templeton made it out and took cover in a ditch, as did a couple of other men. One of the assistant gunners, Private Benny Chambliss, went a different way and got captured. Meanwhile, Tanber's driver was frantically maneuvering his vehicle off the road into a defilated firing position. Bullets were ricocheting off the pavement, and Tanber could hear them hitting the tires of his armored car. Tanber spotted the enemy machine gun that was responsible for this fire. I fired 2 rounds from the 37mm cannon, destroying the machine gun emplacement, and our vehicle turned around while taking heavy fire from other enemy gun emplacements. At this moment, it might have been easier and safer to abandon the M8 and run away, but Tanber and the other crewmen stayed right where they were. Tanber fired round after round at the Germans, allowing Templeton and the other dismounted men to retreat to a safer spot. "All you do in that situation is react," Tanber later said. "Survival is utmost in your mind. All the training you had to prepare yourself for combat comes to the forefront." The M8 driver managed to get the vehicle back on the road and retreat south. They picked up Templeton and the other survivors and went back to Bastogne, where they began searching for a good place to set up a command post. Along the way, the colonel radioed the battalion, warned them of the enemy roadblock at Bastogne, but told them to come any way possible to Bastogne. Templeton's S3, Major Worth Curtis, was in charge of the battalion convoy in the colonel's absence. To avoid the Bastogne roadblock and whatever other enemy forces might be nearby, he decided to employ a circuitous westerly route via Champion and Ortheville and into Bastogne. Lieutenant Colonel Templeton could do little now but settle in and wait for them. He knew how badly General McAuliffe needed his Hellcats. He only hoped they would make it to Bastogne before it was too late. 6. A few miles to the north, just outside of Foy, Private Donald Burgett was walking on the wet N15 highway, putting one foot in front of the other, fighting off the queasy feeling that accompanied his return to combat. He was one small part of a long, staggered line of Lieutenant Colonel Laprode's paratroopers, all of them ambling north to Noville. Here and there, artillery shells exploded inaccurately. Small patches of snow clung to adjacent fields. Everyone could see his breath, but the day was not that cold, really. Burgett figured the temperatures were probably in the upper 30s or lower 40s. Up ahead, in the middle of the road, he saw a Jeep. A lieutenant with a 10th Armored Division patch on his sleeve was standing in the back of the Jeep, talking to a couple of airborne officers. Much to the delight of Burgett and the other troopers, the Jeep was piled high with ammo of all kinds. The 101st Airborne's journey to Bastogne had been so frantic that many of the troopers did not have proper weapons and ammunition. The 10th Armored Division officer was Lieutenant George Rice, Desibry's S4, and he had spent the last couple of hours scrounging for ammo and weapons anywhere and everywhere. Rice had brought up several Jeep loads and 1 truckload of ammo, all of which was now being organized in neat piles. There were bandoliers of 8-round clips for riflemen, 45 caliber slugs for men with Thompson submachine guns, 30 caliber belts for machine guns, rockets for bazooka men, 60mm mortar shells, hand grenades, and the like. Burgett walked past the Jeep and, like so many other soldiers, grabbed what he needed. I reached out and accepted 2 bandoliers of M1 cartridges, which I slung around my neck over my left and right shoulders, as did the rest of our riflemen. He also got some .45 caliber bullets. Nearby, Private Donald Straith, a new man in Burchett's squad and a fellow Michigan native, noticed a crate of grenades. These were distributed one to a man until the supply was exhausted. Straith hooked a grenade to his cartridge belt and kept moving. Everyone thanked Lieutenant Rice for his efforts. "It was nice to feel that we at least had something to fight with," one paratrooper said. Thus replenished, Laprode's battalion kept marching all the way to Noville. Once again, a shroud of fog had descended over the little town, and it was under intense artillery and small arms fire, making movement very dangerous. Houses, jeeps, and half-tracks were on fire. Private First Class Jerry Gulkasian, the tanker, looked to the south and saw the paratroopers appearing out of the fog and thought they might be Germans. Like nearly every Team Desibris soldier, Gulkasian had no idea that the 101st Airborne was joining them in Noville. "We turned our turret around. We were going to fire on him. We never expected him." Fortunately, Gulkasian and the other tank crews had served at Fort Benning, so they knew what paratroopers looked like. "We noticed the jump boots, and we noticed they were walking in column." The troopers waved and shouted to the tankers and took cover in doorways or demolished houses. Standing next to Gulkasian in the turret, Private First Class Hilduer asked an airborne officer what was going on and learned for the first time of the counterattack that Desibris and Laprade were planning to launch in mere minutes. The plan was to send 4 tanks north on the Ouffelise Road and another 3 east on the Bourcy Road. Each tank group would be accompanied by a platoon and a half of armored infantry and half-tracks. Laprade's battalion would then fan out and capture the ridges. C Company directly to the east on the other side of the Bourcy Road, A and B companies to the north of Noville, with the former on the east side of the Ouffelise Road and the latter on the west side. Basically, the tanks and half-tracks would provide fire support for the paratroopers who were supposed to take the ridges on foot. Even now, howitzers from the 420th Armored Field Artillery Battalion were pounding those ridges. This attack would be a difficult proposition under ideal circumstances, and these were far from ideal circumstances. The enveloping fog made it tough to see any farther than 50 yards in the distance. The open ground around Noville was a death trap. The Americans were badly outnumbered and outgunned. A reinforced battalion was about to attack the equivalent of a division. To cap it all off, the attack was not well organized. Most of the paratroopers had been told next to nothing about this assault. They were used to receiving extensive briefings before jumping into combat. Instead, right now in Noville, officers or NCOs pointed in the distance and said things like, "Hey, we're attacking, go there," or "Follow me, we gotta take some ridges outside of town." At 14:30, the courageous paratroopers began the attack. They sprinted into the fog, fired their weapons, and took cover anywhere they could, then got up and ran again. Some of them got as far as the ridges. "As we proceeded to do this," Lieutenant Joe Reed of C Company recalled, "we came upon a bunch of Krauts sleeping in their holes. We started to pop them as we ran along the ridge. Immediately, we heard a bunch of tank motors start up just over the hill in a wooded area." At this exact moment, the Germans were launching an attack of their own. Their Mark IVs and Mark Vs emerged out of the fog, seemingly everywhere. The tanks rolled straight for the very ridges the paratroopers were trying to take. At the same time, the volume of enemy artillery and screaming Mimi fire in Noville increased to a violent crescendo. Some of the paratroopers were caught out in the open and slaughtered in hordes. The tanks came over the hills and poured heavy fire from machine gun and cannons into our infantry, one paratrooper later wrote. Team Desibris' tank, half-track, and tank destroyer crews could see that the American attack was shattered, so they hung back and tried to give covering fire to the stricken paratroopers. They picked off a couple of enemy tanks, but most of the troopers were on their own in this kill zone. At the town cemetery, Private Straith and much of A Company were pinned down under the barrage of furious tank and artillery fire. "I immediately dove between 2 gravestones and lay there waiting." He could hear intense fire just beyond the wall of the graveyard. An occasional shell would pass overhead, one striking the side of a small mausoleum nearby. From various shouts I heard around me, I soon found out that those men who had crossed the wall were pinned down in the fields beyond, and that forward movement had come to a standstill. Not far away from Straith, Private First Class Stephen Polander was lying against the graveyard wall, cringing under the enormous weight of enemy fire. Round after round of German artillery or tank shells exploded uncomfortably close. Suddenly, a shell hit the top of the wall. "The concussion knocks me senseless," he wrote in a present tense description. "When I come to, I don't know where I am." He stumbled to a nearby barn. Inside sits a young man on what looked like a block of wood, his back to me. His skull on the upper right side has been totally torn off by a huge chunk of shrapnel. His brains are showing. The medic kneels, dabbing his skull. Private Burgett was a couple of 100 yards away, out in the middle of no man's land, at the extreme point of A Company's aborted advance. He and several of his squad mates were huddled in a chicken coop, smoking cigarettes, trying to calm down. They had dodged all manner of enemy fire just to get in there. They had seen men killed. Burgett was still thinking about a dead 10th Armored man he had seen, his body hanging out of a jeep, his blood draining into a watery ditch, turning the water red for 100 feet back down the ditch. Now enemy artillery shells began exploding too close for comfort. Private Burgett and the others stubbed out their cigarettes and bolted for the dubious safety of a haystack. Burgett and one of his best buddies, Private Harold Phillips, a blond-haired, blue-eyed Pennsylvanian, saw German tanks edging over the crest of a hill just ahead. One of the tanks rolled forward, while the others remained in place, covering the leader. Burgett and Phillips looked around for a way to escape, but saw nothing but open terrain. "If we had a bazooka, we might be able to knock it out, or at least go down trying," Phillips said. Burgett agreed. "Look at the size of that son of a bitch. It's as big as a house." The tank's machine gun opened fire, splitting the haystack in the middle and setting the hay on fire. Hugging the ground, they crawled away. Sergeant Don Brennenstuhl, Burgett's squad leader, ordered him to go back, find the captain, and get permission to retreat. "Are you nuts?" Burgett replied. "If I try to cross that field, they'll blow me to bits." Brennenstuhl glared and repeated his order. Burgett knew he had no choice. He took off at a dead run, literally dodging bullets. He made it to the edge of Noville, where he found the captain. The CO gave him an indecisive order, either go forward or stay in place. Burgett somehow made it back to Brennenstuhl and relayed the order. The squad was under such intense fire that Brennenstuhl decided to retreat. All of them took off at a dead run, back into Noville. Private Burgett made it to a small road and was horrified to realize that the tank was chasing him. It was only a couple hundred or so yards behind and gaining. I didn't try to zigzag. I just wanted to put as much distance as I could between that metal monster and myself. Bursts of machine gun bullets lanced past me, splattering the pavement around and ahead of me before winning off in different directions. I could see sparks fly where the bullets struck the pavement to my front. Burgett glanced back long enough to see the tank's main gun was pointed right at him, and he felt sick to his stomach. It was like a nightmare brought to life. Goosebumps rose on my arms, and I could feel the hair crawling on the nape of my neck. He made it into a house where Phillips and a couple of others were hiding. The body of an old man lay on a brass bed in the corner of one room. The tank pulled alongside the house, rotated its turret, and fired, turning the dead man into mush, just as the Americans ran out of a back door. They managed to escape injury. Soon, they received an order to dig in just outside of Noville. As Burgett dug in, other paratroopers were retreating back into Noville. East of town, Lieutenant Reed and much of C Company were under intense fire. I yelled to the guys to get off the hill and back to town, which we did. On the way, he sent Private First Class Robert Wyatt and Private Henry Lugo forward to scout for a safe route. The two of them took machine gun fire and took cover behind a burned-out half-track. Wyatt was senior to Lugo. He ordered him to go back to the company and tell them what was happening. As Lugo left the cover of the half-track and started back, he drew a lot of fire, Wyatt said. It scared the hell out of him, so he turned back to the half-track and threatened to shoot me for trying to get him killed. I had to do some fast talking to calm him down. With Lugo placated, they and the survivors of C Company made it back to Noville. With the defeat of the American attack, the battle for Nouville turned into a free-for-all. Major Desabry later said it was like a barroom brawl. No man could control it or know what was taking place all the time. The Major was angry that he was losing so many half-tracks and jeeps to artillery fire. I would return to the CP, blow my top, and order the vehicles scattered. The order would be obeyed, but somebody would move the damned things onto the main streets, and the process would be repeated. Finally, he ordered his maintenance officer to move all the disabled vehicles back to Bastogne. The Germans now pressed their tanks forward, generally without infantry support. Some of their armor even got into the foggy, rubble-strewn town. Private Don Adder, the Washington, D.C. native in Headquarters Company, 20th Armored Infantry Battalion, was about to find this out firsthand. He had spent much of the day in and around the farmhouse where the night before he had caught a few hours of sleep in a turnip pile. He and his comrades had been under artillery and sniper fire almost all day. The house was demolished, its windows shattered, and Adder was bathed in the light of burning vehicles. Somewhere in the distance, he could hear the pitiful cries of dying animals that had been caught in burning barns. In the confusion of the fog, Private Adder had actually come face-to-face with German soldiers on 2 occasions. Both times, the erstwhile enemies had prudently headed in the opposite direction. Now Private Adder was looking at Desabry's headquarters building, and he noticed paratroopers milling around outside. Curious to know what was going on, he crossed the street, but could not find anyone who knew much of anything. A soldier, whom Adder recognized as a member of B Company, 20th Armored Infantry, hustled around the corner and cried, "There's a Tiger tank rolling into town, blowing up everything!" Most of the soldiers scrambled into the basement of a nearby house, but Private Adder wanted no part of that. That was a good place to get buried alive. Instead, Adder went out the back door of the house, looked in one direction, and saw nothing but milky fog. Just when he thought that this was much ado about nothing, he looked the other way and saw the enemy tank no more than 25 feet away. I could have spit on it if my mouth had not gone dry. Private Adder ducked back into the house and found a bazooka. Another soldier from B Company materialized. He said the bazooka was his and that he had plenty of experience firing it. Adder gave him the tube, picked up a bag of rockets, and promised to be his loader. The 2 soldiers left the house, crawled on their bellies up to a wall right behind a burning half-track, and aimed their weapon at the tank. I pulled the pin, shoved it into the rear of the barrel, and wrapped the little wire around the contact spring. Adder said a quick prayer and patted the other man on the back. He fired. The shell hit the tank, but did no damage. As I loaded another round, the turret started to swing back and forth. They fired and hit the tank, but the shell bounced off without exploding and rolled into the street. The Germans in that tank now knew someone on their right was up close and firing at them. The enemy tank backed up slightly. Adder and his partner kept firing. They hit the tank several more times, but did not destroy it. A German sniper was trying to shoot them, but they were shielded by the corner of the house. His bullets chiseled away at the stonework, sending showers of dust and chips in front of us. The tank fired and hit the house above the 2 Americans. Debris collapsed down upon them, but they were unhurt. They fired again and hit the tank just under its main gun, clearly damaging it. "I think we got the bastard," Adder hollered. "Fire one more time in the same place." He armed a shell and was about to load it when he heard a loud blast from behind him. Concussion knocked him to the ground. I was out for a couple minutes. When he awoke, he looked up and saw the long barrel of an American tank destroyer. It had fired right over their heads and finished off the German tank. A tank destroyer lieutenant was standing over him talking, but Adder could not hear him. I could not hear anything at all but a tremendous ringing and roaring in my ears from that muzzle blast. The lieutenant and his men helped Adder and the other soldier to their feet and inside the house. The officer shook their hands, wrote down their names and their units, and promised to put them in for a Silver Star. Shaking the cobwebs from his head, Private Adder walked to a window and watched the German tank burn. A block to the north, Private Burgett was lying in a ditch, next to a stone wall, on the northeastern edges of Nouville, enduring horrendous shell fire. He heard Private Leo Carrillo, one of the replacements, screaming for a medic. Carrillo ran around the corner of a building, screaming, his guts trailing in the dirt behind him. He was holding most of them in his arms. Burgett and the two other men jumped for cover, tackled him, and started to give him first aid. He lay there sobbing and whimpering, shaking his head from side to side, his eyes wide and glassy, staring at nothing. Burgett whipped out his raincoat and laid it on the ground. Another soldier took out his canteen and poured some water on the raincoat. They then laid Carrillo's guts on the coat and began washing them, picking off the largest pieces of dirt and stone with our fingers before forcing his guts back into his belly. Then we bound him up tight around the midsection with strips cut from my raincoat, shot him with morphine, and dragged him into the ditch to wait for a medic. Having no knowledge of Dr. Pryor's barroom aid station, paratrooper medics had set up their own aid station in a barn near the church. They were prowling around Noville, looking for wounded men, but Burgett was not sure if they found Private Carrillo, and he had no time to find out. He and his squad soon relocated to foxholes and slit trenches just outside of town. At this point, the fog grew even thicker, and the situation more inconclusive. With poor coordination between their infantry and armor, not to mention limited visibility, the Germans backed off again, mainly to the ridges. An eerie quiet descended over the town as the shooting tapered off. The air reeked of burning flesh, hair, fuel, and wood. The whole town was thick with plumes of smoke that billowed from a myriad of fires. Only the moans of wounded men and animals, mixed with a ghastly roaring of flames, could be heard. Just west of Lonville, not far from St. Michael's Grotto, on the N12 highway, Lieutenant Edward Hyduke was pondering his options and coming to realize that they were limited. His combat team, consisting of light tanks, medium tanks, armored cars, and half-tracks, had been there since last night. They had, of course, become intertwined with retreating CCR vehicles. Traffic on the road was monumental. All day long, Hyduke had been sitting tight in this relatively quiet area, hearing plenty of shooting in the distance, waiting for word to retreat west to Magueret, and wondering how he would negotiate all this traffic when that order finally came. He figured it was only a matter of time before the Germans found him and attacked him. Now he heard a call over the radio. One of his tank commanders had just spotted enemy armor southeast of Lonville. An instant later, Hyduke's column came under devastatingly accurate tank and artillery fire. An armor-piercing shell smashed into the turret of one of the CCR tanks, damaging it beyond repair. At the rear of Hyduke's column, 2 half-tracks and a light tank were hit and destroyed. At nearly the same time, Lieutenant Colonel Cherry radioed him with the anticipated order to retreat to Magueret. Apparently, Captain Ryerson's group had not made contact with the airborne, but the captain and his survivors were holding out in a few houses at the northern section of the little town, keeping the Germans at bay with artillery fire from the 420th Armored Field Artillery Battalion. Here at Lonville, Hyduke's tankers fired back at their attackers, destroying 2 enemy tanks, but still the fire continued. Up and down the line of American vehicles, enemy shells struck home, tearing through armor and flesh alike, setting fires and touching off catastrophic explosions. A panic ensued as vehicles tried desperately to find cover or escape altogether. They sloshed on and off the road, tumbled into ditches, took direct hits, or collided with one another. The traffic problem was now much worse than before. Some of the Americans were abandoning or destroying their vehicles, trying to get away on foot, only to be mowed down by machine guns. Others found cover among the stricken vehicles and worked their way west. Lieutenant Hyduke was among them. He led a small group away from this scene of carnage, west to Magueret. Hyduke's team no longer existed. In less than an hour, he had lost 175 soldiers, 17 half-tracks, and at least 15 tanks. But the Germans paid a price too. They also lost 15 tanks. Several hundred yards west of this tragic panorama of death, Lieutenant Moot, the forward observer, could hear the shooting and the explosions. There were now no other Americans in the area, only this platoon of Team Cherry tanks, hunkered down in nice defilade positions out of the line of sight of German armor. Over the last couple of hours, more German infantry soldiers had foolishly attacked them, only to be cut down by machine guns or Lieutenant Moot's artillery. 40 or 50 enemy corpses were lying out there. Our machine gun ammunition belts contained tracer and incendiary bullets, and a lot of the bodies had their clothing burning and smoking from these bullets. Moot knew that all was not well, though. They were running low on machine gun ammunition, and everyone was uneasy about their obvious isolation. Moreover, the sounds of battle were coming not just from the front in Heiduke's direction, but from the rear, too. The lieutenant in command of the tank platoon came over to my tank, and we discussed the situation. We both thought that we would soon be cut off from the rear if we did not do something. They were in a difficult spot. For the moment, they were safe, but eventually the Germans would find them. If they did attempt to move, though, the enemy would surely see them and open fire. The narrow road was blocked by all sorts of wrecked vehicles, so it would be difficult to just drive, much less deal with enemy fire. The other officer went back to his tank and tried to radio Cherry and Heiduke for permission to retreat, but he could not get in touch with either of them. He decided to order a retreat on his own authority. The tanks managed to turn around and roll west, barely slipping past other vehicles. Within 5 minutes, enemy anti-tank gunners spotted them and opened fire, destroying the lead tank. The tank platoon leader radioed Moot and told him that his crews were abandoning their Shermans, so Moot and his guys decided to do the same. They opened the gasoline valve and pitched grenades into the tank, hoping it would explode, and set off on foot, armed with M3 grease guns. Immediately they came under withering small arms fire. I decided to run for the knocked-out vehicles in the road. As I raised up to run, I was hit in the left arm and left buttocks by bullets. He made it behind the vehicles and took cover with one of his crewmen. They rested a minute and then resumed their odyssey, dodging fire, crawling in ditches, taking cover behind destroyed vehicles. A shell exploded nearby, wounding the crewman in the foot, but still they kept moving. At one spot alongside the road, they saw the tank platoon leader lying wounded along a culvert. He had been shot through the body and was badly hurt. He said he was too badly wounded to go on, and he did not want us to try to help him. He asked us to send the medics for him if we ever caught up with him. Moot and the other soldiers hated to leave the lieutenant, but they had to keep going. Somewhere farther west of the road, amid a tangle of destroyed vehicles, they found an undamaged jeep and drove to Magaret, where they hooked up with Ryerson's people. They told the medics about the wounded lieutenant, but they were never sure if anyone went back to get him. 2 miles to the west, Lieutenant Colonel Cherry's Neuf Chateau was on fire. He and his small band of soldiers had bravely fought off the Germans the entire day, but eventually the enemy shells set fire to the roof of the stately building. German grenadiers edged close to the windows and hurled incendiary grenades through them, adding to the conflagration. The flames soon spread, filling the hallways with smoke and detritus. Only that morning, Cherry and his men had promised one another that they were there to stay. Now, the colonel knew that was not realistic. If they stayed there much longer, the flames would consume all of them. Cherry radioed Colonel Roberts in Bastogne. "We're not driven out, we were burned out. We are not withdrawing, we are moving." This was mere semantics. Cherry's group was retreating under extreme duress because they had little choice. He gathered his survivors and set them in motion under cover of smoke and late afternoon shadows. He himself was the last man out. He emptied the magazines of 2 Tommy guns at the Germans, even as their return fire hit an officer riding in the back of Cherry's jeep. In spite of this withering German fire, Cherry and his men made it back to the airborne's positions at Malt. At almost the same time, Lieutenant Colonel Ewell was back in Bastogne. He had just met with General McAuliffe and Lieutenant Colonel Harry Kinnard at the Belgian barracks. Ewell had started the day in an attacking mindset, but after a long day of combat against an obviously powerful enemy force outside of Bastogne, his attitude had changed. He was now in the process of deploying his battalions on defensible high ground just east of Bastogne. Moments earlier, he'd informed McAuliffe and Kinnard of his plans, and they had approved them. Now Colonel Ewell was walking through Bastogne, on his way back to his command post, when he saw Sergeant Ammons, an NCO from I Company. With no preamble, the sergeant asked, "Colonel, have you heard about Company I? We have been wiped out." Ewell was alarmed but skeptical. He returned to his CP, checked out the sergeant's report, and found that he was correct. Company I had been decimated at Ardennes. Survivors were trickling in, but it would take many days to rebuild the company. At that moment, Lieutenant Colonel Ewell knew he had made the right decision. It was definitely time to go on the defensive. A few miles to the south, Lieutenant Colonel Jim O'Hara was thinking the same thing. With his own eyes, he had seen Ardennes stragglers and heard their disquieting story. He knew that he was opposite at least 2 Panzer-Lehr columns. O'Hara wanted to withdraw to high ground around Marville while still guarding the N34 Wiltz-Bastogne highway. He secured permission from Roberts and was now in the process of setting up in this new spot. The new position was built with a hasty minefield across the road, O'Hara recalled, with infantry dug in alongside and the tanks placed in the hedges for concealment. Several tanks were placed to fire to the north. To the south, he now had contact with the newly arrived 327th Glider Infantry Regiment. The 420th Armored Field Artillery provided a nice blanket of covering fire. A squad of engineers constructed a roadblock on the N34. Trees were blown so as to interlace, and mines and booby traps were inserted. The block was then covered by machine gun fire from above and an artillery concentration. Sergeant Holmes, the I and R platoon leader, now had his vehicle set up just northeast of Marville, hiding behind buildings, but with the highway in sight. He heartily approved of O'Hara's decision to defend here. He saved our fannies by not being macho. As the soldiers of Team O'Hara set up along this new ground, the enemy was constantly probing. The whole area was under artillery fire, and even some small arms fire, too. Lieutenant Colonel O'Hara set up his headquarters in a stone house in the middle of a farm just outside of Marville. He was having trouble with his radios, so he summoned a repair team from T. Sergeant John McCambridge's communication section. McCambridge was about a quarter-mile away, on a country lane with 2 of his repairmen, plus a rifleman/guide, heading for the CP. He had left 2 of his other men in a half-track a couple of 100 yards away. Now Sergeant McCambridge looked in the distance at a nearby stand of trees. There were men in there, shooting at his group. We ran like hell and hit the ditch. A few seconds later, a shell screamed in, exploded right above them, and did some major damage. A tree fell over and pinned the 2 repairmen. They were either dead or unconscious. The rifleman, Private John Bear, caught an enormous hunk of shrapnel that sliced him wide open from his neck to his buttocks. Sergeant McCambridge was bleeding from multiple wounds. It broke my collarbone, my fingers were hanging off, and it took a chunk of meat out of my elbow. The upper left leg and the ankle of my right leg was missing, and I had shrapnel in my right lung. McCambridge was going into shock, and Bear was near death. The desperately wounded rifleman was lying against his sergeant. McCambridge, with his unwounded right arm, laid Bear's head on his lap and said, "I'll get you out of here." There was no response. Private Bear's head rolled slightly, and blood from his massive wound began gushing through his shirt. The shrapnel ripped open his whole spine, all the way down. His warm, crimson blood was soaking through his uniform. He died in Sergeant McCambridge's arms. The sergeant was groggy with shock and not in much pain, but he knew that he was in bad shape. He needed help, and he needed it fast, or he would die out there. With all his strength, he started yelling deliriously at one of the men he had left in the half-track, Private Ken Kaufman. "Ken, you Dutch son of a bitch, where are you? Ken, where the hell are you? Ken, get up here! Where are you, you Dutch son of a bitch?" Back in the half-track, shells had been landing perilously close, so much so that Private Kaufman, the driver, was struggling with the effects of concussion. He could hear Sergeant McCambridge's distant voice, but he was having trouble focusing on what to do next. For some reason, he thought he needed to fix his flashlight before going to help the sergeant. Kaufman rummaged around in the half-track, found the flashlight, and started working on it. McCambridge kept screaming, "Ken! Ken! You Dutch SOB! Where the hell are you?" At last, Kaufman got his wits together and went to Sergeant McCambridge. Private Kaufman jumped into the ditch and did what he could to help his stricken sergeant. "Help me get Bear out of here," McCambridge said. Kaufman took one look at Bear and replied, "He's dead." "Promise me that you'll get his body and take it to graves registration," McCambridge implored. Kaufman promised to do so. Somehow, Kaufman got McCambridge out of the ditch and back to the half-track. He also freed the repairman crew from the tree that had pinned them down, and he was glad to see that they were both alive and would be okay. For some reason, Kaufman placed Sergeant McCambridge on the hood of the half-track rather than in the back, and then took off for Bastogne. McCambridge was cold and uncomfortable during this bumpy ride. He kept yelling, "You Dutch bastard! You're gonna kill me!" At last, Kaufman got him to a Catholic church in Bastogne that was serving as the 501st Parachute Infantry Regiment's hospital. The medics stabilized McCambridge and sedated him. That was about all they could do for now, since he needed serious medical attention and multiple surgeries for his debilitating wounds. He lay on the floor of the church, drifting in and out of consciousness. At one point, he woke up, saw a priest and a nun standing over him, and thought, "I've died and gone to heaven." Private Kaufman, true to his word, retrieved Bear's body and kept it in his half-track until graves registration teams could bury it. In and around Bastogne, the medics were doing the best they could in the face of mounting casualties and constant danger. Battalion surgeons set up their aid stations in houses a few hundred yards behind what they thought were the front lines. The intensity of combat meant that the medics were getting overwhelmed with more cases than they could handle. Sergeant Wichert, the combat engineer whose right arm had been shattered by an artillery shell that morning, made it to a brick house that was serving as an aid station. Medics put his arm in a splint and loaded him aboard an ambulance. The ambulance tried to make it out of Bastogne, but it took machine gun fire and crashed. I went sailing through the air, hit my head on the windshield, and slid down behind the steering wheel. My head was so close to the driver's chest that I could hear him breathing through holes in his chest, put there by bullets from the machine gun. The ambulance was a mess of tangled, broken bodies. A diminutive medic managed to remove everyone who was still alive, including Wichert. He put Sergeant Wichert on a stretcher, laid a blanket on top of him, and promised to come back with help. Wichert fell asleep for a while. When he woke up, he was happy to see the face of an officer he had known in the States. He and his driver loaded me on his Jeep, and we headed back to the brick house. The lieutenant left him with a long line of other wounded men who were lying on stretchers just outside the house. Wichert drifted off to sleep, only to awaken later when he felt someone fumbling with his dog tags. Whoever it was, Sergeant Wichert grabbed his leg and heard him say, "Hey, this guy is still alive." Medics lifted him up and put him in another ambulance that made it to a different aid station house closer to Bastogne. The house was so crowded with wounded men that Wichert had no place to sit except for right next to an operating table where surgeons were desperately trying to save lives. Finally, his turn under the knife came. The doctors were worried that they might have to amputate, but they saved his arm, putting it in a thick cast. Elsewhere, in an anonymous Bastogne house, Private First Class Neil Garson, a medic from New York City, was experiencing one of the most hectic days of his 21-year-old life. He was a member of the clearing platoon, B Company, 80th Medical Battalion, a unit attached to CCB. Garson had volunteered for the Army so that his 44-year-old father would not get drafted. Young Garson's job, and that of the whole clearing platoon, was to stabilize patients, make them as comfortable as possible, and send them back to a field hospital for surgery or more intensive treatment. Now in Bastogne, Private First Class Garson and his platoon mates were dealing with a steady stream of badly wounded soldiers. They looked miserable. We had quite a few wounded, of course, principally from shell fire and men who were losing limbs, and a number that just died on our hands. The men who got caught in tanks often were burned to death or suffered tremendous burns. We would smear them with all kinds of jellies and ship them back as fast as we could to the hospitals. We weren't a regular hospital. It was more immediate aid to try to staunch their blood, immobilize their limbs, try to keep them from going into shock, and getting them back as fast as we could. We had blood, We also had saline solutions and a lot of morphine. I would go around jabbing them with morphine syrettes, making sure they didn't suffer too much before we sent them to the rear. Each time Garson gave a patient a shot of morphine, he noted the dosage and time on a tag so that medics in other units would know exactly when the patient was due for another shot. This prevented overdoses of the powerful narcotic. Garson and the other medics worked continuously, saving many more lives than they lost. 7. At Nouville, the shooting was picking up again. The town was once more under artillery and tank fire. Firefights were going on all over the perimeter. Here and there, the Germans were attempting to get into town. In northeastern Nouville, Private Burgett was lying in a slit trench, listening to the ominous sound of approaching German tanks. He could see them just ahead, slowly coming forth out of the fog. They moved at a slow pace, the long barrels of their cannons looking like huge snouts as they swiveled around. The tanks fired into likely hiding places. Burgett heard the gears of one tank grinding. It was getting closer by the minute. He and the soldiers in the slit trench had nothing with which to fight the tank. They could feel the heat of the tank's engine as it passed uncomfortably close. Its tracks crumbling bits of earth from the edge of the hole down on top of me. Burgett and the others lay still while the tank passed and waited for the accompanying infantry. The pervasive fires burning so fiercely in Nouville made the enemy soldiers look like weird shadows, as though they were dancing and weaving. They seemed to grow in size and then blip into nothingness. The German soldiers were firing their rifles at unseen targets. When they were within range, Burgett and the other paratroopers rose as one and laid down a deadly curtain of fire. Our small arms fire lanced into their ranks. I could see them in and out of the flickers and shadows and fired each shot deliberately at individual figures. He was not sure if he hit anyone, though. He fired clip after clip, each time pulling the trigger 8 times. When he exhausted the bullets in each clip, the empty stripper clip would pop out of the breech with its distinctive pinging sound. Each time, Private Burgett loaded a new clip and repeated the process. He was starting to run out of targets because the German infantrymen were retreating over the ridge. The German tanks, though, immediately reacted. Engines whined with the surge of power. The huge machines thundered, the ground shuddered under them, high-velocity shells screamed from gun muzzles, and shells exploded indiscriminately among us. Screams and shouts broke out, and men could be seen running in all directions. Several near misses exploded around Burgett, throwing him out of the trench. He crawled back in, only to have the concussion of more explosions throw him back out. The left sleeve of my jump jacket was torn from cuff to elbow. The hair on my left arm and the left side of my face were singed. My skin was blackened by burnt powder. To Private Burgett, it seemed like every enemy gun was shooting right at him. Somehow, he managed to get out of the ditch and back to Nouville, where he found his squad in a cellar. The Germans were probing around with their tanks, but they could not get a foothold in Nouville. In the foggy, smoky shadows, they could not maneuver around the scores of wrecked vehicles that dotted the roads. Their infantry would be too vulnerable, attacking with no cover across the open ground outside of Nouville. Their tanks needed infantry support in order to survive in Nouville at such close proximity to American troops. Major Desabry was in eastern Nouville, near the Bourcy Road, when a soldier told him that Lieutenant Colonel Leprade wanted to talk to him in the CP. The two men had never really settled the issue of who should assume overall command of the Nouville perimeter. They also needed to coordinate their defensive plans for the evening. Not long after Desabry returned to the schoolhouse headquarters, General Higgins arrived. He was there to see the situation for himself. Colonel Sink, the CO of the 506th, also made a visit. Since Leprade was senior to Desabry, Higgins designated him as the overall commander. As they spoke, shells were exploding just outside. In an effort to provide some protection for everyone in the room, Leprade dragged a big armoire several feet across the room and placed it in front of a window that faced north, in the direction of the Germans. Higgins told everyone that, for now, at least, they were to remain in Nouville. "Nobody's going out of here alive. This is where we halt." But when he left, he went back to Bastogne and recommended to McAuliffe that the Nouville garrison be withdrawn to Foy. McAuliffe agreed and asked General Middleton for permission. The Corps commander killed the idea. "No, if we are going to hold Bastogne, you cannot keep falling back." In the meantime, Leprade and Desibris were discussing their defensive layouts for the evening. The two officers were standing over a little table, staring downward at a map. They agreed that Leprade's 3 rifle companies would station themselves in a ring around the outside of town, in holes, ditches, slit trenches, or even some buildings. Each company would cover the direction in which it had attacked a few hours earlier: B Company west of the Uffalies Road, A Company just east of it, and C Company along the Borsey Road. Desibris' armored infantry and tanks would remain in town as a mobile reserve. The little room was packed with tables, chairs, telephones, and maps. A few feet away from Desibris and Leprade, Sergeant Larry Stein, the German Jewish immigrant who had found his American identity in the army, was sitting in a chair, writing in his diary. All day long, he had been in and out of the CP, at times roaming around with other soldiers from the intelligence section who were gathering information, engaging in small firefights, and reporting whatever they thought might interest the commanders. Now, Stein was taking a few moments to rest and reflect in the privacy of his diary. He glanced up and noticed the battalion maintenance officer entering the room. The officer reported to Desibris and told him that he had finished towing vehicles to Bastogne and was going to return to his company there. He turned to leave. Stein resumed writing in his diary. The maintenance officer had parked his recovery vehicle, which looked very similar to a Sherman tank, right in front of the CP. This was a cardinal sin because it gave away the location of the CP. On one of the ridges northwest of Noville, a German tank crew noticed the recovery vehicle. The loader fed a shell into the breech of his gun. The gunner fired one quick shot and then another. A millisecond later, their shells zipped past the recovery vehicle, then sliced through the armoire and then into the room. Sergeant Stein saw a flash, heard an awful crash, and then passed out. The shells exploded, destroying the room and collapsing the building. The tall, strapping Leprade went down in a heap. His lifeless body was buried beneath a pile of debris. Desibris, lanky and 6 feet 4 inches tall, was a hard target to miss. Fragments from the shells, from the armoire, and whatever else was nearby tore into him. One of his eyes was nearly ripped from its socket. His face was gashed and lacerated, as was much of his head. He lay unconscious, half buried under the debris. Soldiers converged on the scene, tossing aside the shattered remains of tables, chairs, timbers, and whatever other rubble was burying those inside the CP. They dragged men out as quickly as possible. Sergeant Stein was stunned and half-conscious, but otherwise unhurt. "I don't remember anything until they dug me out." He was lying next to Leprade's body. He saw a pair of hands grab the dead airborne colonel's legs and pull him into the street. Then they were pulling me out. My helmet was gone. My rifle was gone. Stein was dazed and probably concussed. He kept thinking over and over that he had lost his rifle and helmet. It's stupid when I think back that that's what I was concerned with. Major Desibris was bleeding badly, but still alive. His soldiers took him to a cellar and bandaged his head. They knew his condition was serious, so they decided to send him to Bastogne for medical treatment. All Desibris could think of was that if he had to go to Bastogne, he wanted to report to Colonel Roberts, fill him in on the situation, and recommend a withdrawal to Foy. He was in shock, bleeding from multiple wounds, and half demented from concussion, with one of his eyeballs practically rolling onto his cheek. He was obviously in no condition to report to Roberts, but he did not quite understand that yet. A small group of medics put him in a jeep with other wounded men and told the driver to head for the hospital in Bastogne. At Foy, they ran right into a German patrol. When they saw the wounded, "We were all bloody." They said, "Aw, go on," Desibris later said. They made it to the 506th Parachute Infantry Regiment's aid station. Medics treated Desibris and then sent him to Mons-Saint-Étienne, where the 326th Airborne Medical Company had just set up a more permanent facility. This was a fairly large complex with surgical tents, surgeons, and so on. I remember going into a tent and doctors talking to me. They anesthetized him, operated on him, and managed to save his eye. Back at Nouville, Major Robert Harwick, Leprade's executive officer, assumed command for the paratroopers. Desibry's deputy, Major Charles Hustede, did the same for the 10th Armored Soldiers. Harwick had been in Paris on leave when the 101st left for Bastogne. He had hitched rides to Mourmelon and then Bastogne and walked to Nouville on his own, arriving in town earlier that afternoon. Hustede was a competent officer, but he did not quite have Desibry's charisma. Hustede was sort of like a dried-up individual, Sergeant Stein commented. I don't think he had much life in him. Stein, like most of the men in the 20th Armored Infantry Battalion, held Desibry in high esteem, but they realized he was gone now. Harwick and Hustede implemented the same plan of defense that their predecessors had devised for that evening. All over Nouville, American soldiers took to cellars and foxholes, staying on alert, waiting for the Germans to come again. The fog was so dense and the sun so low in the sky that the only light came from the flicker of fires. At Wiltz, the situation was getting worse by the minute. Elements of the German 26th Volksgrenadier and 5th Parachute Divisions were attacking, steadily closing a ring around the city. At Neatruge, a mile north of Wiltz, a company from the 26th Volksgrenadiers hit a provisional platoon of soldiers from the division band. T5 John Noon, the percussionist who only a few nights earlier had played drums for Marlene Dietrich, was now in a foxhole, clutching a carbine. We saw movement in the woods and thought it was the 110th Infantry. T5 Joe Lacascio, his bandmate and foxhole buddy, excused himself to answer the call of nature behind a haystack. Suddenly, Lacascio hollered, "Hey, the Germans are coming!" Noon and the others looked closer at the shapes coming out of the woods. Sure enough, they were German soldiers, and they were opening fire. Noon and the other bandsmen took off. They slid under a rail fence. One man got stuck. The German shot at him. He was husky. We got him out of there, and we went on. They continued through Neatruge while machine gun bullets ricocheted off stone buildings around us. Noon's group ran all the way back to Wiltz, with the Germans right on their tails. Only concentrated fire from 4 immobilized Shermans of the 707th Tank Battalion averted a complete debacle. They were able to fire on Neatruge, and the village was taken under a severe concentration from the guns of these tanks, one officer later wrote. No further movement of Germans appeared from the village itself. Other Shermans from the 707th were fighting smaller battles on the fringes of Wiltz. Private John Marshall, a New Jersey native, and his 3 tank crewmates were locked in a terrifying struggle against 2 Mark V Panthers and 1 actual Mark VI Tiger. For 2 days, Marshall and his comrades had steadily been on the move, trying to find Wiltz or friendly lines, whichever came first. Now, Marshall was sighting in on the Tiger, preparing to shoot. I fired a perfect direct hit with an AP shell, and except for the explosion, nothing happened. I fired a second shot and hit almost the same spot. I might just as well have thrown an orange at the tank. It did no damage. McKnight, the tank commander, ordered Elia, the driver, to move left just in time as a near miss from the Tiger zoomed past the Sherman. The American tank retreated. Marshall and his friends then spotted a German column on a road that clearly led into Wiltz. They fired a few shots and destroyed a truck, but noticed that German infantry soldiers were stealthily closing in on them. Elia drove them out of danger, westward to Wiltz. In the gathering darkness, they were driving parallel to the Wiltz River when, seemingly out of nowhere, a shell slammed into the treads of the right side of the tank. The Sherman went out of control and slid into the river. Marshall and the 2 other men in the turret were trapped underwater. "Of all the things we went through, we end up drowning," Marshall said to them. But Elia had gotten free of the tank. He came back and helped them out through the driver's hatch. Soaked and chilled to the bone, they made it to Wiltz and then Bastogne on foot. In the meantime, the German attacks continued. In the east, they breached the frontline defenses of the 44th Engineer Combat Battalion. Confused, stuporous groups of engineers were retreating back into the city. They managed to blow up bridges as they retreated, and this slowed the Germans somewhat. On the southern end of the perimeter, the 687th Field Artillery Battalion was under direct infantry and armor attack, an artilleryman's worst nightmare come to life. For 2 days, the batteries had been deployed on high ground, firing and displacing, raining shells on the German attackers around Wiltz. Now the Germans were so close that the cannoneers were lowering their 105mm howitzer muzzles as far as they could go and shooting directly at enemy soldiers or vehicles. This was especially true for Battery A. Lieutenant Les Ames was in a shell hole close to the Battery A guns when they came under intense attack. "All hell breaks loose," he wrote in his diary. "A battery was firing like hell, direct fire at approaching Jerry tanks. Tanks were getting quite a few licks in themselves and were throwing lead all over, quite a few of which whizzed over my head. I started to leave my hole twice. Each time I stuck my head up, an MG let loose, and I could have sworn they were firing only at me." Not far away, T. Sergeant Gene Fleury, the Seattle native who had once worked for the CCC, was in a farmhouse hayloft with a .50 caliber machine gun in his hands. He and 2 other soldiers, Bob Stolp and Dick Atkins, had climbed a ladder into the hayloft and set the gun up on a pedestal with the barrel poking out of a window. Sergeant Fleury peered into the distance, and he saw, about 200 yards away, German tanks and dozens of infantry soldiers. "I opened up on them. So the Germans fired back, of course." Before long, the whole area echoed with gunfire. Fleury was using his tracer rounds to aim and choose targets. Stolp and Atkins were loading as fast as they could. Another man a few feet away was supposed to be laying down some cover fire, but he was rolled up in a ball, cowering in fear. "The bullets were flying into the hay," Fleury said. "We could hear 'em. We were hollering at him to shoot." But he could not bring himself to do so. Enemy rounds were slashing into the hayloft, tearing the hay around them. Each bullet made a distinct pfft sound as it impacted. Fleury kept firing and firing until the .50 caliber barrel was so hot that it was on the verge of melting. "We fired the .50 until the barrel was overheated, causing a loss of rifling," Atkins recalled. When that happened, the bullets began to spin crazily in every direction. This problem, in combination with the intensity of enemy fire, convinced them that it was time to get out of there. They tossed the machine gun to the first floor, descended the ladder, and piled into a weapons carrier. The batteries were nearly out of ammunition. At one howitzer in Battery B, Private First Class Lou Dersch's gun crew was down to 1 shell. Dersch was the gunner, the man who actually pulled the lanyard, and he had been doing that a lot that day as Battery B fired in support of Battery A. Usually, you'd put in 3 or 5 powder charges. The more powder charges, the farther you'd shoot. At Wiltz, we put in 1. The Germans were so close we could see them. Dersch looked at his last shell and felt sure that it was full of propaganda leaflets. He asked the captain if he should still fire it. The captain said, "What the hell? Shoot it and let's get the hell out of here." With a slight smirk on his face, Dersch pulled the lanyard, watching as the shell scattered leaflets over the target area. "We hitched up our guns, got on our trucks, and got the hell out of there." Lieutenant Colonel Max Billingsley, the commander of the 687th, now ordered all of his other crews to do the same. Even as the Germans continued their attack, the artillerymen of the 687th loaded up and took off in trucks, trailers, half-tracks, and jeeps. The convoy safely drove southwest about a dozen miles to a crossroads known as Poteau de Aulange. There was nothing much there other than a 2-story cafe building. Billingsley decided to halt at this crossroads for the time being, while he went into Bastogne to learn more about the overall situation. Battery A set up west of the road, while B and C dispersed to the north and south, respectively. Headquarters Battery and the Fire Direction Center immediately employed the cafe as a command post. Vehicles were lined up bumper to bumper on the road or in adjacent fields. Gun crews unlimbered their howitzers and dispersed them into shooting positions, although they had little or no ammunition. Billingsley thought his batteries were safe, but later that night, the Germans ambushed them and came very close to destroying the 687th. The Germans captured between 110 and 125 men from the battalion, many of whom were wounded. Not surprisingly, Headquarters Battery was decimated. Battery A got away to Bastogne. Battery B lost 21 men, but escaped into Bastogne with most of its vehicles and guns. Battery C lost all of its equipment, including its howitzers, but many of the soldiers got away to Cibray or Bastogne. After sunset, at Wiltz, Lieutenant Colonel Strickler was in the process of talking to his commanders. He knew that Wiltz was effectively surrounded. In a matter of hours, the Germans would overrun the whole town. It was time to get out if they could. Strickler and his officers stood together in the cellar that had served as the command post for the last day and a half. They could hear the rumble of shells and the rattle of machine gun fire outside. "You fellows have done a good job," Strickler said. "Things are tough, but we're not going to get any reinforcements here. It looks like the big stand is to be made at Bastogne by the 101st. We have done all we can do here. Now let's get loose and join our group at Cibray. Get away from Wiltz in small groups." Grim-faced, they left the room and went their separate ways. Out there in the winter night, the survivor of Wiltz's garrison set about the task of breaking through the enemy ring. Lieutenant Colonel R.W. Ripple tried to get the remnants of his 707th Tank Battalion out on the Wiltz-Rulingen road. In no time, his dilapidated assortment of damaged tanks, assault guns, half-tracks, trucks, and jeeps ran into a German ambush. A German tank or self-propelled gun scored a hit on an ambulance carrying wounded and set it ablaze, one officer remembered. The screams of the terrified, helpless wounded were heart-rending. The column was a mass of confusion, unable to break through the roadblock. Flaming vehicles now bathed the area in an eerie, flickering light, and enemy machine guns raked the column. Up and down the column, soldiers dismounted and fled on foot. Many were captured, but a few got away. Driving on the roads was suicide at worst, a captivity wish at best. Most of the retreating Americans were on foot. Private Harold Walter, a support soldier who worked in the headquarters section of the 110th Infantry, was in a group walking the streets of Upper Wiltz. The stillness was timeless, eternal. Only a stray cat, a frightened, barking dog. Single file we went up over a hill, into a woods nearby. Machine gun spurts changed our direction. They crossed an open road and saw many wrecked U.S. vehicles. They went into another stretch of woods and kept moving to the west. All of them were hungry, tired, cold, and thirsty. Another soldier, walking alongside Walter, kept saying, "This is just like in the movies." They wandered for miles, but eventually made it to American lines. Sergeant John Forsell, who had been fortunate enough to escape Osingen 2 days before, now ran out of luck. He was clinging to the side of a half-track that was trying to drive through a German roadblock. "This is where I got hit by machine gun fire. I could not hold on and fell off. The half-track got through." When the shooting died down, the Germans came out of their cover to search the many American bodies lying on the road. They went from one man to another. If the man was not dead, they shot him. Now Sergeant Forsell heard their footsteps approaching. He was so frightened that he could hardly breathe. This was it. He was living his last few moments. They were standing over him. When they lifted my arm, I passed out. My arm dropped, and they thought I was dead. When they left, he crawled away and packed his wounds with snow. Unfortunately, another group of Germans found him and captured him. Lieutenant Colonel Thomas Hoban, the division headquarters commandant, was captured, but Lieutenant Colonel Strickler made it out of Wiltz on foot with about a dozen other soldiers. We set out, crawling most of the time, and constantly being alarmed by noises in the woods. Navigating with part of a map he had torn from his command post wall, Strickler and his hungry group wandered for 3 days before finding division headquarters. By then, it had relocated from Cibray to Neufchâteau. Strickler was so exhausted that he slumped to the floor and went right to sleep. After more than 4 days of bitter combat, the 28th Division was finally out of the fight for Bastogne. 8. It was now less than 2 hours before midnight. The Germans were clearly not going to capture Bastogne anytime soon. Throughout this bloody, decisive day, they had failed in every attempt. Their window of opportunity was just about to close. With every passing minute, Bastogne was becoming more a political symbol of American resistance and less a crucial transit point for the German drive to the Meuse. In the process, it was becoming less valuable to the Germans. To make matters worse, the 705th Tank Battalion had reached Bastogne over the past 2 hours and was now in position all over the American perimeter. One of Lieutenant Colonel Clifford Templeton's platoons was even now with the beleaguered defenders of Nouville. Needless to say, he was quite relieved that his battalion had won its race against time. Frustrated in their attempts to take Bastogne, the Germans were now bypassing it, steadily closing a ring around the American perimeter. Enemy reconnaissance elements were roaming the night, cutting roads that led out of town. One such unit from the 116th Panzer Division attacked the 326th Airborne Medical Company at Mont-Saint-Étienne, the crossroads west of Bastogne, where much of the 101st Airborne Division had assembled the night before. This medical unit was the closest thing the 101st had to a permanent hospital facility, with the requisite tents, medical equipment, and physicians. The enemy attacked with 6 tanks and half-tracks, plus about 100 soldiers, some of whom were clad in civilian clothes. The contest was, of course, one-sided. The shooting lasted 15 minutes. Most of the resistance came from a convoy of American supply trucks that happened to be passing through the area. One by one, the enemy picked off the trucks. The Germans fired on every truck standing there and set them on fire, Private First Class Don Dobbins recalled. He saw an African-American truck driver stand up in his cab and start blazing away with his .50 caliber gun. He didn't last long, for the Germans turned everything they had on him. The enemy fire tore him apart and nearly ripped the cab from the truck. Dobbins took off into a woodline. Lieutenant Colonel David Gold, the division surgeon and ranking officer, surrendered the unit to Captain Kroll, the enemy commander. Kroll told him to gather his medics and his wounded and be ready to move out in half an hour. Private First Class Elmer Lucas, a medic, was taken prisoner by Germans in civilian clothes. There were several wounded in the vicinity, but the guards didn't pay much attention to them. When the civilian-garbed enemy were not looking, Lucas ran off and escaped. Most were not so lucky. The Germans captured 143 men, including several doctors and many wounded. The 326th comprised the bulk of the 101st Airborne's medical capacity, so this was a significant loss. The new POWs loaded the wounded into a convoy of trucks and ambulances. When all were ready, the convoy started moving east, toward Germany. The medical officers and dentists were put on a truck loaded with jerry cans of gasoline, Captain Willis McKee, a physician, recalled. We spent the next few hours emptying the gasoline over the side. Also, we emptied a few bottles of cognac that we happened to have along. It was not much, but it made them feel a little better. Farther back in the column, in an ambulance, Major Desabry awoke to the sound of German voices outside. The last thing he remembered was when the doctors of the 326th had put a mask over his face to anesthetize him. In an attempt to orient himself, he looked around the ambulance with his one good eye. The ambulance would move and then stop, move and then stop. At one of the halts, he again heard German voices. My gosh, we sure captured a lot of German prisoners, he thought. In a few minutes, when he recognized an obvious tone of command in the German discourse, plus some slurred words from alcohol, he wondered just what on earth was going on. He asked the ambulance driver and learned the awful truth that they were now prisoners of the Third Reich. Desabry sighed and shook his head. He knew he was badly wounded. He wondered if he would ever see out of his damaged eye again. In his heart, he felt he had led his soldiers as best he could. He was very proud of the way they had fought at Nouville. Now, though, the frigid hopelessness of captivity lay ahead for young Desabry. It had been a long, difficult day indeed for the 26-year-old major. The same was true for every other American at Bastogne. 7. Wednesday, December 20th. 1. At 0030, Colonel William Roberts dictated an order for Lieutenant Colonel Henry Cherry. Withdraw Captain William Ryerson prior to dawn. Suggest route Magueret-Bizory with contact point at Bizory. where the 501st Parachute Infantry Regiment was holding a solid defensive line. The orders filtered down from Cherry in Mont to Ryerson and Maigret. Under cover of darkness, the captain rounded up his remnants and organized a convoy. The foot soldiers were all dismounted and formed around the tanks to give them what protection they could. Roberts made sure to inform the 501st to expect Ryerson's group. Just before dawn, Ryerson's column slipped out of Maigret and, taking fire much of the way, made the short trip to Bizery. Soldiers from the 101st Airborne Division came toward us out of the mist, Lieutenant Carl Moot, the forward observer, recalled. Ryerson's people made it safely into the airborne lines. Some stayed in place to fight with them. Others, like Moot, went to the rear for medical attention. We proceeded into Bastogne, and all of the wounded were put in a building that was being used for a first aid station. Soon, medics loaded Lieutenant Moot and the other wounded men into ambulances that somehow made it out of Bastogne to Liège. In less than a day and a half of bitter fighting, Team Cherry had seriously impeded German attempts to capture Bastogne. The team had been cut off, cut up, and battered, but it was now back in the Bastogne perimeter, ready to continue the fight. Cherry had lost 175 men, a 35% casualty rate. He also lost 18 tanks, 23 half-tracks, and numerous other vehicles. Cherry knew he had done his job, but he could not help but resent the way that his unit had been thrown into the battle. It is not advisable to move an armored column into a situation where no information of either friendly or enemy forces is available without sending out patrols to make contact with adjacent units, he wrote after his command returned to friendly lines. This battalion had to fight its way back to Bastogne because of this lack of information. His wrecked vehicles could be replaced, but not his dead soldiers. At Neuville, the Germans were unleashing a titanic artillery barrage. The shelling had started at 05:30, and now, nearly 2 hours later, it was still going strong. Everything from 88mm shells to screaming Mimis was smashing into the houses, barns, streets, or the rubble of what had once been a nice town. The noise was immense, overwhelming, like the sounds of hundreds of thunderclaps. In the root cellar of one shattered house, Private Donald Burgett and his squad were sitting around a small, flickering candle, listening to the explosions outside. In the corner, an old woman and 3 children were sitting atop a pile of sugar beets. The old woman was having a difficult time dealing with the shelling. When shells landed close to our house, shaking the walls and foundation around us, she would cringe and pull a short blanket up over her head while her body convulsed with wails and sobs. Burgett's squad leader, Sergeant Vetland, was sitting on a barrel right next to the stairs. He checked his watch. It was almost dawn, and he knew that when the sun rose and the shelling abated, the Germans would attack. A few minutes later, when the sound of explosions finally began to diminish, he stood up and said with complete authority, "Let's go." The paratroopers climbed the stairs and exited the house. The town was covered with a leaden blanket of fog. Here and there, shells were exploding, but not with their previous intensity. Private Burgess and the other soldiers were returning to the same positions they'd occupied the day before. Along the way, he looked around and almost hypnotically surveyed the awful scene of destruction. The whole city of Neuville was in flames. The buildings were in ruins. Great holes gaped in the walls of the houses, and the floors were scattered with broken glass and debris. Piles of bricks, stone, and rubble amidst the burning shells of buildings were all that was left of the town. The burning hulks of tanks, half-tracks, jeeps, and trucks were scattered throughout the ruined city. The broken and torn bodies of GIs lay haphazardly throughout the village. Countless German corpses formed a ghostly perimeter around Neuville, scattered in uncomfortable, grotesque heaps, or cremated in burned-out tanks and other vehicles of war. Just down the street from Burgett, in a small house, Major Robert Harwick, the new airborne CO, was indulging in a brief moment of quiet contemplation. How is it at home? He wondered. I'm glad they don't know the spot I'm in. Harwick was glad that he had written to his family before coming to Neuville. He knew that a German attack was imminent, and he silently hoped he possessed the strength to lead his men through the coming battle. He glanced around the little room. The men were tense, staring out into the darkness. They could see nothing, but it was too quiet. Major Harwick mentally reviewed the placement of his companies, partly to occupy his mind, and partly to make sure he had thought of every possible contingency. He sat down and waited. More than anything else, he wished for a good, hot cup of coffee. In the cellar of a house at the northern edge of Nouville, Private James Sims was listening to the ominous sounds of German voices in the darkness outside. Sims was still relatively new to combat. The day before had been his baptism of fire. He had spent much of it in this cellar, serving as an assistant gunner on a bazooka team with a gunner whom he barely knew. A native of Moulton, Alabama, Sims was the proud possessor of a degree from Auburn University. Before the war, he had been a high school teacher and a football coach. If he could live through today, he would turn 26 tomorrow. But right now, his impending birthday was the farthest thing from his mind. He was leaning forward, peering out of a small window into the foggy darkness, listening to the German voices. It sounded like a bunch of drunks on Saturday afternoon. They were yelling and whooping, and someone would start up a tank and make it sound like a teenager trying to scratch off at the drive-in. A few minutes later, the tanks were on the Ouffelise Road, clearly heading for Sims and the defenders of Nouville. Sims pulled a bazooka shell out of his bag, yanked off the safety pin, and wired the shell into place. Outside, there were so many tanks that the ground actually trembled. The same could be said for Private Sims. Just off the Ouffelise Road, 2 enemy tanks aggressively burst into the northern ring of the American perimeter, just behind Private Sims's house, but out of his line of sight. There were other American bazooka teams out there, though. The German tanks opened fire on a jeep, blasting it to pieces. In the fog, the enemy crewmen did not see an American bazooka team sneak up on them. The gunner fired. The rocket struck home, and the tank burst into flames. Not far away, Staff Sergeant Lesniak, a tank commander, was on the ground, eyeballing the exact location of the other enemy tank. He ran back to his tank and ordered his driver to edge up Nouville's main street until they could see the Panzer. The gunner fired a quick shot that destroyed the German tank. An enemy crewman popped out of a hatch, desperately trying to run away. Sergeant Major Jones, the same man from the Ouffelise Road OP, spotted him, took aim with his Browning automatic rifle, BAR, and killed him on the spot. There was another tank right outside of Private Sims's cellar window. He and his gunner could not see it through the fog, but they could hear it. The rumbling sounds grew louder by the minute. The ground and the house continued to shake. The bogey wheels of the tank made their distinct squeaking noises. The gunner kept maneuvering his bazooka every which way, hoping for a good shot, but his field of vision was narrow. Outside, the tank drove right over an American mine, prompting a deafening explosion. The gunner emitted a hysterical, almost maniacal laugh. "That will fix them sons of bitches." He was wrong. There were several more explosions as the tank tripped other mines, but it kept coming. Private Sims figured it was about 30 yards away now. In the next instant, it would unleash a main gun round right into the house. To Sims, it seemed as if the whole world was exploding and the house would collapse, but it didn't. His platoon sergeant let out an awful scream as shrapnel tore into his back. Private Sims thought this was the end. As far as he knew, they were being attacked by an overwhelming armored force, while he and his buddies had no tanks of their own to fight back with. In the next few minutes, he was sure, they would all die in that crummy little basement. Nausea and a deep sense of gloom settled over Sims. He would have no more birthdays, no future of any kind. I was seized by a terrible sinking feeling that almost knocked me out. I felt physically sick. The main feeling I had was a numb, overwhelming dread of oblivion. I thought briefly of home and the good life that may have lay ahead for me. I had the feeling that the solar system would keep spinning forever, but I would not get to see any of it. Although he was convinced he was about to die, he could not even consider running away. Sims did not want to survive at the expense of his dignity and manhood. I found myself in the unhappy position of literally choosing to die. If you don't think that is earth-shaking, try it sometime. I can promise you that you'll never be the same again." But much to Private Sims's delight and surprise, the German tank did not close in for the kill. It stayed in place and was soon joined by a couple of others. Together, they unleashed machine gun fire up and down the street. Sims and his gunner still could not get a good shot at them. Elsewhere in the basement, a lieutenant was calling in friendly artillery. The shells were exploding impossibly close. They were probably deterring the enemy tankers from advancing any farther. Meanwhile, the platoon sergeant was suffering from a wound caused by an inch-square fragment that went all the way through him and was pressing against the skin of his abdomen. He was unconscious, pale and waxy-looking as a corpse. Nearby, another wounded man was sitting with his back against the cellar wall, fidgeting uncomfortably from the pain of a terrible eye wound. His eyeball was hanging halfway down his cheek in a bloody, viscous mix of goo. Machine gun fire from the German tanks was closer now, spattering against the house. Since they still could not get a good bazooka shot off, the lieutenant ordered Sims and another soldier to go upstairs and snipe at the tank commanders. Ever so carefully, they climbed the stairs. One tank was just outside, probably no more than 15 yards away. Sims covered the rear while the other soldier lined up a shot at a tank commander. He raised his rifle, took a shot, crouched down, and chuckled in disgust. Missed the son of a bitch. The volume of enemy machine gun fire grew. A few seconds later, the rifleman took another shot. Got him! They heard the tank motors revving. Amazingly, the German tanks retreated. But that was in just one small part of the battlefield. The Germans were attacking from every direction, prompting yet another barroom brawl type of fight. The fog limited visibility to 10 or 20 yards. German tanks and infantry were all over the place, fighting in small, disjointed groups. Copious amounts of rubble and wrecked vehicles combined with the fog made it difficult for the Germans to coordinate their attack. One Tiger blundered right into the middle of town, 10 yards away from Captain Bud Billet's B Company CP. Billet was probably the most highly respected officer in the entire 20th Armored Infantry Battalion. He was so dependable, never shirked responsibility, and inspired us to do the right thing, Private Lou Cerruti said. In the estimation of another one of his soldiers, he was the greatest natural leader of men I have ever known. He was so respected by the men of B Company that if he led the way, they would follow him single file over a cliff. Now Captain Billet looked out of his window and saw the Tiger's gun muzzle steadily rotating right toward him. At that moment, he knew he was staring death in the face. Under his breath, he muttered a prayer for deliverance. 20 yards down the street, Staff Sergeant Lesniak saw the Tiger, rotated his turret slightly to the right, and told his gunner to fire at will. The gunner fired 3 shots, all of which hit the Tiger, but did not damage it. The enemy crewmen did not wish to press their luck, though. The German driver threw the tank into reverse and backed up blindly. The 68-ton monster ran over a Jeep, crushing it, but then bumped into a half-track. Since the Jeep was still caught under its track, like a squashed bug on a shoe, the Tiger was having trouble maneuvering. It crashed into the half-track, careened out of control, and started to tip over. The panicked crew abandoned the tank and escaped into the fog. In the CP, Captain Billet sighed in relief. His prayer for deliverance had been answered. Just southwest of Noville, a few yards off the N15 highway, Staff Sergeant Bill Kirby's mortar platoon was keeping very busy. His 81mm gun crews were pumping out shells as fast as they could. Most of the shells were exploding to the northeast, complicating enemy tank movement and perhaps causing casualties among the German infantry soldiers. Now, Kirby had a problem. Enemy artillery had knocked out his phone communication with his forward observer, who was holed up in a house deeper into Noville. Kirby and another soldier were on the way to the observer with a new phone line when they saw an American tank pull up. The tank commander, Sergeant Jack Baker, was an old friend of Kirby's. The two men stopped to talk for a moment, and then Kirby resumed his journey. All of a sudden, a German tank appeared from behind a wrecked house no more than 30 yards away. Kirby and the other man scrambled for cover. The sergeant looked back and saw his friend Baker maneuver his tank into a perfect firing position. Boom! Boom! He knocked the track off the enemy tank. Kirby continued his original mission, re-established communications with his observer, and then came back. By that time, some GIs had dropped grenades into the damaged enemy tank. Everything exploded, all the ammunition in the tank. There was 5 guys in the tank. Well, that was the end of them. A ball of fire rose up. It was unbelievable. In its death throes, the flaming tank came to a stop very close to Kirby's mortar pits. It heated up our place. We were about 20 yards away, and you could feel the heat from it. The rotten, charred stench of the incinerated German crewmen inundated the whole area. A couple of blocks away, Private First Class Jack Garrity, the Philadelphian from B Company, 20th Armored Infantry, was hunting tanks with a mixed group of airborne and armored infantry soldiers. An airborne captain collared this small group and said, "Follow me to the death." Garrity glanced at his buddy, Private Lou Cerruti from New York, and said, "This guy's nuts." Even so, they followed him. They worked their way along the wall of a house. On the other side of the house, they heard a German tank shooting at some unseen target. The captain hoisted Garrity up to the roof so he could drop a grenade into one of the tank's hatches. Garrity peeked over the edge of the roof and saw an enemy machine gunner pointing his ominous weapon right at the roof. Garrity lowered his head just as the gunner pressed his trigger. Luckily, the bullets were too high. Garrity slid down to the street and related what had happened, and the soldiers moved on. A few minutes later, Private First Class Garrity saw another German tank in the middle of the street. He grabbed a bazooka from someone, Cerruti loaded him, and he sneaked up on the tank from the side. When Garrity was about 25 yards away, he stood upright and aimed. I fired the bazooka. It hit the tank, but didn't explode. It hit the side. Garrity tossed the bazooka aside, and they all got out of there before the tank could spot them and returned fire. At the same time, in a stone barn in northeastern Noville, Private William Stone was sitting over a radio, relaying instructions for artillery fire from his CO, Lieutenant Francis Canham. By now, the Americans had plenty of artillery in place around Bastogne, including Stone's 321st Glider Field Artillery Battalion of the 101st Airborne Division. The battalion's 75mm pack howitzers were firing from positions a few miles to the south. Canham and a soldier named Plummer were on the second floor of the barn, peering through the fog at the ridges outside of Noville. Those ridges were crawling with German soldiers and tanks. As Canham spotted targets, he called them down to Stone, who in turn radioed them to the Fire Direction Center several miles away. Canham's fire was doing damage to the Germans. His shells blanketed the open areas around Noville, damaging tanks and wounding infantry soldiers. There was plenty of return fire, too. The Germans were pounding the village with everything they had, Stone wrote. The piercing whistle of incoming projectiles, followed by the sounds of their explosions, assaulted our ears. Their blasts buffeted our bodies. The sharp, bitter smell of the exploded power invaded our nostrils. At one point, an enemy tank shell slammed into a second-floor window. Plummer called Stone and told him to come upstairs quickly because Canham was hit. I grabbed the platoon aide man and went upstairs. They were too late. Lieutenant Canham was dead, and Stone was filled with sadness. He was a skillful, well-trained officer who pushed the fight to the enemy. He never let up. Plummer now did the spotting, and Stone returned to his radio downstairs. Across the street from the ruined schoolhouse that had been Major William Desabry's CP, Private First Class Jerry Gulkasian was in his Sherman scanning the fog for targets. He could hear scores of German tanks and troops, but he could not see them. In the last couple of hours, since the German attack began, Gulkasian's Sherman had fired at several targets, but he and his fellow crewmen were not sure whether they had hit anything. Now he and Private First Class Delmer Hilduer, his nominal commander, spotted multiple enemy soldiers coming over a slight rise, right toward them. "We fired with the .50 caliber because the Germans were coming up like crazy," Gulkasian said. The fire laced through them, tearing chunks from their vulnerable bodies, breaking up their attack. Hilduer fired so consistently that he exhausted his ammo and melted the machine gun's barrel. "I'll go down and get some more ammunition," he told Gulkasian. "You get the barrel off." Gulkasian popped out of his hatch and stood at the gun. With the special gloves necessary to change the hot barrel, he unscrewed the old one and put on the new one. Hildur was just emerging from the hatch. Gulkasian turned toward him and then heard a whooshing sound. There was this flash in front of me, and my left arm was just hanging like a limp rag, and the blood was pouring off it. Gulkasian's arm was barely hanging on to the rest of his body. Fragments also tore into Hildur, lacerating his ear and stunning him badly. Gulkasian thought that a mortar shell had exploded on the back deck of the tank. Hildur thought it was an artillery shell. Gulkasian screamed, "I'm hit!" Hildur asked him if he could make it to the 101st Airborne Aid Station near the church. Gulkasian thought he could. With his good arm, Private First Class Gulkasian grabbed a grease gun, slid down the front deck of the Sherman, and landed on his rump. At that exact moment, the fog lifted like blinds on a window. In the distance, maybe 75 yards away, a German tank saw them and fired. The shell exploded right in front of the Sherman. It blew my shoe off my right foot, and I got about 10 or 12 pieces of shrapnel through my helmet. Badly wounded though he was, he noticed he was sitting right next to a dead paratrooper. Just then, an airborne medic came up to the dead trooper, looked him over, and saw that he was gone. The medic turned his attention to Gulkasian and helped him up. The wounded tanker threw an arm around the trooper's neck and limped on his good foot all the way to the church aid station. Medics gave him a couple of pints of blood and some morphine and bandaged him up. His left hand was shot up badly. His arm was still barely attached to his body. He had nerve damage in his right foot. He lay on a stretcher, just one of a growing number of wounded, groaning men. The Germans were swinging around Nouville in a pincers movement, attempting to cut the town off. At the southeastern edge of the village, Corporal Colby Ricker, the tank destroyer gunner, saw several German tanks on a ridge some 300 yards away. We immediately started firing. Luckily, my first round was a hit. With the range established, it was simply a matter of traverse from one target to another. He and his loader, Private Ellie McManus, had been together since their training in the States. They were a deadly combination. As McManus loaded, Ricker fired. To Ricker, it seemed as if every shot scored a hit. Time after time, he saw enemy crewmen bailing out of their tanks, only to be gunned down by his commander, Sergeant Richard Beester, who was standing in his turret, blazing away with the destroyer's .50 caliber gun. Other German attackers, out of Ricker's field of vision, were steadily advancing, closing the ring around Nouville. On the eastern edges of town, the paratroopers of A Company, 506th Parachute Infantry, were practically fighting hand-to-hand with the Germans. Enemy tanks were overrunning the American slit trenches and foxholes. Private First Class Steve Polander looked to the right and saw them tearing into a group of paratroopers. Death struggle screams can be heard. A bazooka team ran around the tank, squeezed off several shots, and destroyed it. In that same embattled position, Private Burgett and his foxhole buddy, Private Sieber Speer, ducked as low into their hole as they could get. They did not have a bazooka, so they planned to wait for the tanks to pass them and then kill the infantry behind them. "A panther headed straight for our foxhole," Burgett recalled. "Its left track crunched over our hole, tumbling dirt down on us. We didn't dare look up. It stopped." They were trapped, breathing stale fumes. "If he gets hit and burns, we'll be roasted alive," Burgett said. "Just pray," Speer replied. Burgett, an agnostic, was underwhelmed by the idea of praying. Speer was a devoted Catholic. They were lucky. The tank moved on. So did many others, only to meet determined, accurate fire from the U.S. armor in the town. In the meantime, Burgett and the other foot soldiers rose up and opened fire on the trailing enemy soldiers. We tore jagged holes in the enemy's lines with rifle and machine gun fire. All up and down the line, I could hear small arms popping. We could see the Germans fire their weapons, work their bolts, and then fire again. We could see them fall as our withering barrage tore through their ranks. Some kicked and thrashed, others screamed, and some just went down hard and lay still. Artillery only added to the carnage. Private Burgett noticed many of the German tanks retreating from the town back beyond the ridges. Stalemate once again ruled at Nouville. As with their previous attacks, the Germans failed to take Nouville. But they had cut the N-15 and were slowly establishing a solid perimeter around the American defenders of Nouville. Major Charles Husted was not sure what to do next because he was out of radio communication with Colonel Roberts. To make matters worse, his tanks were running out of armor-piercing shells. In the airborne CP, Major Harwick understood that though the Americans were still holding Nouville, time was running short for them. Our aid station was full, and we opened another cellar. It was obvious that our losses were making gaps in our line, which could not be plugged. The command post personnel, switchboard operators, clerks, also slightly wounded men, were sent to the companies. Like Husted, he was out of touch with his superiors and not certain what he should do. His last communication from them had read, "Hold at all costs." Harwick knew that would soon be impossible. Another attack, surely two, would end the affair for us. We drew up plans to fight a withdrawal. He sent out a jeep with 2 wounded men and a volunteer messenger. Their orders were to dash south through the German lines to General Anthony McAuliffe in Bastogne. The message was curt. "We can hold out, but not indefinitely." There was no reply. 2. Several miles to the south, the Germans were still hoping to take Bastogne with quick, slashing attacks. Already that morning, they had sent a battalion from the 26th Volksgrenadier Division, supported by 2 tanks and 2 self-propelled guns, into an attack against Lieutenant Colonel Julian Ewell's lines at Bizery. They were engaged at long range by machine guns and by all of the artillery which McAuliffe could turn loose on them from Bastogne, Ewell said. POWs who were later captured from this battalion said that their losses from artillery had been terrific. Ewell also had a platoon of M18 Hellcats from B Company, 705th Tank Destroyer Battalion, at his disposal. The Hellcats destroyed 3 of the enemy tanks, effectively eliminating the mobility of the failed attack. At 11:15, General Fritz Bayerlein's Panzer Lehr made a push for Marville with a self-propelled gun, 4 tanks, and 6 half-tracks. The town itself was defended by 5 light tanks from Team O'Hara. Just east of Marville, E and G companies of the newly arrived 327th Glider Infantry Regiment were dug into defensive positions. As artillery shells rained down on Marville, the enemy came from the woods southeast of town on the right flank. Led by the tanks, they leapfrogged closer and closer. Soon, they spotted Lieutenant Colonel Jim O'Hara's light tanks and opened up on them. The German armor was still well beyond the range of the 37mm pea shooters on the little American tanks. Rather than be slaughtered in place, the American tank commander asked O'Hara for permission to withdraw, and the colonel assented. The tanks played hide-and-seek among the falling buildings as they made for the edge of town, but were not entirely successful, O'Hara recalled. An artillery shell set one tank on fire, but it managed to escape. A second one took a direct hit in its suspension system, but it also got away. Facing such light resistance, and sensing that they had found a vulnerable flank, the Germans closed in for the kill. They were maybe 500 yards away or so, Private First Class John Sherman, a G Company trooper, said. We could see the infantry moving towards us alongside the tanks, and it looked like the whole German army. The incoming fire was heavy. Sherman and his G Company comrades stayed put, shot back, and resisted as best they could. The Germans got closer by the minute. Not far away, Lieutenant Alfred Regenberg, a G Company officer, was standing at the edge of Marville on a road near the battalion command post. He saw 4 of the light tanks, hell-bent for election, coming right past us. I ran out to the road, fired a shot to get their attention to stop and form a defensive position with us. They roared past him, paying him no attention at all. There was no turning back for them. They just went on through the village. The German tanks and half-tracks smashed through the right flank of the American line and overran many of the E and G Company foxholes. Troopers stubbornly resisted to the death. The Germans machine-gunned or blasted many of them in their holes. Some of the Americans died from concussion. Others had their guts or chest cavities ripped open by machine gun bullets. A few were nearly cut in half. The Germans were in Marville now, fighting house to house. Private First Class Donald Rich was in a small house with another man, waiting for a good bazooka shot. They heard a Mark IV rolling slowly down the street. Before they could get a shot off, the tank fired at them. It blew a hole about 3 or 4 feet in diameter. I went rolling across the floor. I jumped up to see how my buddy made out. He came staggering out of the room. I rushed him to the medics. I never knew if he had serious wounds or if he made it. The bazooka was damaged beyond repair. Elsewhere in Marvi, another tank shell wounded Lieutenant Colonel Roy Inman, the battalion commander, and one of his company commanders. Major R.B. Galbraith, Inman's executive officer, took over, but the situation was so chaotic that it was difficult for him to do much. On a hill to the west, Colonel Joseph Harper, commander of the 327th, was watching the battle unfold. As it happened, he had a perfect view into Marvi. He saw the enemy tanks, half-tracks, and infantry soldiers battering their way along the streets of the little village, shooting up houses. Harper radioed the 2nd Battalion CP and got Major Galbraith, who told the colonel about Inman's wounding. "Are you still in the village?" Harper asked. "Yes, but the Germans are here also," Major Galbraith replied. "We expect to drive them out." To do that, they would need help from U.S. armor, and now they got it. 700 yards north of Marvi, Lieutenant Colonel O'Hara had wisely placed several of his Sherman tanks in a spot where they could cover Marvi. As the German armor plunged deeper into town, steadily moving north, the Sherman crews spotted them and opened fire. In a matter of minutes, they destroyed 2 Mark IVs and a half-track. A 3rd Mark IV attempted to retreat, only to fall victim to a bazooka. The self-propelled gun got hit simultaneously by tank and bazooka fire. A colossal explosion ripped the vehicle apart, sending chunks of steel and flesh in every direction. Smoke curled from the remains as ammo cooked off and the crewmen burned to cinders. With most of the enemy tanks destroyed, the glider troopers now set about the task of winning back the town house by house. For an hour or two, they fought confused, isolated groups of Germans. At the battalion CP, someone collared Private First Class Charles Fisher and told him to get medical help for Lieutenant Colonel Inman. Earlier that morning, Fisher had seen the medics setting up a barn at the edge of town, so he headed in that direction. Along the way, he came face to face with a German soldier. I looked at him, and he looked at me. We both fired at each other, both missed. Fisher hightailed it to the barn, but found it locked. I pounded on it and yelled for someone to open the door. There was no response, so he worked his way to a house that was attached to the barn. He looked in a window and saw several civilians. They saw me and began screaming at me and motioning for me to go away. This angered Fisher. What the hell were they talking about? Why weren't they helping him? He broke the window, unlocked it, crawled inside, and began walking toward the barn. All the while, the civilians were clustered around him, yelling at him. One elderly woman grabbed my arm and tried to pull me back. I shook her loose, continued down the hall, and turned into the barn. It was rather dark in the barn, but I could make out silhouettes of people coming toward me wearing long overcoats. The sight of the overcoats caused something to click in Fisher's mind. Paratroopers do not wear overcoats, he realized. He raised his rifle to his shoulder and fired 7 quick rounds at the overcoated shapes. I immediately turned, ran down the hall, through the room of excited civilians, dove back out the window, and crouched down beside a stone wall. He decided to run back to the battalion CP. En route, I found the new location of the medics and told them Colonel Inman had been hit, which, by this time, they already knew. I was just part of the 10% who never gets the word. There were many other such confused skirmishes, but by the early afternoon, the Americans had reclaimed Marvi. The Germans had lost 3 Mark IVs, a self-propelled gun, several half-tracks, and at least 30 dead infantrymen. They had also failed in yet another attempt to knife their way into Bastogne. For them, time had just about run out. At northeastern Noville, Private Stone, sitting over his little radio, got the withdrawal order first. By now, 1300 hours, he was the only one who had any communication with the outside. Majors Harwick and Husted had both tried to send messengers to Bastogne and back, but this had achieved nothing. Now Stone listened as the orders to withdraw crackled over his radio. General Anthony McAuliffe and Colonel Roberts had decided that Nouville could no longer be held. The garrison would have to retreat to Bastogne while it was still possible. The plan was for elements of the 506th and 502nd Parachute Infantry Regiments to attack north toward Foy, diverting German attention while the Nouville survivors escaped south on the N15. Stone immediately relayed the order to Major Harwick, who in turn told Husted. This set in motion a flurry of activity. At the church, demolition teams wired up heavy ordnance for detonation, 81mm mortar shells, mines, or whatever else the hard-pressed Americans could not carry, rather than leave it behind for the Germans. They also wanted to create a rubble-choked roadblock in the middle of town. Officers and NCOs organized the remaining vehicles into a motley convoy. Soldiers drifted to and fro, waiting for the word to hop on their assigned vehicles and leave. Medics gingerly hoisted their patients onto jeeps, half-tracks, or trucks. At the barroom aid station, Dr. Jack Pryor, the young physician from Vermont, was evacuating several of his patients even before he heard about the withdrawal order. One of his drivers backed a medical half-track up to the tavern door and then got out to retrieve something. Pryor and Dr. Lee Naftalin, his dentist colleague, helped put 4 litter casualties into the back of the half-track. There were 2 litters on each side. There was a big red cross on the back door of the half-track, Pryor remembered. At that point, a German tank came around the corner, out of the fog, and zeroed in on the half-track. He put a shell right through that red cross, between the 4 guys that were in there, through the back of the seat, through the motor, and out. The vehicle immediately caught fire. Pryor and Naftalin ran into the street and hauled the wounded men off their litters, out of the burning half-track, right under the gaze of the German tank commander. He didn't fire again. Fortunately, the patients were not burned or hurt further in any way. They never knew anything had happened. At this point, someone from Major Husted's CP ran into the barroom and hollered, "We're leaving, Doc! Come on!" "I can't go," Pryor replied. "No way! I have no wheels anymore." The man shrugged, told him everyone was supposed to leave Nouville in 10 minutes, and left. Lieutenant Pryor did not have enough vehicles or litters to transport all of his patients. What on earth was he supposed to do? He could not abandon them. The young doctor thought a moment and then made a decision. He went down to the cellar where most of his men were taking shelter, along with the elderly couple who owned the place. Everyone looked at him expectantly. "I need some help," he said. "I'm going to surrender these wounded men, and I'm going to stay with them. I want some of you volunteers to stay with me." No one said a thing. At first, Pryor's men had been staring right at him. Now they were all looking away, as if suddenly they were avidly interested in their shoelaces. The awkward silence continued for several more moments. At this point, my first sergeant seized the initiative. He had a better idea. He ran upstairs, into the street, and asked a group of tankers for some help. Together, they ripped every door in the tavern from its hinges and used them as improvised litters. Ever so carefully, they strapped each patient to a door and lifted him aboard a tank or some other vehicle, all the while under fire. In the meantime, Husted and Harwick had finalized an exodus plan. Dismounted troopers from C Company, 506th Parachute Infantry, would take the lead, along with an M8 armored car, 4 half-tracks, and 5 Shermans. There were at least 50 wounded men who could not walk. They would ride on an assortment of vehicles behind this point element. Behind them would be the bulk of the half-tracks and other vehicles. A platoon of Hellcats from C Company, 705th Tank Destroyer Battalion, would bring up the rear. When everyone left the town, an engineer lieutenant would set off a delayed charge to explode the ordnance. At 13:15, as the Americans prepared to leave, a blanket of fog descended over Nouville again. The GIs could hardly have asked for anything more desirable. For the last couple of hours, there had been no fog, so visibility was very good. Many of the troops had worried that they would be sitting ducks on the Ruler Strait N15. But the fog now afforded them a screen of sorts. At last, the column moved out, even as German artillery shells still exploded around Nouville. One of the tanks soon developed engine trouble. Since the Americans had little time to deal with such things, they destroyed it with thermite grenades and kept going. The M8 took off so fast that it outdistanced the column all the way to Bastogne, against no opposition. The rest of the column was still rolling through the fog. In a half-track at the front of the convoy, Private First Class Don Adder, the communication soldier who had battled a Mark IV the day before, took a last look at Noville. There was nothing left but a pile of rubble. The last thing I saw of the town was a battered sign sticking up through a pile of rubble. It proclaimed the town's name was No Ville. Adder thought the carcass of the town should be renamed No Village. The whole spectacle saddened him because only 2 days earlier the town had been a pretty little place. Fewer than 2 days of fighting had reduced it into a shattered husk. The American ammo exploded, collapsing the church steeple into the street, adding to the debris. In another half-track, Private James Sims, the bazooka man from Alabama, was curiously eyeing a young German prisoner who could speak a little English. The kid said he was only 17 years old. He had been shot through the calf, but he seemed very relieved to be a prisoner. A paratrooper grabbed the prisoner's wrist and started to yank off his watch. "Leave the damn boy alone," Sims barked. The other troopers in the track agreed. "Let him keep the damned watch." The would-be thief backed off. A few minutes later, the column was about 500 yards north of Foy. So far, the trip had been quiet. In the lead half-track, an armored shutter accidentally slipped over the driver's slit, obscuring his vision. The driver reached up to push it away. Major James Duncan, Husted's executive officer, was sitting in the passenger seat next to the driver. Duncan thought that the driver had been wounded, so he pulled the handbrake, halting the half-track. The next one in line had no brakes, so it rammed into the back of Duncan's half-track. At the same moment, German soldiers opened fire from ditches and from a house about 10 yards away. A short firefight ensued. Machine gunners in the half-tracks sprayed deadly fire on the Germans in the ditches, killing at least 10 and prompting the others to flee. Sergeant Larry Stein and several other soldiers dismounted and fired at the retreating shapes of enemy soldiers. As they did so, Captain Waddell, the battalion's operations officer, covered them with a .50 caliber machine gun. The shooting died down. When it did, they mounted up again, and 3 of the half-tracks went on to Bastogne. By then, Major Duncan was on the ground farther to the rear of the column, trying to bring up the tanks to fire at the German-held house. Major Husted soon joined him. They had some trouble finding tankers who were willing or able to get their Shermans forward. By the time they got 2 Shermans into Foy, the Germans were on alert and waiting. They had 3 tanks on the east side of the road, in perfect ambush positions, plus more infantrymen both in Foy and on either side of the road. Moreover, the American column had lost its forward momentum. The accordion effect set in as vehicles stopped and started, and as troops dismounted, milled around, and wondered what was happening. At Foy, the 2 Shermans hosed down the house, set it on fire, and started to back away, but Duncan ordered them forward again. The first Sherman complied and, in the process, rolled right into the kill zone of a waiting enemy tank. "It was a beautiful ambush, if I must say so," one American soldier later wrote. The German fired and scored a direct hit. Private First Class Adder was in his half-track, not far away, and he heard the ugly, torn metal shriek of the shell slamming into the Sherman. The silence was shattered by a loud blast. The fog up front turned bright orange. There were a couple more blasts, and then all hell broke loose. The Germans destroyed the other Sherman and then opened fire all up and down the line of American vehicles. In the middle of the column, Private First Class Jerry Gulkasian, the badly wounded tanker, was lying in the back of a half-track, listening to the sound of enemy burp guns. He was semi-delirious and could not understand why the driver had stopped the half-track and dismounted. Gulkasian only knew that he wanted to get out of here, back to Bastogne, or some other place where they had a nice hospital. "Get this fucking thing going," he yelled at the half-track driver. "It's only a burp gun." As Private First Class Gulkasian screamed ineffectively at the half-track driver, his commander, Captain William Schultz, was in a 3rd Sherman rolling past the 2 that had been destroyed. Schultz's tank made it into and through Foy. He glanced to the left and noticed Lieutenant Joe Reed and several other airborne troopers along the side of the road. Reed and his platoon from C Company, 506th Parachute Infantry, had been walking point for the whole column. When the shooting started, they had worked their way to this spot just south of Foy. Captain Schultz looked at Reed and asked, "What the hell is going on?" Reed and his men had just killed a German machine gun crew. Not far away, they had also seen German tank crewmen scrambling aboard their vehicles. "Get the hell out of here," he warned Schultz. A couple of seconds later, 3 armor-piercing shells slammed into Schultz's tank. One of them went through the driver's side, killing the driver instantly and setting the tank on fire. Private First Class Delmer Hilduer was sitting on the floor of the turret, right behind the driver. He caught several hunks of shrapnel in his legs. He was already badly wounded, doped up on morphine, and missing an ear from the shell that had wounded his fellow crewman, Jerry Gulkasian, that morning. Now he and the captain desperately tried to scramble out of the burning tank. Another man, the loader, got shot in the face as he tried to exit. He slumped back, but Hilduer pushed him out. The captain hurled himself out of the tank and landed right on Lieutenant Reed. Then it was Hilduer's turn. As I got out of the right-hand side of the tank, there were 3 Germans near the tank, and I knew I was going to get hit. I grabbed a Tommy gun from the side of the tank and shot them before they got me. I jumped up and joined Captain Schultz on the other side of the tank. On the other side of Foy, the volume of enemy fire sweeping up and down the halted column was increasing. Lieutenant Pryor, the doctor, had been walking alongside his jeep, monitoring the condition of several of his wounded soldiers when the shooting started. Now he and Naftalin were on their bellies, hugging the bottom of a ditch. Lying in the ditch and having sniper fire chip away at a fence post beside me was a terrifying experience. It seemed like every time that Pryor raised his head even an inch, the unseen enemy soldiers fired and chipped away some more at the fence post, further pinning down the 2 medical officers. Pryor and Naftalin were lying head-to-head. Pryor peeked from under the rim of his Red Cross-adorned helmet and asked his colleague, "Naf, do you think we're going to get out of this?" Naftalin was wearing a regular M1 helmet with no Red Cross. He said, "If you take off the helmet with a Red Cross, we'd be better off. They can see that." But Pryor could not bring himself to get rid of his helmet. Up on the road, he could hear many of his wounded soldiers calling for help. They were hollering and screaming to be taken off the vehicles because the Germans were on both sides of the road. They were strafing the road and hitting the vehicles. 2 of my men ran out and pulled out 1 or 2 people that had been hit. These were men whose reputation in the unit would have given no clue to the fact that under stress they could meet this challenge. All up and down the column, American soldiers dismounted, taking cover in ditches and firing back as best they could. The whole area was under intensifying mortar and artillery fire. Private First Class Boyd Edders, a soldier in the headquarters company of the 20th Armored Infantry Battalion, was just off the road with a small group of soldiers. They were looking for targets, shooting at whatever seemed threatening, when a mortar shell landed right in their midst. I caught the concussion of an artillery explosion in my eyes. I was lucky, for the 3 fellows around me got it for good. He had a nasty headache and was having trouble seeing, but he kept fighting. Elsewhere, Private First Class Adder dismounted from his half-track and came under withering small arms fire. A few yards away, a medic was working on an armless man. An artillery shell exploded above them. Adder was unscathed, but the medic was hit. He got up, ran halfway across the road, and said to a buddy, "Hey, Charlie, I'm hit!" Then he went down. He had a huge hole through his back and his chest. His blood was pumping out onto the road. He was dead in seconds. Adder took shelter in a snowy ditch. My feet hit the helmet of the guy right behind me. He was lying there, still and dead. It was the same officer who, the day before, had promised to put him in for a Silver Star. Adder looked over the embankment onto the road. What a mess! Dead were lying all around on the road and in the ditches. Some were hanging out of their vehicles. Trucks and half-tracks were either burning or had been torn to shreds by enemy fire. He was seized with an overwhelming impulse to get away from this carnage. He got up, ran to the other side of the road, and heard an explosion. I was blown into the air. I landed flat on my back. He was unconscious for a few moments. When he regained his senses, he checked himself over and found a piece of shrapnel sticking out of the small of his back. There was no blood, and it didn't hurt. Still groggy from concussion, Private First Class Adder got up and started walking again. Then he heard the awful sound of a burp gun. Bullets whipped past his nose, so close he could feel their heat. 2 of the bullets struck his right leg, through the shin bone and calf, cutting the artery. I was sure my time was up, and I would be joining my dead comrades that lay all around me. He waited to die, all the while thinking of his parents and his girlfriend. When nothing happened, he heard a voice in his head say, "You're not dead yet." He looked at the trousers that covered his right leg and saw that they were inundated with blood. He knew that an artery had been cut and that he would have to apply a tourniquet or he would bleed to death. Although he was lightheaded, he managed to convert his cartridge belt into a makeshift tourniquet and pull it tight enough for the moment. Relieved, he lay back. But now, in the distance, through the fog, he heard German voices getting closer, and he wondered yet again if he was about to die. As Private First Class Adder lay by the side of the road, struggling to live, the convoy got moving again. Duncan, Husted, Captain Billet, and a slew of others realized that the best way to get out of this mess would be to skirt around Foy on foot or in vehicles through the west of town and loop around the Germans. With no semblance of any organization, groups of men and vehicles were now doing just that. Private Burgett had started the journey perched atop a Hellcat at the rear of the column with the TDs. He had seen this platoon of TDs, under the able command of Lieutenant Tom E. Toms, who would one day be the grandfather of pro golfer David Toms, ward off several Mark Vs just outside of Noville. In the subsequent fighting, Burgess had gotten separated from the Hellcats. Now Burgett was in the back of a truck near Foy, roaring away with a .50 caliber. I was firing, as were the rest of the men in the convoy. Some of the Germans fell kicking, trying to crawl or roll back to the ditch beside the road. Still others went down and lay still, not moving at all. The bodies of friend and foe alike lay scattered about. American soldiers were scrambling out of ditches, hopping onto moving trucks, jeeps, or half-tracks. The whole area was under intense enemy fire. The key was to keep moving. What remained of the convoy made its way south through a barrage of exploding shells and streams of tracers and other bullets. The trucks and half-tracks bounced and rocked as they made their way over rough ground. Engines whined and wheels spun. Private Burgett's truck circled through the bumpy fields west of Foy and careened over a ditch, back onto the N15 and toward Bastogne. Many others did the same. At the same time, Private First Class Adder heard the sounds of German voices gradually recede into the fog. He lay back and contemplated his situation. He was out here, alone, in enemy territory. Every other American who was still alive seemed to be gone. But then he heard a jeep driving down the road. He summoned all of his strength and yelled at whoever was driving the jeep. It skidded to a stop, and Adder was glad to see Corporal Still, the CO's jeep driver. He and an airborne medic were lost, trying to find their way to Bastogne. The medic dumped sulfa powder on his wound and bandaged it. Corporal Still stepped gently on the gas pedal, and they weaved their way around the burning vehicles along the road. As they drove around one tank, they heard a groan and found a wounded crewman inside. The medic pulled him from the tank and propped him on the hood of the jeep. Adder took one look at the tanker and knew he was in trouble. There was a small, triangular-shaped wound on his forehead. I thought I could see his brain. They continued their journey. Somehow they made it through Foy and back to a small aid station in Bastogne, where Dr. Pryor was now treating casualties. The tank crewman was dead. Adder was not yet in pain, but he knew that he was badly wounded. Both Naftalin and Pryor were bent over him, examining his leg, with obvious looks of concern on their faces. Adder pointed at the leg and said, "It's my right leg, Doc. I think I messed it up pretty good this time." Pryor and Naftalin nodded in agreement. Adder passed out. Just south of Foy, Major Harwick was watching the battered survivors as they filed past him into the American perimeter. They were dirty as only fighting men can get, clothing torn and mud-caked. 2 days' beard just made them appear dirtier. They had been in a rough spot. Through their own strength, they had gotten out. They had done a good job and they knew it. That spring in the step of the tired, dirty bodies and the look in the eyes told that. Harwick could hardly have been more proud of them. The Battle of Nouville was finally over. For nearly 2 days, a mixed group of American infantrymen and tankers had held off an attacking force that outnumbered them by at least 5, perhaps even 10 to 1. The price of this valor was steep. Team Desibry lost 11 out of its 15 tanks, 1 self-propelled gun, 11 half-tracks, and more than a dozen trucks, and at least 63 of its soldiers were killed, wounded, or missing, including Desibry himself, out of an original complement of 325 men. The 1st Battalion, 506th Parachute Infantry, incurred even more devastating losses. The battalion had gone into Nouville with 473 soldiers. 212 of them became casualties, a 45% rate. The Germans suffered even more heavily. They lost 31 tanks and at least half a regiment of infantry soldiers. From a tactical point of view, the battle was a classic example of the inability of unsupported tanks to secure urban terrain, especially when opposed by another armed force. The Germans never coordinated their tanks and infantry together at Nouville. This left their tanks isolated in a foggy urban environment and thus quite vulnerable to American bazooka teams and tanks. Only by surrounding Nouville and unleashing massive firepower on the town could the Germans take it. This process was tedious and inefficient. It cost them valuable time, not to mention staggering losses. Nouville itself hardly existed anymore. The Gestapo's now a shattered landscape of flaming infernos and boulder-like masonry. The Gestapo soon materialized, rounded up 8 people whom they deemed to be American sympathizers, and executed them within the shadow of the church. With the Nouville crossroads now in Colonel Meinrad von Lauchert's pocket, the 2nd Panzer Division commander radioed General Walter Kruger, the CO of the 18th Panzer Corps, request permission to drive on Bastogne. The answer was prompt, decisive, and illuminating. Forget Bastogne and head for the Meuse. The struggle for Bastogne had now changed from a race to a siege. The Americans had won the race for the town at a time when the Germans most needed it. Now Bastogne still mattered, but in a different way from before. It was no longer a key transit point to the Meuse for the enemy. It was now a political symbol, along with being a major disruption to their communications and resupply efforts. Bastogne now amounted to a veritable bone in their throats. 3. Even as the Americans fled Nouville, General McAuliffe was visiting Neufchâteau for one last face-to-face meeting with General Troy Middleton. Both of them knew that Bastogne would soon be cut off. "There are 3 German divisions in your area," Middleton said, "and the 116th Panzer is on its way." He told McAuliffe that Lieutenant General George Patton's 4th Armored Division was on the way, but with encirclement forthcoming, he wondered if the 101st should stay in Bastogne. "You're going to have a rough time staying there." McAuliffe was no different from the resolute, tough paratroopers under his command. He was determined to hold Bastogne. He had plenty of artillery support, an excellent tank unit in Combat Command B at his disposal, and a decent logistical situation. "Hell, if we pull out now, we'd be chewed to pieces. I know we can hold out for at least 48 hours. General Middleton assented. The airborne commander, with little more time to spare, got up, shook hands with Middleton, and turned to leave. When McAuliffe reached the doorway, Middleton smiled at him, and in an ironic tone of voice, "Now, Tony, don't get yourself surrounded." The 2 commanders grinned at each other, and McAuliffe left. Outside, he climbed into his jeep, and his driver took off. On the way to Bastogne, he noticed it was chillier than it had been that morning, with some flurries in the air. He sensed that a snowstorm was about to hit the area. In less than half an hour, McAuliffe's jeep made it to the Belgian barracks. Mere minutes later, as the sun set behind leaden gray clouds, the Germans cut the last road into Bastogne. The siege had begun. Postscript. Several months after the Battle of the Bulge, General Troy Middleton found out that his old friend Colonel Hurley Fuller had been liberated from captivity. For many months, he had worried about Fuller. Was he dead or alive? Middleton did not really know. So for Middleton, the news of Fuller's liberation was welcome indeed. The general picked up his pen and wrote a warm letter to the crusty Texan. I went over the ground where your unit fought it out with the Krauts and left with sufficient data to leave no doubt in my mind that your outfit did a magnificent job. Had not your boys done the job they did, the 101st Airborne could not have reached Bastogne in time. Middleton was exactly right. If Fuller's men and the rest of the 28th Division, Combat Command Reserve CCR of the 9th Armored, and Combat Command B CCB of the 10th Armored had not fought so well, the Americans would not have won the race for Bastogne. We had to absorb the first shock and try to slow the enemy, General Norman Dutch Coda once explained. Our troops were like tackles in football. If we could slow up the play until the secondary defense diagnosed it and got set for the tackle, we served our purpose. This purpose, or job, as General Middleton called it, was dirty indeed. It amounted to small, scared groups of poorly informed soldiers fighting tenaciously against overwhelming odds. The cost was considerable. Hundreds were killed, thousands were wounded or taken prisoner. Captivity was a nightmare for those who ended up as POWs. Most lost 40 pounds or more because of disease and lack of food. Some did not survive the experience. Among those who did survive, the physical and mental scars endured forever. In exchange for their immense sacrifice, they held off a powerful German offensive for 4 days, costing the enemy valuable time, terrain, combat power, and, of course, Bastogne. General Anthony McAuliffe once said, "In my opinion, Combat Command B of the 10th Armored Division never properly was credited with their important role in the Bastogne battle." The same could be said for CCR of the 9th Armored and the 28th Division. Bastogne could not have been held without the contributions of every unit that served there. In the months and years that followed the battle for Bastogne, the 101st Airborne Division received its deserved share of plaudits, including a Distinguished Unit citation. The division's heroics have endured in popular memory, but that was not necessarily so for the contributions of its partners, for whom the paratroopers had nothing but respect. In early January 1945, General Maxwell Taylor sent a personal telegram to General John Leonard, commander of the 9th Armored Division. The officers and men of the 101st Airborne Division wish to express to your command their appreciation for the gallant support rendered by Combat Command R in the recent defense of Bastogne, Belgium. This division is proud to have shared the battlefield with your command. Taylor even recommended CCR for a unit citation. Unfortunately, CCR did not get the citation. At the time Taylor made his recommendation, CCR was still on a secret list and not eligible for such a public citation. Later, CCR simply got lost in the shuffle. Nor did the 28th Division get much credit. At the end of the war, General Coda submitted a recommendation that the 110th Infantry receive a Distinguished Unit citation. The recommendation was poorly written. By the time the Army bureaucracy reviewed it, neither Coda nor Middleton was around to push for it. Most of the 110th's records had been destroyed in the battle. It had gone through 3 commanders. Combat historians did very few interviews with soldiers from the outfit for the simple, stark reason that most had been killed, badly wounded, or captured. To make matters worse, the officers who served on the board that reviewed such recommendations were not very familiar with what the 110th had done. They noted that the 110th had lost 2,000 soldiers missing in action and wondered if the unit might have capitulated without fighting. The most influential voice on that board, Colonel S.L.A. Marshall, dismissed Coda's recommendation by describing the 110th's action as heroic but not outstanding above all the others. Marshall ought to have known better, because months before the board met, General Middleton had written him and expressed sentiments similar to what he had told Fuller. This regiment, the 110th, put up stiff resistance for 3 days. Had not this regiment put up the fight it did, the Germans would have been in Bastogne long before the 101st Airborne reached the town. With no such information at their fingertips, the board turned down the citation. The 112th Infantry Regiment did receive a citation in 1947, but all subsequent attempts to award one to the 110th, including one initiated by Middleton, failed. The bureaucratic Army award system insists on reinforcing earlier poor decisions and refuses to go back and study the record. Colonel James Braden, a 28th Division officer and historian of the Bulge, wrote many years after World War II. To this day, there is no official Army recognition of what the 110th Infantry, the 28th Division as a whole, or CCR did east of Bastogne. Perhaps, instead, there will be some recognition in popular memory. The Bastogne corridor is peaceful now. Monuments, statues, museums, and markers adorn the region in mute testimony to the momentous events that occurred there. The ghosts are never far away, though. Somehow they are always there, in rebuilt churches, barns, homes, castles, and roads. They are there in the lonely woods that are thick with fir trees, or in the pine needle-encrusted remnants of old foxholes. May the ghosts never be forgotten. This concludes Alamo in the Ardennes by John C. McManus. Narrated by John Glushevich. Copyright 2007 by John C. McManus. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Turner Publishing Company and was produced in the year 2017 by Tantor Media, Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks and to take advantage of special offers.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.